Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's five-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we are not asking you to try a new or unproved method. For there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You will be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Inside a tiny engineer's shack at a uranium mine near the village of Kutu in the Belgian Congo, two white men sit in pitch darkness watching the natives outside dressed in the skins and claws of leopards and panthers as they writhe and turn in the firelight to the age-old rhythm of the Congo drums, the rhythm of death.
I tell you, Dubeck, I don't like it. Those devils are working themselves up to no good out there.
Oui, I know what you mean, mon ami. And after what happened at Bosoko.
Yeah, and Ajolu and Ikela.
But what can we do about it? After
Wait,
all...
look.
Oh, yes, I see. They wave now the spears like a dance of war.
What do you mean spears? Those are guns.
Guns? C'est impossible.
Do you see the glint of them in the firelight?
But how could they have guns?
I don't know, and I'm not going to stick around to find out.
Guns like a dojo.
Come on, we've got to get out of here while we're still in one piece.
But where? Behind us is the jungle, and in front... Listen to them.
I'll chance it through the jungle. Here, help me with this window. Now, if we can make it to the river and the old power boat, we... Ooh, Dubeck.
Fight, mon ami. You are hurt.
Go on. Keep going. Run for it.
No, I cannot leave.
Thurston. Ken Thurston.
What? What?
New York. Thurston. The man called...
Fred! Fred!
Well, all I know about him is what he says in his letter, Chief, that he was associated with Fred Stevenson in the mining operation in the Congo.
Stevenson, yeah.
And apparently Fred told him to contact me just before he died. You remember Fred? Helped us out in that Brazilian copper setup.
Oh, of course. Top-notch mining engineer, wasn't he?
That's right.
Oh, that's too bad. But what is he doing in Africa?
He's working as mine supervisor for an outfit called Congo Uranium Limited, a Belgian-American-British combine licensed under a Belgian government permit.
Oh.
They've been shipping out a lot of high-grade ore, most of it directly to Oak Ridge.
Oh, well...
According to Dubeck, four of the company's 5 major installations have been forced to shut down because of local opposition, strikes, and native raids.
Oh, yeah. I guess that's what's apt to happen when civilization starts to cramp the style of the petty native chiefs and witch doctors.
I wish I could be sure that's all that's causing this trouble.
I don't get you, Ken.
Suppose some foreign power were interested in cutting down our supply of atomic weapons. Why wouldn't they stop it at the source by stirring up our supply of uranium ore?
Yeah.
A clever agent who really knows those natives could make a real play on their superstitions, their taboos, and their magic.
Ken, I'll have Miss Brooks contact Sabina Airlines right away and get you on the first plane for Leopoldville.
Already done.
Well, then I'll cable this Dubeck fellow that you're on your way.
Oh, I did that the minute I read his letter. So long, Chief. Send you a postcard.
The Royal Albert offers little luxury, Monsieur Thurston, but it is the best we have in Leopoldville. Now, if you will come with me to the bar, perhaps a vermouth cassis?
Well, I'll settle a dry martini with an onion.
C'est bon. But our bartender Galou is a full-blooded Bakongo tribesman.
Galou.
I do not think he will understand the martini. However, let us sit down and try.
Yes, let's.
Monsieur Dubeck.
Ah, Galou, a vermouth cassis.
Martini avec l'oignon pour Monsieur Thurston.
What?
Galou, you have a good memory, how are you?
But,
Hello, have good memory for good ami, Monsieur. Martini avec.
You have been here before, Monsieur Thurston?
Oh, a couple of times.
Then perhaps you know what our trouble is all about.
No, but I'd like to find out. Why not start at scratch, Dubeck?
Then we start with the natives. The natives on whom we must depend to work the mines. But it may be you know them as well as I, monsieur.
Go on, Dubeck.
We have all thought of them as just a sulky child. Monsieur Jerry Pickens has often said...
Jerry Pickens?
Yes, the what you call Cockney trader at Lucala. He says they are nothing but children. Treat them that way and they are all right. And that is what I used to think myself. Until 6 weeks ago, when the trouble started.
Your letter said something about playing on their superstitions.
Yes, we employed some 3,000 native workers, and one day, none of them reported for work.
You mean no matter how much you offered them in trinkets and money, they wouldn't come back?
It was as though some spell had been cast. 4 of the mines were destroyed, the buildings burned to the ground. I tell you, monsieur, when you sit in a tiny board shack and watch those devils twist and turn to the beat of those drums, the hysterical cries of the witch doctor, it is hard to think you are not bewitched.
Yeah, I can believe that. What about the witch doctor? Is it always the same one?
I think so, for he always wears the same skin, that of the giant black leopard.
Well, is he from one of the loyal tribes?
Who knows? He might be from here, or the Ivory Coast, or Mozambique. He might even be a white man.
Yeah? Or a woman?
Who knows?
Dubeck, you haven't told me how you managed to escape the night Fred Stevenson was shot.
Both cassis. Martini.
Oh, fine. Here, Galou.
Merci.
Martini in the middle of the jungle. Your friend must be a very important man to deserve such a luxury, Gaspar. I should enjoy meeting him.
Tanya Stevenson, Monsieur Thurston.
How do you do?
Tanya was Fred's wife.
Oh, well, I can't tell you how sorry I...
Thank you. Oh, please sit down.
Well, won't you join us?
Well, just for a moment. There. Thurston, I'm sure I heard Fred speak of you. Oh, but of course you're Ken Thurston from New York, isn't it?
More or less.
Whatever are you doing in Africa?
Oh, I spend a lot of time just traveling around. Monsieur Dubeck has been kind enough to invite me to visit the mine at Lucala.
Oh, what a coincidence. If you are leaving tomorrow night, we shall be on the same riverboat.
Tanya, surely you are not going to Lucala?
Oh, but of course, Gaspar. The company has been kind enough to offer me work as a bookkeeper. To carry on the work that Fred was doing. The work that cost him his life. And now, if you will excuse me, I must begin packing. Until later, Mr. Thurston. Goodbye, Gaspar.
A man can never understand a woman. And he is a fool to try.
Any woman, Dubeck, or that one in particular?
That one especially. While her husband was alive, she refused to go near the mines. She hated Africa and begged him to give up his job. She even threatened to divorce him if he would not. And now...
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Good evening, Ken.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Stevenson.
Won't you call me Tanya?
Tanya? Russian, isn't it?
Why, yes, quite Russian.
Of course. It...
Oh, this trip up the river is really quite fascinating, isn't it? The jungle in the moonlight, the birds, the sound of the animals. Oh, fascinating.
You really think so?
Why, of course. No, I see. Gaspar has been telling you about me.
Well,
It is true. I despise the Congo. Everything about it. It is a land of heat and disease and darkness and death.
and yet you're staying here. Why?
What choice is there? Fred left me no money. I have no friends, no family, nowhere to go, not even a passport.
As the wife of an American citizen.
I have made application, but everything takes time, Ken. So I have taken a job with the mining company. There was nothing else.
Right now, it might be a good idea. Take your mind off Fred. Occupy your time.
I shall hate it. The mines killed my husband. I warned him, begged him to leave, but he would not listen. The mines kill everything they touch. Remember that, Ken. Don't stay at Lucala. Go back to America as quickly as you can.
The devil's there. Sounds like a... Yes, it's the Geiger counter.
Oh, yes, one of the passengers. A silly little man who says he is looking for uranium.
Oh, no. Excuse me, Tanya.
You won't forget what I told you.
No, I won't forget. All right, Pagan.
Oh, hello, Mr. X.
What are you doing on this boat?
Well, I've been riding up and down this river for the past 10 days waiting for you. I know every nick and cranny. I was visiting my cousin in Brazzaville when I heard about the trouble in the uranium mines. So I said to myself, Mr. X will be turning up and needing my expert assistance.
No, thanks.
But it won't cost you a thing. Well, maybe just a fare back to United States.
No dice, Pagan.
All right. If that's the way you feel, I'll go along for free. It isn't that as though I have broke or something. When 10,000 smackers ride in my lap...
10,000 what?
Sure, didn't you know? That's what you get for finding a uranium mine. What do you think I rented this gadget for?
Any uranium found here belongs to the Belgian government.
But they can't do that to me, Mr. X. It's an American.
Good morning, Monsieur First.
Oh, hello, Dubeck. We ought to be getting to Lucanda pretty soon, hadn't we?
Yes, the village is just around the next bend, but from there to the mine is nearly a 6-hour trip.
I see. Dubeck,
Yes?
is that the village up ahead?
Why, yes, it... Monsieur Thurston, that's smoke. There must be a fire.
There was a fire.
What?
Lucanda's been burned to the ground. This must have been the trading post right about here.
Sure. There's what's left of the sign. Jerry Pickens, proprietor.
Now, you see what I was talking about on the boat, Ken. The mines bring nothing but destruction and death to everyone.
Now, here comes Dubeck. Maybe he's found out what happened.
Who's that character with him? And what's he wearing all that paint on his face for?
Those markings show his tribal rank.
Huh?
It is as I expected. The witch doctor, he roused the tribe to another frenzy. They attacked the village and burned it. The natives who lived here have fled to the hills.
What about the trader, Pickens?
Oh, how stupid of me. I had almost forgotten. Embo, where was Mr. Pickens last night?
Him go up river last morning, not be here.
He owns another trading post at the next village. He must have been staying there.
I picked a good night to be somewhere else. Embo, did you see the raid?
Hear drum, see fire, come down from mine.
Good for you. And the witch doctor, did you see him too?
Not see face, see black leopard skin.
Ah, yeah. Well, let's go look at the mine.
If we are to arrive before dark, we must leave at once. Embo, bring Mrs. Stevenson's luggage.
Dear Puana, Embo follow.
Dubeck, how long has Embo worked for you?
Perhaps 6 months? Why?
Oh, it's strange that he stays loyal while all the other natives are running off, especially when he's of such high rank.
High rank? What do you mean?
Oh, that red line across his forehead and the way his hair's cut.
Yes?
They indicate that our friend Embo is a tribal chieftain. with the powers of a king among his people.
What? Are you sure?
Yeah. I'd say we have a very important man carrying luggage for us.
Do we have to keep going so fast, Mr. Thurston? We've been walking all day, and I'm getting tired.
You invited yourself on this safari, Pagan.
I don't like that Ember character behind us, neither. He looks like he would double-cross his own grandmother for a half a buck.
Hello! Hold on a minute!
Jerry Pickens.
Oh.
Been trying to catch up with you chaps all day. Oh, hello, Mrs. Stevenson. Heard you was coming up to work at the mine. Sorry, I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you, sir.
This is Ken Thurston, Jerry Pickens.
My pleasure, sir.
Surely we've met before, maybe at Leopardville.
Oh, I don't think so, Mr. Thurston. At least it ain't likely. Ain't been there for the last 6 months. Spends all my time trying to keep my trading posts running. Not that it's done me much good.
I am most sorry about the fire at Lucala, Mr. Pickens. We saw what has happened.
Ain't it a crying shame? There's not 5 shillings of salvage left. I just takes one look and decides to hightail it off to you.
How'd you find out where we were?
Some of the natives come sneaking back. They've been watching you from the hills and tipped me off. I practically had to run all the way to catch up.
We had better move on. It will soon be dark. Embo?
Dio. Embo lead way now.
That won't be necessary. Embo, we...
At sea and dark. Embo will lead way.
All right, whatever you like. But we must hurry.
Hey, Mr. Thurston, what's that noise?
Talking drums, Pagan. The natives are sending some sort of message. Embo,
Yes?
what do the drums say?
Not know.
Of course you do. What do they say?
I no want tell.
Embo, answer Mr. Thurston's question.
Drum say, evil one in jungle, very evil.
Huh?
Destroy mine tonight. Destroy power of evil one.
Evil one? What does that mean, Embo?
Drum say, man called X.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. What do most people wish for during the new year? Health and a happy home. Making your home happier is the specialty of your RCA Victor million-proof television dealer. He knows, as well as over 1 million families know, that RCA Victor million-proof television brings excitement, adventure, and beauty right into your living room. And the moment you see the new RCA Victor million-proof television, you will easily see why it's America's favorite television. Your RCA Victor dealer will show you RCA Victor million-proof television in a wide variety of models, every one a thrilling buy. But the most exceptional buy of all is an RCA Victor television radio phonograph combination, which gives you 5 great instruments in one luxurious cabinet for much, much less than comparable instruments would cost separately. See your RCA Victor dealer soon and make your home happier in 51 with RCA Victor Million Proof Television. Now Act 2 of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. Ken Thurston has reached the uranium mine near the village of Lucala, deep in the Belgian Congo. In the distance, native drums reiterate their baleful message, and Ken knows that a leopard-skinned witch doctor who has roused the natives against the mines and focused their hate by witchcraft is waiting to kill him.
This is the main administration building. It is of better construction than the others, but it is still only wood and straw. Oh, you hear? The drums have stopped. They will now prepare to attack us.
How long would you say we have, Dubé?
Oh, an hour, perhaps 2 hours, until the moon goes down.
Are we just going to sit here and wait for them to kill us?
She's got a point there. How about weapons, Dubeck? At least we could give these blighters a taste of their own medicine.
Yes, yes. The guns are hidden in the mine shaft beyond the compound. I took that precaution when I left for Leopoldville to meet Mr. Thurston.
Good idea.
Embo, bring us the rifles.
Never mind, Embo. I'll get them. I saw the shaft as we came in.
They're on the first level. But you do not
Come
need...
on, Pagan.
Well, I...
Come on.
So this is a uranium mine, eh? Well, maybe we're to stop and take a few samples. Hey, maybe there is $1 billion worth in here.
Oh, shut up and flash that light over here.
Well, what do you know? A pile of rifles, just like Mr. DeBeck said.
Yeah. Only one trouble, these guns are empty.
How do you like that? What are we going to do now?
I'll take these rifles to the others. You wait here for about 5 minutes and then join us in the administration building.
Wait here. But, Mr. X, I don't like
You're
this.
in one of the richest spots in the world, Pagon, so relax and enjoy it.
Ah, you found the rifles. C'est bon.
Here you are, DeBeck. Here, Pickens.
What, wait a minute here, Thurston. Afraid this gun won't do much good. There ain't no bullets in it.
Huh? No, in this one.
We had a little trouble finding the cartridges, but Pagon will be along with them in a minute or two.
No, it's not true. Shells are not...
Go on, Embo. The shells aren't what?
Oh, you mustn't pay no attention to him, Thurston. These natives don't know what they're talking about.
Embo knows what he's talking about. He got rid of the ammunition on somebody's orders.
I do not understand. Whose orders?
The witch doctor who wears a leopard skin.
Thurston, I think you've got something there. If we only could get our hands on him, if we knew who he was,
We do know who he is, Pickens.
What do you mean, monsieur?
Remember when we left Ducado and started for the mine? Embo followed us. But as soon as Pickens joined the group, Embo insisted on marching in the lead.
Yes, I thought it strange at the time.
It wasn't strange. The natives of the Congo tribe believe that it's wrong to walk in the footsteps of a witch doctor. They believe the witch doctor stamps down evil as he walks along, and anyone who touches his tracks will pick up that evil. That's why Embo wouldn't walk in back of Pickens.
Pickens?
I'd heard about you, Mr. X. Heard you was plenty smart. But I didn't expect you to figure out things this fast. Not that it makes much difference, you see. This here pistol has got bullets in it.
Huh, I'm sure it has.
Embo, tell your tribe we've made prisoners of the evil spirits that's cursed your land. And we're going to bring him to quick justice.
Why are they keeping us in this hut, Mr. X?
Well, I imagine they're preparing the fires, Pagon.
Fires?
Yeah, these natives think that the only way an evil spirit can be destroyed is by flame.
You mean if I ask what's cooking, the answer will be it's me?
Come now. Everything ready.
You really intend to burn us, Embo?
Afraid he hasn't got much choice, Thurston. Evil must be destroyed. Natives won't have it any other way.
That's the native religion, I know that. But what about the preliminaries?
Preliminaries?
Sure. The accused is entitled to trial by poison.
Huh?
You've had all the trial you get, Mr. X. As witch doctor, I'm the only judge here. And I says you're guilty.
What about it, Embo? If we really are evil ones, the trial will prove it. And if not...
Him speak true. Old wise men always test by poison.
I'm your wise man now, Embo. And I say that...
Embo still chief. Embo say evil wants to have trial.
Huh?
You fix poison. Come. Now.
All right, but it'll only prove what I've been telling you all along.
I don't get it, Mr. X. What's all this talk about poison?
The natives who practice black magic...
Black magic?
...believe in what they call trial by poison.
Yes, I have heard of
The
it.
accused person and several other members of the tribe drink a mixture concocted by the witch doctor. Then the guilty one falls to the ground in agony, while the others apparently feel no pain.
What a trial. It don't make sense.
Psychology, Pagon, like all witchcraft.
Say, you're right, Thurston.
Sure, the so-called poison is just strong enough to cause a little nausea. But the guilty one exaggerates the sickness in his mind and thinks he's really been poisoned.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. X. You know, I was afraid I might lose you.
Not a chance of that, Pagon. You see, you'll have to drink the poison, too.
Yeah. The Jerry Pickens character sure looks like a fugitive from a nightmare, Mr. X. He even forgot to take the head of that leopard skin coat he's wearing.
Yeah.
But hey, why he's keeping dancing around that pot and scraping pieces of bark into that boiling water? It's not sanitary, and We got to drink it.
That's the bark of the blood tree. These natives think it makes the poison I told you about.
Mr. X, if you don't mind, I don't feel very thirsty.
Mr. Thurston, blood water is ready.
We are ready, Embo, and unafraid. For our hearts are free of evil doing, aren't they, Pagan?
Yeah. Oh, yes, sure.
You, Chief Blood Devil, you drink first. I, Chief, drink with you. And 3 elders from village.
Wait, Embo. As the person on trial, it's my privilege to pick who must share the test with me.
It's true. It's tribal law.
Then I choose your witch doctor, Mr. Jerry Pickens.
Hey, what? You're crazy. I makes the stuff. You drink it.
This time you're going to drink it too.
Oh, no, I'm not.
You heard, Embo? It's the tribal law. Or are you afraid that my magic will turn out to be good? That you'll double up in pain from the evil inside you?
Don't be ridiculous. Make him drink up, Embo. Let's get this over.
How about it, Embo? You're chief, and the law is the law.
Embo ask elders of tribe. Elders say witch doctor drink, or no make true medicine.
All right, but he takes his first.
No. If you not evil, blood water no hurt. You drink first.
No, I won't do it.
You go on, Jerry. You're an intelligent Westerner. You know it's only the bark of a tree, isn't it?
I tell you, I won't touch the stuff.
Drink.
No, I won't do it. You can't force me to. Get away from me.
Drink.
No!
He's dead.
Yes, Embo. Your people can take off their leopard skins now and go back to the mines. The taboo is over. The evil spirit that cursed the jungle is gone.
It's good, Wanamakubra. It's good.
Mr. X, that blood water sure finished off that Pickens character.
You see, monsieur, why I tell you we must almost believe in this witchcraft?
It wasn't witchcraft that killed Jerry Pickens, Quebec. The stuff in that cup smelled to me like potassium cyanide.
What?
Pickens realized that bark mixture wouldn't affect me because I knew what it was all about. And the test would prove me innocent.
But Mr.
He
X...
couldn't risk that. So he put some real poison in it.
I knew all the time there wasn't any such a thing as black magic.
Oh, but there is, Pagan. And not just in the jungles. It swept whole countries of the world. Wherever lies are repeated and repeated until ignorant men believe them, wherever peoples are deceived into hate and greed, there you have witchcraft. The most evil witchcraft of all. And only truth and faith and courage can destroy this false belief.
Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called Operation 50, and it concerns the most important $50 bills in the world. Though, come to think of it, any kind of money would be important to Leon Belasco. I mean, Pagon Zelschmidt. And I think you'll agree it's an important story, too, especially in these days. So join us, won't you, when next I return without a cold, I hope, as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Man Called X is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Now the hit tunes on your hit parade. Tomorrow it's The Big Show on NBC.
invite you in, where every business we uncover will experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to Secret Agent K7's headquarters.
This is K7 speaking. Send in Agent Z for assignment.
At once, K7.
Special Agent Z reporting for duty.
Agent Z, I have received information from certain friends in the intelligence service that a known spy, Carl Frankenberg, has been making regular trips between this city and the capital of another country. He has been carefully searched every time he crossed the border, yet nothing incriminating has been found. Nevertheless, we are convinced that somehow he is carrying information. I want you to investigate his activities. Keep me informed.
2 days later, customs officials notified Agent Z when the spy, Carl Frankenberg, again entered France. After crossing the border, Frankenberg went directly to the Paris Hotel, at which he always lived while in the city. The next morning, by arrangement with the hotel's manager, a new switchboard operator reported for duty.
Hotel Paris, good morning. Just a moment, please. Hotel Paris, good morning. I'll call him at once. Hold the line, please. Hotel Paris, good morning. Z. Z, is that you? Hold the line. All right, go ahead. There's no one around.
Is everything all right, Pat?
Yes. Noticed that I was a new operator and inquired for the regular girl. I told him she was on a short vacation.
Has Frankenberg made any calls?
No. He's still in his rooms. I'll call and let you know as soon as he goes out. Hold the line. I've got another call. Hotel Paris, good morning. Yes, Mr. Frankenberg. Yes. You expect a guest? Mr. Paul Wexberg. I'll send him up as soon as he comes. Thank you. Hello, Z. Frankenberg just called from his room. He's expecting a guest whose name is Paul Wexberg. He wants him sent to his rooms as soon as he arrives.
Good. Pat, I'm coming to the hotel immediately. L6 will install the dictaphone later. Keep your eyes open until I get there.
A few minutes later, Agent Z arrived and seated himself in the lobby. The spy's visitor, an old man, entered the hotel shortly after Z had taken his position. The old man went immediately to the spy's rooms. As the two talked, Agent Z listened from outside the door.
I'm not ready to talk with you yet.
You'll have to see me tonight.
But, Frankenberg, what am I to tell my wife? She wants to know what the work is that I'm doing.
Tell her it's none of her business.
But she wants to know. She says I cannot do it anymore unless I tell her.
When I found you, you had no money. You were starving. I'm paying you well. What more do you want?
What can I tell my wife?
Tell her that your work is confidential, and that if you tell anyone, even her, what you are doing, you'll lose your job. Now get out. Come back here day tonight.
But
I said get out.
Yes, Sir Frankenberg. I will be here a day.
See that you are.
The old man left the hotel. Agent Z followed him and found that he lived with his wife in a poorer section of Paris. However, beyond that, he learned little. At lunchtime, Agent Z again talked with Pat.
Hotel Paris.
Pat, this is Z. Has anything happened there?
Frankenberg hasn't left his room, Z. However, someone else visited him, a man about 40 years old.
Yes, I've already had a report on the second man, Pat. He was a messenger who delivered some secret papers. The messenger has been questioned. We know where he got the papers and what's in them. We can arrest Frankenberg and his whole organization, but we're holding off until we know how Frankenberg operates.
That's all the information I have, Z.
Well, perhaps you'll pick up something more this afternoon. I'll call you again later in the afternoon.
Throughout the afternoon, Agent Z searched for the answer. Somehow the spy, Frankenberg, was taking valuable information out of the country. But how? Z was convinced that the old man held the key to the problem. That night, Z was in the lobby when the old man entered.
I would like to see Frankenberg. He's expecting me.
Oh, yes. Your name is?
Wexberg. Professor Wexberg.
Won't you sit down for a moment? Herr Frankenberg's line is busy. I'll call you as soon as he tells me to send you up.
But I usually go up at once.
Yes, I know, but we have orders to announce all guests tonight. If you will, just sit down for a moment.
All right. I will wait. I will be sitting right over here.
Oh, Professor Wexberg, I heard you give your name at the desk. It's been a good many years since I've seen you.
You remember me?
Yes, and yet it's funny, Professor. I remember your face and your name, and yet I can't recall where we met.
It is quite possible that you never met me, my friend.
Huh?
And it is people used to come up to me on the street thinking they knew me. None of them did.
Well, how do you explain that?
They saw me on the stage, in the music hall.
Oh, of course, you're a musician.
No. I am Professor Wexberg, the great memory expert. You remember I used to add up long columns of figures, all in my head.
Oh, of course. Well, it's good to see you again.
Thank you for remembering me. But go, I am expected upstairs.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Professor.
Did you find out anything, Z?
Yes, Pat. I think I know the answer. Wait. As soon as the old man is out of sight, we'll follow him.
Z.
Yes, what is it? What did you see?
I'm not sure, but I think Frankenberg has been watching us.
Yeah?
There was a man in that chair behind you, and when you turned toward me, he got up and ran up the stairs. I only saw him out of the corner of my eye.
Well, if it was Frankenberg, he'll guess that I know his game. Come on. We've got to get upstairs fast.
Pat was right. The spy, Frankenberg, had overheard the conversation between Agent Z and the old professor. A sixth sense told him he was in danger. He rushed upstairs and faced the old man.
Who was the man you talked with in the lobby?
I don't know his name. He was a man who remembered me.
A man who remembered you. I'll tell you who he was. He was a special agent.
Special agent? I don't understand.
You don't understand? Do you know what you've been doing for months?
I have been working for you.
You've been working as a spy.
I have been a spy? What are you saying? All I did was memorize figures you gave me and then travel over into your country and recite them. You said it was part of a scientific experiment to see how much information the human brain could remember.
Those figures you memorized for the number of troops under arms, the number of guns ready for anti-aircraft defense, the number of field pieces. You've been spying against your own country for months. Now, because you talked, you'll face the firing squad unless you do as I tell you.
You have tricked me.
You'll die. They'll put you against a wall and shoot you at sunrise unless you do as I tell you.
But my wife, she is old. I am not a spy.
Here. Take this gun and do as I tell you. Take it. But now listen to me. You've carried every figure I ever gave you in your mind. You've never had the paper in your hand. They can't prove anything against you unless they capture me. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand. If they don't capture you, I am safe. I can see I don't remember.
That's it. The special agent you talked with will be here in a minute. When he comes, I want you to hold him up with this gun. Keep him here until I get away. Then you'll be safe. He's here already. I'm going down the fire escape.
Open up, Frankenberg.
Remember, keep him covered with the gun until I get away.
No, I can't do it. If I have betrayed my beloved France, you are to blame. Why? You are the one to die.
Don't point that gun at me, you fool.
I have been a fool, but I am not one now.
Open this door or I'll shoot the lock off.
Wait, Mr. Special Agent. First, I must do something for my country. First, I must do something for my country. Herr Frankenberg, I have never killed a man before.
Don't. Wait.
Agent Z reporting K7. The spy, Karl Frankenberg, is dead. He was sending such information as the number of men under arms, the number of field pieces, fighting planes, and other statistics out of the country by the simple method of having a former vaudeville memory expert memorize the figures and leave the country with them. The expert was an old man. When he learned how he had been used, he shot the spy. The case is closed.
Some spies who work against peace are clever, but often their cleverness is their undoing. The advice which France gives her soldiers is worth remembering. Be silent, be on your guard. The ears of the enemy are listening to you. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Thank you for visiting/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Baghdad, Martinique, Singapore, and all the places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. The National Broadcasting Company presents the first in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve. You're going to run this pretty little boat right onto the rocks if you don't put your hands on the wheel.
Automatic pilot.
W5,
WRS, calling W2BYR.
I should have known you'd have one of those on your boat.
So help me. First time in my life I've ever used it, Evelyn.
Eloise.
Hello, sure.
W5, WRS, calling W2BYR.
Steve. Why don't you turn that radio off?
I never should have turned it on.
What's all that W stuff? Who's that silly woman trying to get, anyway?
Oh,
W5, WRS, calling W2BYR.
That's the ship-to-shore operator.
Brother, you know 'em all. What does she want with you?
I'm afraid I know. Well, I guess I better answer before they send the Coast Guard. W5WRS from W2BYR. Go ahead.
Stand by, W2BYR. I have a call for you. Go ahead. This is Ruth, Steve. The commissioner wants to see you right away. Over.
Now, look, Ruth. I said only call me in an emergency. Over.
The commissioner says this is an emergency. Over.
But I'm in the middle of a big deal, Ruth. I'm tied up. Over.
Just a minute, Steve. He says untie her and get into the office.
But tell him... Oh, okay. I'll come back. Out. Eloise, I'm afraid
And
we'll...
for this, I broke another day.
Now, look, Eloise, I'm sorry.
So what do? I go out and buy a new sunsuit.
And it's a very nice sunsuit.
I even fry some chicken for the first time in my life. I fry some chicken.
But this probably won't take long.
And what am I supposed to do in the meantime? And what am I going to do with all that fried chicken?
Well, keep it on ice for me, huh? Hello, Commissioner.
Steve, I trust you concluded your big deal satisfactorily.
Well, I...
Steve, ever hear of the Throp Foundation?
Throp Foundation? Sure. That's the private charity that's been sending a lot of relief shipments to Europe.
Right. They've done quite a job over there. Tons of food and medical supplies.
Yeah, that's the outfit. What about them?
Their last 3 shipments to Sicily have been stolen.
Oh? You mean off the boat?
No, from the Foundation's warehouse in Messina, Sicily.
I see.
We've been instructed to get to the bottom of it. As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent. Ruth has your credentials in order.
Okay.
On the surface, your assignment will be to write a story about the stolen shipments. Actually, I want you to find out who's been stealing those shipments. And to be frank, Steve, I'm sending you into a pretty nasty situation over there.
What do you mean?
The Throp Foundation has had 2 men working on this case. One of them has been missing for 2 weeks.
What about the other one?
Oh, they found him all right. His throat had been cut.
Well, that's reassuring.
We're sending you because we think you can take care of yourself and handle the danger.
When do you want me to leave?
Good. As soon as possible. Now, if you need help or information once you get to Sicily, contact Emilio Donati in Messina.
Who's Emilio Donati?
He runs a bar in Messina. We think he's a friend of ours.
Okay.
There's just one more thing I should warn you about, Steve.
You know, you're making this assignment sound real attractive, Commissioner. What is it?
I guess you've heard of the Sicilian bandit they call Lorenzo.
Yeah, who hasn't? He's got the whole countryside terrorized.
Steve, I don't know whether he has anything to do with all this or not, but if he has, watch yourself.
Yep. Looks like I got a real honey this time.
You did, but it's vital to us that those relief shipments get through. Trouble usually starts from empty stomachs.
Yeah.
That's all. You've got your assignment, Steve. Your plane leaves in 2 hours. Good luck.
Eduardo, this is Dino speaking. The American just landed. See. Report it to the chief at once.
Signore, taxi, eh? You want a taxi, signore?
Yeah. Hey, look, driver, you know your way around Messina pretty well, huh?
Ma, sure. I live here most of my life, signore. At the age of 3, I was brought here from Palermo. So I know every house, every street, every building, every bar.
Yeah. Okay, so you know your city. Now, take me to the Throp Foundation warehouse.
Again?
Throp Foundation warehouse. You know where it is?
Throp?
No. Throp. It's a... Ah, well, never mind. Just take me to the Rienzi Hotel. I'm sure you must have heard of that.
Ma, sure. I'm going to put your baggage in the car, senor.
Hello. Sorry I'm late.
You're not late. You're just in time.
I heard you inquiring for the Throp Foundation, so you must be Ralph Gillette. I'm Helen Collier. I was supposed to meet you here at the airport, and
Look, I'm afraid there's been a mistake. My name's not Gillette. It's Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
I thought you were the one I was supposed to meet. I'm sorry.
Believe me, I'm sorry, too. Couldn't we just pretend I was?
I'm afraid Mr. Archer wouldn't understand.
Already I don't like Mr. Archer. Don't even know him. Who is he?
My boss. He's in charge of the Foundation's office here in Messina.
Oh, wait a minute. You worked for the Throp Foundation?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Archer's been expecting a new man to fly down from Rome, Mr. Gillette. I thought you were he.
Oh. I wonder if you'd tell me where the Foundation office is. I'm a foreign correspondent, and I'd like an interview with your boss.
Oh, well, I could go with you and show you where it is, because it doesn't look like Mr. Gillette is on the plane anyway.
Fine. I have a cab over here.
You say you're a foreign correspondent. I suppose you want to do a story on the stolen relief shipments.
Yep.
Well, good luck. Mr. Archer doesn't want any publicity about it. Thinks it would have an adverse effect on donations from the States.
Oh, well, here we are. Pardon us, gentlemen.
Si, signor. Eduardo, out of the man's way. Of course, your pardon, senor.
Well, I'll see if I can get some kind of a statement from him. Are there just the two of you in the Messina office?
Yes, right now. There were 3 of us. Paul Wainwright was the 3rd, but he got fired a few days ago.
At the Hotel Rienzi, no?
No. Throp Foundation.
Tropa?
Tropa? Oh, Via Delgada.
Oh, si, signorina.
Hey, you must have the magic touch. This Paul Wainwright, he was fired by Mr. Archer?
Yes, 3 days ago.
Senor, you ready, huh?
Si.
Did you hear what the signorina told the driver?
Si, Eduardo. Via Delgada. That is the address of the Throp Foundation. I will report it. You follow the American.
Mr. Mitchell, you must understand my position. It's not that I don't want to cooperate with you and your press association, but at the same...
The stolen shipments are news, Mr. Archer, and news is my job.
Well, I know all that, but just stop and think what's going to happen if the news spreads around back in the States. Our donations would probably stop coming in. We think it's vital that these shipments continue.
I see. Well, in that case, could you give me an off-the-record statement about it?
I might, if I were sure it would be treated as such.
I'll make a deal with you. We won't break the story unless or until the thieves are rounded up.
Well, all right. I guess that's fair enough.
There have been 3 shipments stolen, right?
Yes, from our warehouse. It's right downstairs.
Yes, I noticed it as I came up. Did you have anyone guarding the shipments?
Of course, we kept doubling the guard, but each time they were overpowered.
Sounds like the thieves have a pretty large outfit.
Yes, apparently they do.
I suppose you've heard of the bandit they call Lorenzo.
Oh, certainly. Everybody in Sicily's heard of him. He's got the whole country terrorized.
He's supposed to have a hideout up in the mountains.
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Mitchell. That Lorenzo's men could have stolen the shipments. I thought of that right away myself.
Well, it's possible, isn't it?
Yes, it's possible. Personally, I don't think Lorenzo had anything to do with it. With Lorenzo's reputation what it is, it would be relatively easy for someone else to make it look as if Lorenzo had done it.
That's an interesting thought. Incidentally, you fired one of your men a few days ago, didn't you? Paul Wainwright?
That is something that I'd rather not discuss.
Oh?
Of course, I don't want to persecute the man just because some of his actions appeared vaguely suspicious to me. I have no proof of anything at all.
I see. Well, thanks for the information. I'll see you later.
You wish a table, senor?
Oh, yeah. Please.
Right here.
Thanks.
I am Carlotta. What will you have?
Beer.
But it is after dark. It's time to drink wine.
Emily Post may not like it, but I still want beer.
Anything you wish. I will bring it.
Look, is the boss in, Carlotta?
Emilio Domati? See, he's here. Why?
I like the scenery. I might set up a charge account. Where is he?
The fat one. Over at the bar. I will tell him to come over.
No, never mind. I'll go over there.
See, I'm coming.
Emilio Donati?
So I am called, senor.
I told a friend of mine in the States I'd say hello to you.
So? I know many people in the States, senor.
I'm pretty sure you'll know my friend, the commissioner.
Commissioner?
Yeah. I think you're expecting me. I'm Steve Mitchell.
A name can be used by anyone, senor.
Here. You recognize the handwriting?
Ah, see. You are Steve Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how can I help?
I'm working on the theft of the relief shipments.
Yeah, I thought that would be it. That's a very bad thing, Steve. There are so many people are hungry here in Sicily.
Yeah. Look, a fellow named Paul Wainwright was fired from the Throp Foundation a few days ago, and Archer acts like he thinks Wainwright's involved in the theft.
Paul Wainwright. I know who he is.
I'd like to talk to him. Can you arrange it?
See, in an hour or two, I will send the word for him to come to the back room of my bar off the alley. We can talk to him there.
Quarter after 11. Wainwright ought to be showing up pretty soon, hadn't he?
See, he should have been here by now, Steve.
There's another lead I want to run down, too, Emilio.
Hmm?
Do you have any idea where the bandit Lorenzo's headquarters are?
Oh, see, in the mountains to the west over here.
Think you could furnish me a guide?
A guide?
Yeah, just to get me into the general area. After that, I'll go it alone and do a little reconnoitering undercover.
Steve, you must not try a thing like that.
Look, it's the quickest way of proving whether Lorenzo's involved in these thefts or not. If he is, he's probably got a lot of the supplies hidden away in those mountains.
His men would capture you. He has lookouts all over the mountains. Well, just last month, an entire division went up there and...
Sure. That's the point. There were so many Lorenzo's men spotted them easy. But one man alone in the brush could be hard to find.
Steve, Lorenzo has a small army of cutthroats up there. They are fanatically loyal to him.
Could you get me a guide?
Look, the danger. You must realize the danger.
Yeah. Lorenzo isn't stupid enough to kill an American correspondent.
That must be Paul Wainwright. Oh, come in, Senor Wainwright.
No, thanks. Look, Donati, and you too, whatever your name is. There's a waste of time. We've got nothing to talk about. Oh!
Wainwright.
Knife in the bag. Emilio, get out of the light. Get down. Someone's running down the alley.
Don't follow him, Steve. Huh? It may be a trap. There may be others waiting in the dark.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Wainwright, see...
He's dead, Steve. Now perhaps you realize that there's a real danger here for you. They know you are not a correspondent. Do you still wish a guide?
I'll be waiting in room 23, Rienzi Hotel.
All right. I will send a man over.
Signor Mitchell?
Yeah. Who are you?
Casella.
Casella? That's supposed to mean something to me?
Emilio Donati sent me to you.
Oh, you're the guide.
Si, signor. I am to conduct you to the mountain where Lorenzo and his band are hiding.
Oh, Emilio didn't lose any time, did he?
It was thought best to travel at night, so that we may be in the mountains before the sun comes up.
Yeah, I guess that would be best.
We will drive to the foot of the mountains by car. Then we'll use horses on the trails. It is all arranged.
Good. When do you want to start?
As soon as possible.
Okay, let's go. Hey, pretty narrow trail up here, Casella.
Si, signor.
About time for sunrise, isn't it?
But a few more minutes and it will be light.
You say, you think Lorenzo's hiding out somewhere on that mountain up there ahead of us?
Si, that is what I have heard.
Okay, let's stop here a minute. I'll go it alone from here, Casella. There's no point in your going any farther. Thanks very much.
Si, signor. You're right. There is no point in going any farther. Put your hands in front of you.
What?
Do as I say, signor. I am going to tie your hands.
Look, what is this anyway? Hey, wait a minute. You're one of Lorenzo's men.
So true, signor. It will do you no good to resist. Do not try to escape. There's a man blocking your trail. See? He has a gun.
Okay, I'll try it through you.
Stop!
Come on.
Stop!
I'm coming through.
Eduardo, quick! Come and help me! Eduardo, help!
Okay, Casella. That's for the double cross, bub.
Senor, I have a gun. I said stop.
Okay. Looks like you win.
Good. Now I tie you. Hold your hands up.
Okay. Here's one of them.
All right, senor. I will use the gun this way. So, Senor Mitchell. Casella, are you all right?
See, I think so. Except my nose. It is bleeding.
Fool, you deserve it. Come, we'll take the American to Lorenzo.
He's coming to Eduardo. Go tell Lorenzo.
See?
Oh. Casella.
See, Casella. This is for the bloody nose you gave me, senor. Hey.
Well, thanks. Looks like I got taken for the well-known ride. I thought Emilio Donato was a friend.
Sometimes it is difficult to know who your friends are.
You're so right.
Here is Lorenzo now.
Well, Senor Mitchell, you're feeling better now, huh?
Not much.
Welcome to my camp.
Thanks. So you're Lorenzo?
See, I have that honor.
Honor?
Of course.
Where are we?
Walk with me and I will show you. As you see, you're on top of a mountain. This is my headquarters.
Hey, you can see 100 miles from here.
See, this is why I choose this place.
But where are the guards?
Guards? You are not my prisoner. You are my guest. But see below us, my men are camped there. Is it not a reassuring sight?
Hey, that looks like a small army.
120 patriots.
Patriots, you call them?
Of course, they serve Lorenzo.
Got a pretty good opinion of yourself, huh?
I am one of the most brilliant men I have ever met.
Really? You know, you don't talk like you've spent your whole life in these mountains.
Oh, I have, as you say, been around. I attended a university in Italy for 2 years.
But you came back to this. How come?
A sense of duty, senor. I rob the rich and give to the poor.
Yeah? That sounds pretty, Lorenzo. But are you sure it's not just because you're a thief at heart?
You are shrewd, senor. Well, why not? From my experience in the world, I have learned that one must look out for oneself.
Oh?
Consider the recent war. Nobody won it. Consider the peace. Again, nobody wins it. Everyone quarrels and fights. Now, is it not much more clever to take what one wants, to be concerned only with oneself?
You know, your kind of thinking isn't helping things any.
Perhaps not, but it is profitable to me. Senor, this conversation is pleasant, but I still do not understand why you were so anxious to spy on my camp.
No? You ever hear of the Throp Foundation?
No. What is it, senor?
A relief outfit that's been shipping food and medical supplies here to Sicily.
Oh? Does this concern me?
That's what I'm wondering. At least 3 shipments have been stolen from a warehouse in Messina.
And of course you think that I stole them.
It's a pretty good bet.
Well, I am sorry to disappoint you, senor, but as you see, there are no supplies here. Look around you. I have nothing to hide.
No?
It is my fate, senor. Whenever a crime is committed in Sicily, I am immediately accused. I suppose I should feel flattered. It has often occurred to me that the police must find me very convenient.
How so?
It would be most embarrassing for them if I were captured. Then they would have no one to blame for all their unsolved crimes. Well, I'm sorry you made this trip for nothing, senor.
Well, if you've got nothing to hide, how come you went to so much trouble to capture me?
I was told you wanted to see Lorenzo, so I thought I would make it easy. You were very rough with my men, senor. But no matter. We will be friends. And you will go back to America and tell everyone what a gracious host is Lorenzo.
Oh, you want a press agent, huh? Hey, wait a minute.
What?
That girl coming up the trail. She looks awfully familiar.
Oh, her name is Carlotta.
Yeah, now I recognize her. She works at Emilio Donati's bar.
See.
Everything's starting to add up.
I am afraid Carlotta is not very happy with me at present.
No?
She has been very useful to me in the past, but she is so possessive. She is very upset to learn that there had been another woman here. There, you see how she sulks? I believe she thinks that she is punishing me. Ah, Carlotta, my dear.
Speak to me, Lorenzo. Do not speak to me.
You climbed up here to tell me that?
I am true with you. You have not been true to me.
Oh, you are not very flattering, my dear. Of course I have not been true to you. That would be to deprive others.
Oh, so good for nothing, you.
I think I'd better leave you here to take out your temper on the American. I have other affairs to look after.
Beast. I lie for him. I steal for him.
Maybe you ought to pick your friends a little more carefully. So, you're the one that put the bee on me at Donati's, huh? You had Lorenzo send that phony guide to my room.
Treat me this way after all I do for him. Oh, the beast. I do not think you would treat me that way.
Huh?
I think if you were my friend, you would treat me nice.
Now, look.
Would you like to be Carlotta's friend?
It's okay with me if you're trying to make Lorenzo jealous, but use somebody else.
Kiss me.
Hey, cut it out.
Come on, kiss me.
Hey.
You like it?
Well, under other circumstances, maybe. Right now, no.
You should not have done that, Carlotta.
Lorenzo,
Perhaps
look.
that will show you cannot treat me as you have. If you do not want me, there are others who do.
You are such a child, Carlotta. I am afraid this presents a problem.
Look, there's no problem. I've got no interest in Carlotta, believe me.
Oh, I'm aware of that. But some of my men there below may have seen her kiss you, senor, and that is the problem. I must not allow anything to shake their confidence in me. The appearance is everything. No, it is not Carlotta I am thinking about. She is nothing.
Oh, dog, that you should talk about me like that. What if I were to tell the American about...
Shut up, Carlotta.
Wait a minute. What did you say, Carlotta?
Then you would wish you had not treated me that way.
I told you to keep your mouth shut.
Oh. I will tell.
Carlotta!
On the other side of the mountain is a cave. Lorenzo has hidden the relief shipments there.
Well, Lorenzo. So you've got nothing to hide.
Now, indeed, I have no choice, senor. Carlotta, give me your scarf.
You're going to fight with the knives over me.
Fool! To think it is you I am considering.
Hey, look, let's consider me for a minute.
I did not intend to kill you, senor, but as you see now, I must. Here, take this knife.
Now, wait a minute.
Put the end of the scarf between your teeth.
Huh?
There, as I do the other end.
Oh,
so, now we circle slowly.
Hey, look, let's cow this foolishness, will you?
Do not hold the knife that way.
Huh?
Use the underhand grip. Do you know nothing at all about knife fighting?
As much as I want to know. Not for the last time.
I am sorry. Defend yourself.
Okay, you asked for it.
You twist the knife from my hand.
Yeah. You may know knife fighting, but you're pretty sad on judo.
Oh, Lorenzo! You've killed Lorenzo.
Just a rabbit punch, lady. Won't even leave a scar. So long.
Dog of a dog. Oh, God. Carissimo.
Oh.
He has killed you. Oh, Lorenzo. Lorenzo.
Will you stop that silly babbling?
Lorenzo, you are all right.
See, except the back of my neck.
I will tell your men to go after him.
No, this is a personal matter. They might find it hard to understand how the American escaped from me. I will go after him alone.
I will go with you.
You will wait here, Carlotta. I will attend to you when I return.
Lorenzo.
I may be gone until dark, because if I do not find the American, then there is someone in Messina I must talk to. Now get me my horse.
Oh, boy, my wind is shot. Maybe it's the altitude. Whew. Hey, horse. Ahead of me somewhere. I better play it safe. Hey, Donati!
What?
Over here, Emilio.
Steve Mitchell, you are safe.
Yeah.
I sent the guide to your room the first thing this morning. He said you were gone.
Yeah, one of Lorenzo's men got there first. Your waiter, Carlotta, tipped them off about me.
Carlotta?
Yeah. Think that horse of yours can carry both of us?
Lorenzo's men, they will be after you.
Yeah, that's a good reason for not hanging around here any longer.
All right, come. I'm going to help you up. Wait, listen. My horse is coming.
Come on, get your horse into the brush here. Cover up his nose so he won't whinny.
Steve, it's Lorenzo. He's alone.
Yeah, heading towards Messina, too.
Look, I have a gun. We can capture him.
No, not yet, Emilio. Come on, we'll give him the lead, then follow him into Messina. It's possible he's got more on his mind than just finding me. If so, I want to know what it is.
Lorenzo.
Senor Arch.
Why, you fool coming here to the Foundation office. My secretary will be back any minute.
The American escaped.
What? How could he?
We will not go into that.
Oh, you stupid fool. You've ruined everything. Mitchell must know all about the stolen shipments now.
See, he knows I stole them, but he does not know that you are involved, Archer.
He might as well. We're through now, Lorenzo. Through. And all because of your stupidity.
Do not talk that way to me, Archer.
I'd planned it so well. Even when Paul Wainwright became suspicious, I fired him. Then I had his mouth shut permanently. And now you ruined it, you blundering half-breed.
You keep your mouth shut. This will help you.
Lorenzo, I'll kill you. This gun is quicker than your knife.
Well, Lorenzo and Archer. The Gold Dust twins.
Mitchell.
Very neat. So you two did work it together, huh?
You're wrong, Mitchell. I've just captured a notorious bandit.
You lying dog. It was you who raised me.
Get back, Mitchell.
Give me that. That gun's safer with me, Archer.
You've got nothing on me.
You mean because Lorenzo can't talk?
If you want to put it that way.
There's one witness you overlooked, Archer. Carlotta. Yeah. When she finds out you killed Lorenzo, she'll sing plenty, and it's a song you're not going to like.
Well, did you send your report to the commissioner, Steve?
Yeah, I called him. He said the Throp Foundation had sent a new man over to head up the office here.
Well, and now you can relax for a few days. We're going to eat and drink and have a good time. You will have such a food as you never tasted. Scallopini, escarole, a pizza that melts in your mouth.
That sounds fine, Emilio, but I think I'll be heading back to the States.
Now, what's the hurry?
Well, someone back there is keeping some fried chicken on ice for me.
Well, fried chicken?
Yeah. It's got to be eaten on a boat, too.
Steve, I don't understand. What's so special about eating fried chicken on a boat?
Well, you see, she's not the chicken. That is, Oh, well, just take my word for it, huh? So long, Emilio.
Just heard the first in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy and written by Bob Wright. This program was directed by Bill Karn with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, as Steve Mitchell, embarks on another Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows. Now, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, this business I'm in can get pretty silly sometimes. I can go along for a whole month and get by on nothing but meals at the automat and a dozen laughs a day. The funny ones usually pay just as well as the tough ones, but eventually somebody starts something that's about as funny as an open grave. So then I put on a long face and start carrying my .38. I don't worry about those times because I don't think about them. I just know they'll be around, and I know I won't have to bother about it unless I get my 100 a day in expenses. That's the equalizer. As long as I get that ever-loving loot in my little hot hand, Lucifer can walk in with a machine gun and I'll arm wrestle him for the price of a hot dog. Last week, I stopped in the middle of a real yocker and realized that I'd been giggling overtime. That's right. The cycle had caught up with me, and the label on my future had changed from fun time to trouble, and no guarantee as to the date of expiration. What started all this? Well, one morning on 53rd Street, a couple of guys were just pulling up in front of a garage.
This the garage?
Yeah. Go on, drive in.
Here comes a guy.
Yeah, this is big luck for us. The guy coming is the guy I want. I don't want he should see me yet, so you keep talking to him, and I'll get out this side. Tell him to look at the motor or something.
Something I can do for you, mister?
Yeah. Take a look at the motor. It's been missing.
Sounds all right.
It don't drive like it sounds, so take a look at it.
Okay, sure. Race it once.
Huh?
I said race it once.
He don't hear so well.
Huh?
Hello, Billy boy.
Where did you come from? How did you get here?
One at a time, Billy. I came in the car, got out the other side. You're looking good, Billy, real good.
What do you want? How did you find me?
Can't you ask just one simple question? You get so all mixed up, Billy.
Look, leave me alone, please.
Sure, Billy, I'll leave you alone. All alone, you louse.
Diamond Detective Agency, our 30-day test revealed that not one single case of throat irritation was due to strangling.
Oh, Rick, you're awful.
Oh, how can you say that? I'm lovely, I'm engaged, now you steal wool.
Oh, you idiot.
Ah, you Pete. Hello, honey.
Hi. Am I going to see you tonight?
Sure, what'll we do?
You get here about 8, I'll think of something.
Oh, let's stay in. I've got that awful broke feeling again.
Oh, is business bad, Rick?
Well, it's pretty bad, but it gives me a chance to get some exercise.
Exercise?
Yeah, I found a Japanese beetle in the desk the other day, been giving me judo lessons.
I'll just pretend I didn't hear that.
Don't knock it. Vaudeville's on the way back.
Leave it alone. Let it live.
Helen.
I'll see you about 8.
Wait a minute, honey. I think I forgot to shut something off. People are running in.
Clients?
I'll find out. Oh, would one of you gentlemen mind dropping a few $100 bills on the floor?
Well?
I'll call you right back. I don't think they're spendthrifts.
All right, Rick. Bye.
Bye, honey. Well, now, lads, what can I do for you?
Your name Diamond?
Yeah? Would you mind closing the door? I've got a beetle that'll break my arm if he catches cold.
Hey, this guy's screwy, boss.
Shut the door like he says. You got a beetle, huh, funny man?
Yeah, and I'll bet you 8 to 5 he can throw you.
Well, if you have got a beetle, he must be running around your head, but I ain't got time to find out.
You know something? I don't think we're going to get along.
You may be right, funny man. It depends.
On what?
On whether or not you turn the bundle over to me.
Look, Rockerhead, if you're looking for your laundry, you got the wrong Ben.
I don't like the way this guy talks.
No, but first we ask him nice. We want the bundle, funny man.
You just said that.
I say it again for you. Then if you don't get it, I make you understand.
Like how? You couldn't point out Clyde Beatty in a lion cage.
Here it is. Now try hard. I want the bundle.
I know this will throw you, but what bundle?
He's going to be difficult, boss.
Shut up. Look, Shamus, some of my friends think I'm kind of good-natured, but sometimes I fool them and get nasty.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You want to know what bundle? I tell you. Maybe you snap out of it. The bundle the dame gave you, the 200,000.
200,000? 200,000 what? Girdles?
That does it. Vern, see why the Shamus is lying.
Now, wait a minute, Buster. You go on the muscle with me, and I'll tear off your biceps and stuff them in your fat face.
Vern.
Yeah?
Oh, nuts. Why is it a 38 always changes my mind, and I wanted to be so virile?
I'm going to use this gun unless you tell us where you got the 200,000.
Now, this is getting silly.
No, it ain't.
Well,
It's getting bloody, see?
Hey, now, what's going on?
I told you, funny man. I want what you got.
Well, what I got hurts, and you're welcome to it.
You sure? Ask for it.
No.
Come on. You save your head from getting squashed, and me and Vern save a lot of time. Where you got the dough?
Look, I didn't know what you were talking about when you started, and I'm just as stupid now.
You are that, funny man. Vern?
Hey, wait. Now,
A gun barrel can cut you up pretty bad. You want to see how bad, or do you want to tell us?
You think I like the massage? I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't like to be kept waiting, you. I don't like it none, see? Now you spill your gut, so my boy chops you up like hamburger. Open your yap and sing. Sing, you hear me?
Okay, but you won't like it. I can't begin to tell you.
Close his lousy mouth. Close it good.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't like it.
Now, funny man, you got a wisecrack? You gonna still make like a hero? Answer me, funny man, or I step on your face.
Boss.
Shut up.
But, boss.
Yeah. What do you want?
He don't hear you. He's out.
Huh? Oh. Well, what did you sap him so hard for, stupid? Maybe you turned him off for good.
Nah. He'll be around in a couple of minutes. Then I can work on his ribs. He'll tell us where he's got the dough.
I don't know.
You don't know what? He's got the dough. You sure know that?
Yeah, the dame says she give it to him.
You think maybe she crossed you? You think she skipped?
I think maybe we better find out. This Shamus is pretty stubborn and pretty clean. I think we find out.
How?
You watch. I'll search the joint, then we'll get out of here.
What about the Shamus?
He'll make it all right. I want him around for a while. After we find the dough, you can put him back to sleep.
Mr. Diamond. Mr. Diamond. Mr. Diamond, wake up.
Oh, it's all right, honey. I'm not coming in.
Mr. Diamond, wake up.
Mm-hmm. Oh. What a nice sweater.
How do you feel?
Well, a quick comparison might be a garter snake and a log jam.
Well, you don't look very comfortable. Why don't you sit up?
Afraid my eyes might fall out. Oh.
Better?
Yeah. Know any shaggy dog stories? I could use a laugh.
How did you get like this?
It wasn't easy. How long have I been here?
I just came in. I was going to call the police when you started mumbling.
Mumbling?
Yes, you said something like, "Oh, it's not so late, honey. And can I come in for a drink?" You must have been dreaming.
I'm glad I woke up. She probably didn't have a drink in the house anyway. Pardon me, honey, but I gotta run some water over my bumps.
You don't look so bad, considering.
Oh, considering what? Do people get run over by trucks every day?
When you start feeling better, I'd like to talk business.
Oh, well, with business, I straighten right up. What's on your mind? Oh, that sweater.
I want you to guard something for me.
Why? You're the type that goes bear hunting with a switch.
Is that supposed to be nasty?
Well, take a guess. I just get mauled up by two gorillas, and before they get nasty, they mention some dame and some money, and you know anything about it?
Why should I?
Well, I wake up, and there you are. I thought maybe you stopped by to see if the boys get a gold star for the work.
I don't know anything about it. Now, do you mind if I sit down?
No. I'm sorry, I haven't got anything more comfortable. Termites just walked out with my couch. What do you want guided, lover?
I can't tell you what it is, but it's in a locker at the 42nd Street subway. I want you to pick it up and keep it with you until I call for it.
I get $100 a day in expenses, and when I don't know what I'm doing, the fee looks like a skyrocket.
Here's $500. When I pick up the item, you get $500 more.
Ooh.
And I'll be back in 2 days.
Well, I was going to start looking for the guys who gave me this headache, but $1,000 makes me impatient. You, got the key to the locker?
Yeah, right here. By the way, do you work nights, Mr. Diamond?
Well, not in the office. Don't you think I ought to know your name?
You get the item, and I'll introduce myself in 2 days. And I do keep a drink in the house, Mr. Diamond.
She got up then and walked out of the room like Eve with half an apple. I put some iodine on my face and headed for the 42nd Street subway. All the way down, I kept thinking about those 2 mugs who had worked me over, and for the life of me, I couldn't guess why. I didn't know it then, but if I could have guessed, it probably would be for the life of me. I reached the subway and went down. I found the locker, opened it, reached in, and pulled out a small black leather bag with a lock on it. Out of curiosity, I tested the weight and finally decided I must be guarding a sack full of spider webs. I tucked it under my arm and turned to go. But sometimes things don't always work out the way you plan them.
Okay, Shamus. Let's have the bag.
Oh, when am I ever going to make Eagle Scout? I should have smelled something. Hello, Vern.
I'm in a hurry. If you wisecrack, you get dead. Give me the bag.
Where's your friend? Out collecting heads?
I guess I gotta kill you.
We guess again. Here's the bag.
Okay. I should make a hole in you just because you ain't honest. You had the dough all the time.
You mean in that bag?
Oh, now don't tell me it ain't in it.
Well, if it is, Buster, it's all in one bill. Feel the weight.
Hey, it is too light. Why, you lousy, no-good gumshoe. This time I don't play around. Frank wants that dough, and you're going to show me where it is.
Oh, I wish you'd get yourself a 22. Those big guns make dents in my back.
I'm going to count 3, and you're going to tell me where the dough is, or I'll kill you all over the place.
You could make it 100, could you? It's so much fun when you pass 50.
Be funny. You're only killing one guy. 1.
This never happened when I went on next to closing.
2.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Look.
You look. It's your last chance.
Drop it, Byrne. You're boxed up.
Hey, who's that?
The Marines.
Why, you dirty...
Rick, are you all right?
Oh, Walt, I know you're bashful about these things, but you're going to be kissed.
Oh, now stop that. Otis, have your boys keep the crowd back.
All right. Keep back. Come on.
What about the gunner?
You shot him good, Lieutenant.
Well, I'm glad you noticed, you mallet head. Now, what about him?
He's dead.
How did you find that out? 20 questions?
Oh, yeah? Well, I guess we saved your life this time.
Well, I hope I can do the same for you sometime, Sergeant, but science will hate me.
Now, don't you start blubbering again, Otis. I couldn't stand it. Go get the wagon like a good boy.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Now, what's this all about, Rick?
Believe me, Walt, I don't know. How did you get here?
We got a call from a dame about 10 minutes ago. Said you were coming down here and some guy was going to kill you.
Well.
Now, don't you well me. I want to know what this is all about.
Let's get on to headquarters and I'll tell you just what I know. Well, are you coming?
You mean you're going to cooperate?
Well, certainly.
Oh, Otis.
What's the matter, Walt?
I feel a little faint. Would you mind helping me up the stairs? I think I've been working too hard.
Walt and I left the subway and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. On the way over, I told him about the girl and about the 2 hoods who had worked me over in my office. When we reached the station, he shoved the rogues gallery at me, and I started going through the miles of photographs.
Well, the guy we shot in the subway was one Vern Gironda, small-time torpedo, but we can't find out anything else. Can't you find the other one in any of those pictures?
Well, I've looked through them all. All I know is his name is Frank. Maybe he hasn't got a record.
Here, try this stack. Dates back to the year 1.
Well, you can bet on one thing, Walt. The girl who called you was the girl who was in my office. She was the only one who knew I was going down to the locker in the subway.
But how did she know this Vern Gironda was going after you?
Well, she must have known he was going to tail me and that he was after something. Something that could have been in that black bag. It was a plant because she knew it was empty. I think she'd planned that when this Vern caught me with an empty bag, he'd get rough enough to shoot, and if you were there, you'd have to stop him.
You mean she wanted him dead?
Well, that's my guess. Dead or in jail, but out of the way.
That 200,000's probably behind it.
Walt?
You find something?
Yeah. This is the other guy who came into the office.
Yeah? Let's see. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
What's the matter with you? This is the man.
You're crazy. Now, you listen to me. If you're trying to start one of those routines again...
Oh, now, wait a minute. You asked me to pick out the hood that was in my office, and this is the boy. A little younger, maybe, but you know darn well I wouldn't make a mistake on identification.
This is screwy. This is ridiculous. Where's my bicarbonate?
Oh, what is wrong with you?
Rick, that's Frank Purcell, and he's been dead for 2 years.
What? Oh, wasn't he the guy who went over a 50-foot cliff with his whole gang?
That's right. The car burned. The only guy they didn't find in the wreck was Billy Crump. He disappeared completely.
Well, this one got out of it, too, and stayed around long enough to pay me a visit this morning. And his first name was Frank.
Oh, it's impossible. The boys chased them right after the holdup and shot out one of their tires. Watched the car go over and saw it turn.
Didn't they knock over the payroll at the Martin shipyard?
Sure, got away with 200...
$200,000.
Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, yeah. What is it?
I'm that killing down at the garage. That guy was just identified as being wanted for armed robbery.
Killing? Yeah, pretty bad. Somebody shot up a guy that worked in the place. Well, who was it?
Her name was Crump.
What?
Yeah, Billy Crump. Stuck up some shipyard about 2 years back.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, I was only telling you.
Okay. What else on it?
He has a wife, lives at 64th Street, apartment 205. That's all.
Well, don't just stand there, you applehead. Go get the car.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
Come on, Rick.
I'm waiting.
All right. I apologize.
Oh, you really don't have to, Walt. I was as confused as you were.
Was. But you're not now?
No, I don't think so, Walt. But let's get over to see Mrs. Crump. She can do a lot of straightening out.
I hope Mrs. Crump is in.
I forgot to tell you, Lieutenant. She calls herself Stewart, Mrs. Edna Stewart.
What?
Yeah. Her husband used her alias instead of Crump.
Oh, well, that's all right, Sergeant. Maybe when you start pounding a beat again, you'll think of those little things.
205, wasn't it, Walt?
How about it, Sergeant? It was 205, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant. 205. That was it. I remember. I might make a few mistakes.
Shut up.
Walt, hold it down.
I'm sorry. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Shut up.
Here it is, Walt. I'll give it a knock.
Go ahead.
Looks like no score.
Try the door.
Why, Walt, without a warrant?
Now, don't you start that again. If Frank Purcell is still alive, we're going to grab that 200 grand. We've got to work fast. Besides, I'm not trying the door. You are.
Well, it's open, unstained, and honest. I suppose you'd like me to trip you just so you can say you fell in by mistake?
Oh, come on. Pick up your big feet, Otis.
That would be hard, even for Samson.
Oh, yeah. Now, you listen to me, wise guy. I'm getting sick and tired of... Ooh, holy cow, Lieutenant. It's a body.
Rick, how about it?
Quite.
Mrs. Crump.
Mrs. Crump, Mrs. Stewart, the girl in my office this morning, no difference.
I figured she might be the one in your office when I heard Crump had a wife. She must have had the 200 grand, and Purcell killed her for it.
Well, you can bet the cash wasn't in the apartment because she was too smart to keep it here.
Well, there are no signs of a struggle. From the way she's lying, she was probably sitting at this desk.
Writing pad on the desk, Lieutenant.
Keep your paws off of it.
She was writing something. Went through to the bottom sheet. Yeah, numbers.
Otis, start casing the place and have a conscience when you pass the icebox.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Too many numbers for a phone. Walt, what are we looking for?
Purcell and the 200,000.
Okay. Now, we don't know where Purcell is, but that 200,000 had to cool off until Crump could spend it.
So?
Now, where would be the safest place to keep that much cash?
The numbers. Safety deposit box.
You have just won yourself, Sergeant Otis.
I should cut my throat first.
Now, it's a cinch Purcell has gone down to the safety deposit box.
Hey, I found a couple of plane tickets, Lieutenant. And it looked like they'd started to pack.
Yeah, let me see them. Two for Mexico City and good for the first. That ties it.
Would you mind whispering in my ear, or am I asking too much?
Walt, when Mrs. Crump came to my office, she made it very clear she'd be back in 2 days. That's the first of the month. I don't know how long she'd been there before I woke up, but she was interested in my office, and she was coming back in 2 days. Now, if she wanted to hide something, the best place would be somewhere that had already been searched. Otis, you think you could dig up a safety deposit box under the name of Crump or Stewart? Here's the number.
I can try.
Stout fellow. Now, Walt, if Frank Purcell did kill the girl and then headed for the deposit box, I don't think he found much. And the only other person that Mrs. Crump contacted and that he suspects is yours truly.
Uh-huh. And he'll tail you, or worse.
I hope so. But I want 10 minutes alone in my office before he catches up. Now, Otis, get going and call me at my place.
Right.
Now, Walt, I'm going to walk around for about half an hour and see if I can pick up a tail. Then I'll lead him to my office. I'll get there at exactly 2:30. You get there 10 minutes later. I think I'm going to need help.
I still wish I knew what you were up to.
Now, as soon as Otis finds that deposit box and tells me if Mrs. Crump was at the bank around 11 this morning, I'll tell you the whole thing. And if I'm lucky enough to stay alive, you'll have Frank Purcell to fill in the details. I left Walt and started walking. If Purcell was after me, he was too smart to let me spot him, so I just kept going until I'd used up the half hour, and I was on my way up to my office. Purcell wouldn't follow right away, so that gave me the 10 minutes I wanted. I went in and looked around. Nothing had changed. Desk, chair behind, and chair in front. Small closet with sink, hat rack, and bookcase. I went to work on the bookcase first. Nothing. So I took the desk apart. I kept going. Closet, under the rugs, still nothing. I took a breather and tried to reason it out. If I had suspected something in the beginning, where would be the last place I'd look? Something I never used. I didn't have a vacuum cleaner, so that was out. Then I remembered something. Something the girl had said that morning. Do you work nights, Mr. Diamond? I looked up at the big light bowl hanging from the ceiling. A little lost weekend, but it was worth a try. I walked over and snapped on the light switch. Score for Diamond. With the light on, the bowl became transparent, and lying at the bottom, I could see the outline of a large bundle. I forgot to smile because the footsteps coming up at the hall sounded like company. I turned off the light, went over to my desk, and sat down with a very comfortable 38 between my legs. Well, good afternoon, rocker boy. Did you forget your bucket of blood?
I forgot something? Sure, funny man. I forgot to leave you dead.
Don't look so unhappy. You tried.
I've been getting a big run around all day. So I brought me something to slow things down. You want to see it, or do I keep it in my pocket?
Well, if it's a mouse, I'll scream.
In this pocket, I got 6 ways to kill a louse. If you ain't seen a louse, just grab a mirror.
Oh, by George, by George. That was a good one. What's the matter? Was the deposit box empty?
Oh, you know about that, do you? I figured you was working with a dame. Well, you got a silent partner now.
You're right. Last time I saw her, she was speechless.
I'm going to do the same for you, funny man, but I make a deal. You say no or even maybe, and I'll kill you where you sit. You say okay, and I'll let you keep going till you choke on one of your jokes.
You tell me if I'm right, and I'll give you a quick answer. You've been after Billy Crump ever since the shipyard robbery because he got away with the money. You finally found his wife, and she got scared. She bought 2 tickets to Mexico. How'm I doing?
Great. You tell a good story.
When Mrs. Crump saw all that lovely cabbage, she got greedy. She got a hold of you and made a deal.
Yeah, she was a pretty smart chicken. I knock off her husband, Billy, and she splits the dough with me.
And if I guess right, at 11 o'clock this morning, while you were killing Billy Crump, she was grabbing the $200,000.
So that's how it goes. But after we rubbed out Billy, she called and said the dough was planted with you.
She wanted the dough herself. She used me to lead you to the subway.
Right.
Where were you?
Upstairs. I figured something was up.
Well, nice little plot. You kill her husband, the cops kill you and your torpedo, and bless her little heart, she winds up with a pot of gold.
No, she winds up dead. The dough wasn't in the box, so she planted it somewhere. We saw her coming in here after we worked you over. Now, I think she stashed the bundle here while you was out cold. So, do I get it, or do you die?
What are you going to do about that big, bad policeman outside the door?
I'm going to laugh at him because he ain't there.
Walt, stop snooping. Come on in.
Hey. Well, what do you know? You wasn't kidding.
This might mean a promotion, Purcell. You want to turn around and be a good boy, or do you want it the hard way?
I stay the way I am. You're in a tough spot, Mr. Copper. If this funny man's a friend of yours, he's going to get it the minute you try your luck.
Rick?
Yeah, Walt?
He's got a point. I might be lucky and get him just right, but it's a long shot, and if I miss, he'll pull the trigger on you.
You're pretty smart for a copper.
Walt?
Yeah?
The way it looks, we could be here all night unless somebody gets shot.
That's the way it looks.
What do you think, Purcell?
Like I said, the cop guns me, I gun you. Silly, ain't it?
Be a lot sillier if I had a gun.
Funny, man, that would be a riot.
Well, start laughing, pal.
You sure ruined that desk.
I couldn't help it. Had the gun between my knees. I move, he shoots. Had to try it right through the desk.
What are you sweating for?
Me? I could use you for a shower. How's Purcell?
Unhappy. How about it, Purcell?
I ain't giving odds. Hey, funny man, you know something? You ain't so funny.
Get the phone, Walt.
Yeah?
Lieutenant?
Oh, no. Yeah?
I found the box. The Crump dame was in the bank at 11 o'clock this morning. I found it pretty quick, huh?
Hooray for you. Wait a minute. Rick, you were right about the... Hey, where did he go?
Who, Lieutenant?
King Kong. Now, you get your big fat head over here.
Lieutenant.
What is it?
Okay if I turn on the siren?
Oh...
the iodine and bandages, Miss Helen.
Oh, thank you, Francis. Stop squirming, Rick.
Oh, honey, I know what's coming when I leave here. I'm going to look like an advertisement for a snappy funeral.
You baby. It's just a little iodine and bandages.
Oh, get her. You use enough iodine to stain an elephant, and so much bandage you could roll up a herd of mummies.
All right, then get infected.
I am infected.
Rick, stop
Come
that.
Here now, come here. I've had a tough day. I've been beat up, shot at, and been insulted by Sergeant Otis. I need some relaxation. I want to play.
Should I leave, miss?
You stay right where you are. I think there's a wolf loose.
Francis.
Yes, Mr. Diamond.
Have you studied your lessons on how to be a private detective?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm up to Chapter 8.
But have you read Chapter 8 yet?
Well, no, sir.
Oh, that's too bad. I was going to give you some first-hand advice on that chapter tonight.
Oh, I'll go read it right away, sir. May I, Miss Helen?
Go ahead, Francis. I can't win.
Oh, this will be jolly.
Now, come here, you.
But, Rick, stop it.
Get away from that piano.
No. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy.
Come on.
Well, you know what they say about music soothing a savage beast. If you don't like it, you sing something.
Oh, what for? You don't even look a little wild.
Sing something. I'll get as wild as you want.
Oh, now there's a statement.
Go on.
All right.
Little girl, you're the one girl for me. Little girl, you're as sweet as can be. Just a glance at you meant love from the start. And oh, what a thrill came into my heart. Little girl, with your cute little ways, I am yours for the rest of my days. And this great big world will be divine. Little girl, when you're mine, oh, mine.
Okay, honey, now get wild.
All right. Come here.
Ah, a little wilder.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mr. Diamond, I'd like to ask your opinion. It says in Chapter 8 that homicide... Oh. Well, look at that. And I'm not blushing. Oh, I must be getting used to it.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Gene Bates, Robert Carroll, and Ted DeCorsia. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Now here is Dick Powell.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've been enjoying our show, and I sure hope you have, be sure to listen on Monday evenings beginning October 3rd instead of Saturdays. Did you get that? Beginning October 3rd, we will be heard on Mondays instead of Saturdays. And check your local paper for the exact time.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. The Judy Canova Show returns to most of these NBC stations next Saturday in this time period. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, moves to Monday evenings beginning October 3rd. Next week, tune in at this same time for the Judy Canova Show and hear Richard Diamond, Private Detective, Monday nights beginning October 3rd. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
And now, Dick Tracy.
Dick Tracy on the case of the Trace Seal. Stand by for action. Let's go, men.
The
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. Tracy fans, here's a very interesting item about one of your favorite characters on that swell sheriff show on the air tomorrow night over most of these stations of the American Broadcasting Company. I'm talking about Sheriff Mark Chase's garrulous housekeeper, Cassandra Drinkwater, alias Cousin Cassie, alias Olin Landick in real life. Yes, Canyon County's most informed female is none other than Olin Landick, long famous on the airwaves for his hilarious female impersonations of the homey, lovable, small-town gossip. Who knows what everyone else's business is, but never seems to know when the joke's on her. And just in case you've been missing out on the sheriff's show, it's the rib-tickling story of a modern Western constable with 20th century ideas and a streamlined sense of humor. It's really exciting. You get plenty of thrills as Sheriff Mark Chase captures killers and bank robbers with his up-to-date methods of crime detection. And it's funny. You'll keep chuckling as Cousin Cassie protects him from girls with marriage on their minds. And it's different because here's a show that brings you the new West of today. You got 25 minutes to spare tomorrow evening? Well, I suggest you try the sheriff. Now, Dick Tracy. In yesterday's story, Dick and Pat continued their search for the man who was responsible for the murder of Earl Lacey. Getting a tip from one of his men that the man with the voice was in a riverfront restaurant, Dick and Pat hurried to the scene. Peering into the man through one of the side windows, they were just about to enter when suddenly someone came dashing in and whispered something to the man. Then, with a startled look on his face, the man that we know as Ernie jumped to his feet and hurried to the water's edge with Dick and Pat trailing him. The object of all this hurried attention was Minnie, the trained seal who had escaped and who had made her way back to where she'd been swimming with the boys. In today's story, Ernie, the killer, has just hurried from the river's edge where he made sure that the seal in the water was the one which belonged to the late Earl Lacey. Now Dick and Pat are watching his every move. See him hurry from the pier, head toward the heavy traffic. Not far from where all this was taking place, Bones Carroll and Fleet Johnson are talking.
I'm telling you, Bones, this Ernie's no dope. It may take him a little longer to catch on, but when he does, look out.
Don't worry about him. I'll take care of him when the time comes. I got him sold on the idea of going to the farm upstate. You know what'll happen to him when I pass the word along.
But how do you know he'll go?
Because I sold him a bill of goods. I tell him the heat's on, that he's got to go.
Well, I hope you're right. Makes me nervous to have a guy like that running around.
Relax, Fleet. Just relax and leave everything to me. Not worrying so much about Ernie as I am this diary. Just let me read you what that punk Lacey had in here. Here, get this. September 17th. This has been a big night for Bones. He and Fleet, Jimmy'd opened the safe at the Empire Cloth Company and got themselves $3,000 apiece. The rat, wait a... gave me $25 for fingering the job for them.
Hey, how did he know he got $3,000 apiece out of that job? We told him we only got a couple of hundred.
I guess he read about it in the papers. Listen to this. October 9th. This time the boys got fooled. Just as they was about to touch off the soup on the plastic manufacturing job, a prowl car came and parked right outside the joint. Bones and Fleet both had to scram without a dime for all their work on the safe. Ha-ha. The guy even laughs at us.
Yeah, I remember that job, all right. And what a nice job we done on that safe. And what the paper said the next morning. Hey, Bones, what are you going to do with that thing?
You mean his diary?
Yeah.
Keep it.
Keep it? Why not burn it up?
You think I'm dumb like Benny the App?
I don't get it.
Nah, don't play dumb on me, Fleet. All I gotta do is burn this little diary, and then if we ever get pinched, all you gotta do is pass the buck to me for all the jobs we did together.
Now, wait a minute, Bones. I wouldn't do a thing like that. You and me's pals.
Yeah, we're pals. We're pals as long as I keep my hands on this diary.
Now, listen, Bones, if that's the way you feel, why, it's all...
You expecting company?
Not me.
Cover me with your gun.
Okay. Go ahead and open up.
Let me in quick.
Hey, what's the gun for? We didn't know who you were. Put it away. Okay. For a guy that knows about guns, you act awful nervous.
What's cooking? I know you're all excited.
We need the seal. She's loose.
What?
Yeah, it's like I say.
But the cops had
Yeah,
that's right. That's the way we got from the boys.
I tell you, she's loose, swimming around in the river. I was sitting in the beanery having a dish at chow, and a guy comes in and
Are
says
you
to me...
sure it's Lacey's seal?
For my, though, it's his seal.
Come on, Fleet. We'll go take a look.
I'll show you the way. You gotta make it fast, Bones. If that seal's loose, the cops have probably been notified.
If that's our Lacey's seal, I'll be the one that hopes the cops get there in a hurry.
That seal knows the underwater route to our hideout.
What do you think I'm taking a chance on going out here for? If those cops see that seal disappear underwater and not come up, they may get suspicious and start looking around.
It gave me the creeps to see that seal swimming around there loose.
Now we're gonna walk right toward the pier. Make believe nothing's the matter. Act like we was just out for a walk.
Inside the pier shed, Dick and Pat are waiting tensely as the minutes pass. Pat speaks.
I still don't see why we didn't take that guy, Dick.
And then what happens to Bones Cowell and Fleet Johnson? They disappear.
Yep, I guess you're right at that.
And then there's the diary you heard them mention, Pat. That's what I want to get my hands on as much as the men.
Yeah, I forgot that. Why, we may be able to break a half a dozen cases at once.
Well, that's why I was willing to take the chance and let this man get out of our sight. You see, Pat, in the files, there are quite a few cases that haven't been solved. If we can get hold of that... Say, Pat, look.
Holy smokes. Here comes all three of them. Walking along just as bold as brass. Let's see. Bones Carroll, Pete Johnson, and the guy we're after.
Look at that, Pat. They're trying to give the impression that they're just out for a walk.
And I'll bet I know just where they're going. It'll be where they can get a good look at Minnie.
Right, Pat. Our man ran back and told Bones and Fleet about the seal. And they've come to see for themselves.
You don't suppose they'll hurt Minnie, do you?
You can't tell what they'll do, Pat.
Why don't we go out and nail the three of them? We can do it, Dick.
Of course we could do it. But we're not going to. The diary, Pat. We want Earl Lacey's diary. Now, just watch what they're doing, Pat. And don't make a sound.
Now, do just like I'm doing. Just stroll along and make believe we're just out to see the sights.
Where did you see the seal last, Ernie?
Right off the end of this pier.
Hear that? That's her. Shut up. Just keep walking.
Hold it right here.
I don't see no... Fleet.
Yeah, I see her. She just come to the top.
Yeah, that's Minnie, all right.
Just like I told you. I don't know how long she's been here. We gotta do something, Bones. If that seal gives away the underwater hideout, it's...
You said that once.
Why not take out your rod and plug her? Say, that's...
Not a move out of you guys. No guns.
But, Bones,
Take a look around you. Look at all the people watching that seal. You want to plug her. One shot and you'd have this whole neighborhood on your tail.
But, Bones, we gotta do something and do it fast. Hey, she's swimming this way. Look at her. She's swimming as hard as she can. Listen, Bones, if that seal comes up here... It's too late, Fleet. Here she comes.
Stand still, you two. Don't move. I'm going to see what she does.
She's shaking her head. I don't like this.
Get in.
Bones, I've seen Lacey play with that seal. And when she barked that way, she was... See? She's coming this way. She stopped right in front of us.
Hello, Minnie. This is Bones. How's the girl, Minnie? Are we still friends? How's about a nice fish, Minnie?
Bones, there's quite a crowd forming around. We better beat it. Yeah, that's right, Bones. We better... Hey, she's coming this way. Bones, she's after me.
Hey, Minnie, what's the matter?
She's gonna bite me. Come on, Bones. Hey, take her away. She got me by the leg. Come on, Bones. I'm leaving. I'm getting out of here. Hey,
Come on,
get away.
Did you see that, Dick? Did you see that?
Yes, Pat, I saw all I wanted to see.
Yeah. Minnie didn't mind Bones or Fleet Johnson so much, but when she caught sight of that other guy, she went right after him.
He's the man that killed Earl Lacey, all right, Pat. But no jury would convict him on the evidence of a trained seal.
What do we do now, Dick?
We let them get out of sight, Pat. It's obvious they're hiding somewhere in the neighborhood. It didn't take our man 10 minutes to get them and come back.
Then when they get out of sight, I'll go out and grab Minnie. Oh, boy. Wouldn't it have been nice to go out and put the collar on those guys right then and there? I sure wish we could have done it.
So do I, Pat. But we haven't anything like a perfect case against these men yet. We want more evidence than we have.
Is it all right now, Dick? Can I go and get Minnie?
Just a minute. Yes, Pat. They've disappeared. It'll be all right. But make it fast. Let's go.
Say, Dick, how are we going to get her back to headquarters?
Yeah, I was thinking of that, Pat.
How about our car in the paddy wagon? You think it'll smell too much like fish after Minnie's been in it?
I don't know, Pat. Anyway, that'll be the safest way to get her there.
Hey, Minnie, come here. Come on, Minnie. You know, she jumped right back in the water the minute they left the pier, Dick.
Yeah.
Well, by golly, she's going to mind. I thought she might be sore at me for locking her up in that crate. Minnie, it's Pat. Come out of the water now. Come on.
Oh, here she comes.
Well, now look at that. Hello there, Minnie. Did you have a nice swim? And haven't you got anything to say to Dick? Come on now. Say hello to him. No, that's a fine thing to do. Dick, here's your friend. Why, he's the guy that's going to arrange it for you to ride back to headquarters in style. Yes, sir, Minnie. You're going to have a paddy wagon all to yourself. That you will.
In a moment, we return to Dick Tracy. But first... Well, Tracy fans, what a headline review of stars the Radio Hall of Fame offers for your entertainment Sunday nights on the American Broadcasting Company. There's Paul Whiteman conducting the Hall of Fame's orchestra and chorus. Martha Tilton singing your favorite ballads. Famous celebrities of stage, screen, and radio whose careers you'll hear reviewed in song and story. But getting back to Mr. Whiteman, Paul's given more entertainers their first boost to fame than most anyone else in the music world. Just listen to this parade of great names. Bing Crosby, Mildred Bailey, Jane Froman, the Dorsey brothers. Well, if you've been a regular listener, you've heard many of these same great entertainers guest star. This feature of the Hall of Fame is really good listening. For instance, when Gertrude Lawrence recently appeared, she sang Limehouse Blues. That was one of the songs that first established her popularity way back in the days of the Charlotte Revues. And she also enacted parts from her new autobiography, A Star Dance. Now, this is just a sample of the kind of variety entertainment you enjoy when you listen to the Radio Hall of Fame, Sunday evening on most of these stations. Now, back to Dick Tracy.
Oh, hurry up, Pat. Hurry up. Get Minnie into a crate.
I'm trying to, but Dick, she won't fit. The boys have been feeding her so much she's so fat she won't fit the crate.
Why did Dick tell Pat to hurry and put Minnie away? And what will his next move be? It's told tomorrow, so be sure to tune in, same time, same station, for The Adventures of Dick Tracy, written for radio by M.C. Brockhausen, directed by Dan Russell, and this is George Gunn speaking. Like a fish takes to water, that's the way Dick Tracy takes to excitement, and the way thousands of people all over the country take to The Adventures of Dick Tracy. Dick Tracy and Pat Patton never know what their next case will be, but they do know that whatever it is, it'll be full of thrills and excitement. You will want to listen every day, Monday through Friday, when The Adventures of Dick Tracy are heard over more than 100 radio stations coast to coast. Keep up with Dick Tracy, protector of law and order, when he's heard tomorrow in another chapter, same time, same station, on the case of the trained seal. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian opera.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
There's no sign of Lucas on the train so far.
You say he's 50, balding, 6 feet tall, and rather heavy?
That's right. No one like him on board. The only place I haven't tried is the guard's van.
Let's meet up in the restaurant car for coffee.
Right. Keep your eyes open, Mrs. Peel.
Oh, I intend to. You know, I just can't believe that sign, just married, is for real. I didn't think young couples went in for that sort of publicity these days.
Well, you can't very well interrupt them. The blinds are down.
But if Lucas wanted complete privacy, what better way could he have of achieving it?
All right, over to you, Mrs. Peel. On your own head, be it.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 2 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel complete a journey which leads to a very strange train of events. John Steed had taken an urgent phone call from Mark Lucas, one of Britain's top secret agents. Lucas had told him that he was onto something big, but couldn't divulge more information over a telephone. He'd requested that they meet his train at Norborough at 8:10. Steed and Mrs. Peel kept the appointment, but Lucas didn't get off the train, and so Steed and Mrs. Peel got onto it. They had searched all along the corridors, but had had no luck. Steed was quite worried, as Mark Lucas wasn't the sort of man to ask for help unless he was in a very tight spot. Mrs. Peel, still intrigued by the "Just Married" sign on a compartment door, knocked smartly and entered.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Wrong compartment. It has got a notice up, you know. Has it? I didn't see. Yes, just married. We'd like to be alone if you don't mind. Oh, yes, of course. I'm so sorry. Oh, congratulations, by the way. Bye-bye. I wonder if that notice wasn't a mistake. Seems to attract people, not put them off.
Do you know who that woman is?
Never seen her before in my life.
She must have gone out Norborough. Better keep an eye out. We've got trouble enough without prying eyes. If she comes back and causes trouble, let me know, right?
Right. Meantime, since it's supposed to be our honeymoon, couldn't we order just one bottle of champagne? Just for appearance's sake. Please, Bart?
In the restaurant car, Mrs. Peel chose a seat and looked around her.
Can I help you, madam?
Oh, thank you, but I'm waiting for someone. I can't understand it. This man said he'd be here 10 minutes ago. Perhaps you've seen him. He's about 50, 6 feet, rather heavily built, going bald.
No, madam, no. I've seen no one I can.
Can I help?
Lady's lost her friend.
Lost? Off the train? Well, your friend can't have gone far, can he?
Well, he isn't actually a friend, exactly.
Oh?
No, he seemed agitated, so I spoke to him, and, well, he said he was in trouble.
I see. And what else did he tell you?
Just that he was broke. That's why I lent him the money.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, £5. I gave him £5.
That's why you're so anxious to find it. Yes, excuse me.
The ticket collector searched in his waistcoat pocket and withdrew a small bottle. He unclasped the lid and popped a lozenge into his mouth. Mrs. Peel suppressed a smile and raised an eyebrow.
Tranquilizer. 20 years on the railway plays the very devil with one's stomach. I'm so sorry I can't help you, ma'am. He probably gave you the slip at Norborough. Yes, that's the most likely thing. Slipped off at Norborough. That's what he must have done.
The ticket collector disappeared from the restaurant car and headed for the guard's van. In the guard's van, Steed was making a quick search. There were several large packing cases and various crates.
All big enough to contain a body. Can't open up all of them. What the devil is this?
Steed turned to a large trestle table and lifted a sheet of tarpaulin.
An Egyptian mummy case. How extraordinary.
Steed managed to get the lid off without much difficulty.
How extraordinary. It's empty. Just a paper bag. Sandwiches. Look rather tasty.
Steed helped himself to a sandwich, munching away delightedly when the ticket collector said,
Well, bread's amazingly fresh. Liver sausage. It would have been more tasty on rye bread, actually.
As it happens, I prefer white bread.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it.
What are you doing in here, sir, if I may be so bold?
Well, I'm looking for someone.
In there?
Well, he always was a mummy's boy. Well,
It was at that moment that Steed noticed Mark Lucas's briefcase down amongst the luggage. Without batting an eyelid, he stooped, picked it up, and sauntered away, saying,
Norborough was your only stop, wasn't it?
That's right, sir.
Well, then he must still be on the train. Thank you.
Steed made his way back to the restaurant car. Mrs. Peel wasn't there. She'd found herself an empty compartment. As Steed started to walk past, she rapped on the glass.
Any luck?
Well, unless he's traveling incognito as a young bride, he isn't on the train.
I managed to pick this up in the guard's van.
Steed dropped the briefcase down on the seat. The little leather tag had the name Mark Lucas clearly printed upon it.
This means he is on the train.
Was. And he's in trouble. It's standard procedure. If an agent hits trouble and has to run, he has to leave something behind, something to identify.
But if this is true, then where did he run to? We know he didn't get off at Norborough. The train doesn't stop anyone else. Is the case locked?
Yes.
King's Cross! King's Cross! End of the line!
Come on, Mrs. Peel. We'll attend to this back at my place.
Excuse me, madam. A gentleman asked me to give you this.
The attendant handed Mrs. Peel a £5 note.
He said to, apologize for the inconvenience. Bye.
You know, I really must try that one a bit more often.
As the train drew into the station, Mrs. Peel followed Steed along the corridor. As they passed the door with Just Married on it, Bart and his so-called bride were picking up their things.
Oh, goodbye. Have a happy honeymoon. Thanks. Come on, dear, let's go.
Shh. Not so fast. Do you see what that man is carrying under his arm?
Just a briefcase.
Mark Lucas's briefcase. Must have picked it up here on the train.
What do we do?
Leave this to me.
Bart placed one hand underneath his coat, checking on the gun in its holster. Then, turning up the collar of his coat, made after Steed and Mrs. Peel, who were heading for a taxi rank. Watch it, Steed. The journey isn't over yet. In Steed's apartment, the briefcase presented little trouble to open.
Yeah. Small automatic.
Wallet. A label marked 4767. Framed photo of a sweet old lady. His mother?
Auntie Maud.
Do you know her?
Maud. M-A-U-D. Microfilm and unciphered documents. Army issue pouch.
Agents for the use of.
Right. What else?
4767. 4th of July, 67. Independence Day?
Could be. Lots of papers. Take us some time to decipher these.
Steve, there's other photographs here. Look, this one. Edward Salt. He was on the train. Personal secretary to Admiral Cartney.
You sure he was on the train?
Yes. Who's Admiral Cartney?
Big wig at the Admiralty. Might be worth looking into this while I tackle the paperwork.
Shall be done.
First thing in the morning. Right now, I'm going to put the kettle on for coffee. I shan't be long.
Steed returned to the examination of the briefcase when...
All right, I'll get it.
Bart stood in the doorway, a newspaper in one hand, and behind the newspaper, a gun. Bart smiled, raised the newspaper, but Steed, sensing that something was very wrong, slammed the door shut. There was a shot. Steed waited, slowly and cautiously, opened the door. Bart fell into the room, dead. Mrs. Peel entered from the kitchen at speed.
Steve, what the... Whoops. You really are going to have trouble with your cleaning lady. She must be fed up with this sort of thing.
He tried to kill me.
Antisocial. But you ruined his honeymoon.
Hey?
This man, he was on the train, accompanied by a blushing bride. They were the ones I checked on.
Let's see what he was carrying on him. Wallet? Yeah, he was carrying a rail ticket. Chase Holt Station.
What's that?
It's about 3 stops down the line from Norborough, except that nothing stops there anymore.
Oh? Why?
Because Chase Holt closed down years ago. I think we shall have to take yet another train journey. Don't you, Mrs. Peel?
Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Whistler. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. The Strange Sisters.
The 3 Randall girls were as different from each other as day and night. Even the people of Newton who had watched them grow up found it hard to accept the fact that they were sisters. Pamela, the eldest, was forceful and overbearing, heavy-set and unattractive. Kathy, the youngest, was a weakling. Life was a little too complicated for her, and she found the easiest solution was to let Pamela face it, to bring her problems to Pamela, to listen meekly to Pamela's instructions, and then to quietly obey. Yes, Pamela and Kathy were 2 extremes, and Sally, the 3rd sister, was in the middle, both in age and temperament. The combination of Pamela's strength and Kathy's frailty had produced in Sally a kind of radiance that had made life easy for her, that had made her sure of success where her sisters had failed. And the more she succeeded, the harder it became for Pamela and Kathy to face it. Until one morning, Mrs. Stokes, the housekeeper, called Kathy for breakfast. There was no answer.
Miss Kathy, your breakfast is on the table. Oh, that girl takes a team of horses to get her out of bed. Miss Kathy! Your breakfast is ready, young lady, and I ain't going to keep it warm for you another moment. Miss Kathy, answer me. I know you're... Good Lord. Locked. Now, my key. Here. Miss Kathy, what are you... Gas. The heater. Oh, where's the handle? There. Miss Pamela! Miss Pamela, come up quick! Oh, the window. There. Miss Pam!
What's the matter? What's the matter, Mrs. Stokes?
It's Kathy. She's... Oh, Miss Pamela.
Yes.
Miss Kathy? Miss Kathy?
Here, like me.
Yes.
Kathy, dear.
Yes.
Let me see here. Her pulse. Oh, she's alive. Call Dr. Johnson quickly.
Well, do you think she's...
Don't stand there like an idiot. Call the doctor.
Yes, Miss Pamela. Right away.
Hello, Pamela.
Well, it's nice of you to leave your work, Sally.
That's a peculiar remark to make.
I think it's apropos of the moment.
I don't.
As usual, I suppose we disagree.
Where is she?
In there with Dr. Johnson.
Will she be all right?
I don't know yet.
Well, I'm going in and...
Wait a minute. You're not going in there.
You can't stop me, Pamela. I've got a right to know. And since you didn't choose to tell me over the phone, I'll find out for myself.
I said wait.
Kathy is my sister, too, Pamela. She doesn't belong to you. You've had her under your thumb for so long, the poor girl can't even think for herself.
All right, go on in if you want to kill her.
What do you mean by that?
I've managed to convince Dr. Johnson it was an accident.
It was an accident. She left the gas heater on and
You've
then...
never been very clever, Sally. Kathy tried to kill herself.
You're wrong. You're making it up. She didn't have a reason.
I admit it wasn't a very good reason, but it's been used 1,000 times.
Go on.
It's a man, Sally, and a rather shabby specimen at that.
She was in love?
Yes.
How long has it been going on?
6 months or more.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Who is it, Pamela?
Your fiancé.
Henry? Why, oh, you're wrong. You must be wrong. He never gave her any reason. He's hardly even spoken to her.
You asked me and I told you.
Pamela, where did Kathy get the idea that Henry French was in love with her? Tell me, Pamela, where did it come from?
I don't know.
You stepped into that part of her life, too, didn't you? Answer me.
Oh, come now, Sally. Don't distort that pretty finishing school face of yours. It's your biggest asset, you know. It's gotten you everything you ever wanted. There's no end to what it can do.
How can you be so contemptible?
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you are clever, insinuating your way into Father's confidence, bowing and scraping, playing the faithful daughter when he was ill. That's why Father left everything to you when he died. $50,000 and 2 sisters to provide for, if and when you felt like it. We're your favorite charity, aren't we? That's part of the act, too. Lady Bountiful.
I've heard all I want to hear, Pamela.
Very well, perhaps you'd better go.
I'm going to see Kathy whether you like it or not. You see, I was wrong. I'm admitting it.
Oh?
I was wrong in leaving you and Kathy under the same roof. I just hope it isn't too late to do anything about it.
Perhaps you're forgetting it's my roof, too.
As long as I choose to let you stay here, Pamela. It's funny, isn't it, Pamela? You try to be fair. You try to do the right thing, and it all blows up in your face. Well, Dr. Johnson?
I think she's going to be all right.
May I see her, Doctor?
She asked for Pamela.
Oh, well, I'm sure if she knows I'm here.
Perhaps you'd better wait, Sally. She was rather specific.
What do you mean, specific?
She doesn't want to see you, Sally.
Oh.
I'll go in, Doctor. Are you going to wait, Sally?
No. I'll go.
I left her prescription on the dresser, Pamela. 3 drops and half a glass of water every 4 hours. May I drop you off somewhere, Sally?
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Kathy? Kathy, are you all right?
No. No, I'm not all right. I'll never be all right anymore.
You mustn't feel that way, dear.
I made a mess of this, too. I never do things right, do I, Pam? What will Henry think of me now?
They only know what I told them, Kathy. They think it was an accident. Don't worry about Henry, dear.
You must have been wrong, Pam. He doesn't love me. He couldn't. He would have told me. He wouldn't have just gone off with Sally.
Well, maybe you'll believe me now, Kathy. She's capable of anything. She owns it all now. The house, the money, and now Henry French. Don't you see, Kathy? He was the only thing she didn't have. He was yours. And she made up her mind she wanted him, too.
He never told me.
Of course he didn't. Sally never gave him a chance.
I hate her. It's awful, Pam, but I can't help it. I hate her.
So do I.
What can we do?
Well, maybe you'd better rest a while now.
No, tell me, Pam. What are we going to do?
There's a way. Yes, there is a way.
What?
Kathy. Kathy, we're going to kill her.
With the prologue of tonight's story, The Strange Sisters, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. You've no doubt noticed those big red and yellow billboards that tell you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. Well, that's important. But unfortunately, there isn't room on those billboards to tell the equally important part of the story, the finer performance in new Signal gasoline that makes this good mileage possible. Now, here's what I mean. New Signal's quicker starting naturally saves gas. Signal's smooth, fast pickup saves gas. And Signal's effortless anti-knock power that sends your motor purring up the steepest hills saves gas. So you see, the features in gasoline that make driving a pleasure are the very same ones that add up to more mileage. That's why we say your speedometer is the best proof of gasoline quality. If you want the tops in performance from your car, the logical place to find it is the new super fuel that now helps you go farther than ever. New Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Pamela, jealousy can do strange things to a mind like yours, can't it? And it's a peculiar mind, filled to the bursting point with frustrated black hatred for your sister Sally, accumulated during the long years the 3 of you spent under the same roof with your father. She always had everything, didn't she? You and Kathy had to take what was left and like it. Yes, Pamela, that jealous hatred has brought you to the point where you'll stop at nothing. Lying, cheating, twisting the truth in such a way that your poor, gullible sister Kathy believes the very existence of Sally condemns her to begging for crumbs at Sally's table when the bread is rightfully hers. And you've thought of everything, haven't you, Pamela? You're confident that Kathy is prepared for the talk with Sally that's bound to come sooner or later.
But, Kathy, I know I'm right about Pamela. Why must you always talk about Pamela? Pamela did this if it wasn't for Pamela. Oh, stop it, will you? I tell you, Pamela's the only one in the world I can turn to. Please, Kathy, please believe me, you're wrong. I'm not wrong. You are, dear. She's filled your mind with all sorts of hateful lies about me and Henry. Why do you keep throwing that in my face? Henry, Henry, Henry! He's yours now, isn't he? You've got him. You were smart. Just like she said. All right, take him. Marry him, I don't care. Doesn't make any difference now. Kathy, apparently there's nothing I can do or say that will make any difference in the way you feel. I promised Father I'd take care of you. Well, I'm leaving you the house and all the furniture. And I'm making arrangements for a trust fund that'll provide for you both. That's charitable of you. Under the circumstances, I think it is. I'll expect you and Pamela to be civil to Henry until we leave. Is that clear? Is he coming here? Yes. To live? Yes, for a week or so. I don't understand. It's very simple. We're going to be married tonight.
Yes, Pamela. Kathy was prepared, wasn't she? Sally was right. Nothing she could do or say would make any difference, because Kathy is yours, isn't she? For too many years, she's depended on you for guidance, looked to you for advice, regarded everything you said as truth and everything else false. Yes, jealousy is a strange thing, Pamela. It's been there, deep inside you, for as long as you can remember. And it was convenient for you to find a cause for it. Sally and your father, the legacy, the house, the money. But that's gone now, isn't it, Pamela? Sally's been pretty fair about it. She and Henry are married now, and you have the house and your share of the money. That's what's strange about jealousy. The cause is gone, but it's still there, stronger than ever. And with it, your plan for murder.
Did you get the key to their room from Mrs. Stokes?
Yes. Here it is.
She doesn't know you have it.
No, she's gone to the store. I took it off the hook.
Give it to me.
What are you going to do?
Just look around a little.
Why?
Henry's things are up there. He brought them in last night before they left.
Well?
I'm just curious, Kathy. Just curious. All right, Kathy, you can put the key back now.
Did you find anything?
Yes, several things.
What?
Kathy, I'll do the shopping tomorrow.
Shopping? Pam, you never do.
I'll tell you later. It seems Mr. French is a vicious man, Kathy. Perhaps you're just as well rid of him.
Vicious?
Of course. He must be, dear. Otherwise, why would he keep a loaded revolver in the upper drawer of his dresser?
Well, Miss Pamela, what are you doing around here? Why, you ain't been in the store for 6 months now.
Oh, I thought the walk might do me good.
Well, what'll it be?
A small rolled roast, please. About 3 pounds, perhaps.
You got just the thing for you here. You ain't looking too well, if you don't mind my saying so. Something wrong?
No, nothing.
Oh. Will this do?
Yes, that'll be fine.
It's kind of small.
Oh, it'll do, Mr. Watkins. You see, Kathy and I haven't been too well lately.
I thought so. Now, come on, what's up?
Oh, I know I shouldn't say anything, but I've got to talk to someone, Mr. Watkins.
Gosh, is it that bad?
I don't know. It's Sally and that husband of hers.
You don't say.
Oh, they've been quarreling dreadfully. It's been going on all morning, and I just had to get away from it somehow.
They was only married night before last.
You won't say anything, will you, Mr. Watkins? Promise me.
Oh, sure.
Well, it's about the estate. Sally told him she was going to deed part of it to Kathy and me, and he flew into the most dreadful fit of temper. I could hardly believe my eyes.
Here's your sugar, Miss Pamela.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
I'm sure sorry about that.
You won't say anything, will you?
Me? Oh, no. Ain't there anything you can do?
Let's see now. You wanted a shampoo and a finger wave, Miss Pamela.
Yes.
Gosh, I can hardly get my mind on my work after what you told me.
You won't say anything, will you?
Oh, of course not, Miss Pamela. Not a word.
You're very efficient, aren't you, Pamela? The town of Newton is like a smooth pond. All you have to do is cast a few pebbles here and there, and the ripples spread over the whole surface, clear to the edges. There's another step now, a very important one. Sally is hostile and suspicious, and you're going to need her confidence.
Who is it? Pamela. Well, Pamela.
May I come in?
Must you?
Please don't make it difficult for me, Sally.
I don't understand.
I have something to tell you. I'd like to come in and sit down if you don't mind.
All right, Pamela. Now?
Well, I've been doing a lot of thinking, Sally, and I haven't slept much. Not since you told us about the house and the money.
Yes?
It was so unexpected, Well, you see, it threw me a little off balance.
What are you trying to say?
You know me so well, Sally. The past few years have been hard, and I know I've been unreasonable and difficult.
Pamela, you're trying to say you're sorry, aren't you?
Oh, I'm so clumsy at this sort of thing. Oh, I do so want to have you and Henry forgive me.
Oh, my dear. I really believe you mean it.
I do, Sally, I do mean it. And I'm going to try to make Kathy understand, too. You're right, Sally. I've been such a terrible influence on the poor thing.
Pam, darling, I'm so happy that it's working out.
Oh, Sally,
Come on now. Let's forget all about it. I'm sure Henry will understand. It's odd, isn't it? I had the feeling underneath that somehow it would work out. I just knew it, Pam.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you.
Now, you go on downstairs and tell Kathy. I've got to finish the packing.
Packing? Well, but you're not leaving until the end of the week.
Henry has to make a business trip to New York. Some things he has to settle up before we leave.
When's he going?
Tonight. He's leaving at 9. Oh, that reminds me I must call the cab. He said to be sure to have it here for him promptly at 9. Now, you run down and tell Kathy it's all cleared up, will you?
Oh, of course, Sally. Of course. That's what I get for avoiding them. How could I have been so stupid?
Oh, it's all right, Pam. Henry will be back.
Don't be ridiculous. He's leaving for New York tonight, and they're taking the steamer from there in 4 days. No, Kathy. He's not coming back. He'll send for her, and she'll meet him there.
But isn't there some way?
There's only one way. It's got to happen tonight.
Oh, I'm scared. Pam, maybe...
Oh, stop gibbering, Kathy. The town is ready for it, and it's going to happen. Henry French is going to shoot his wife in a fit of temper and try to leave the country.
Pam, the gun. How are we going to get the gun? You see, we can't do it. We can't do it without the gun, and it's in his dresser, and she's up there.
I said stop gibbering. I've got to think. Turn on the light. It's getting dark in here.
Yes, Pam. There.
Light. Yes. The light. That's it. The light.
What is it, Pam?
The basement. Kathy, the fuse box is in the basement, in the furnace room.
The fuse box?
You'll get here about 6. I'll go down in the basement and unscrew a fuse. The lights will go out. You know Henry. He'll trot down to the basement to fix it.
What about Sally?
I'll wait till she's downstairs. You'll be on the 2nd floor in a room at the end of the corridor. And then, when he leaves, you can go into the room and get the gun.
You can see it pretty clearly now, can't you, Pamela? The people versus Henry French. The charge, murder. It's easy to think there in the basement as you wait in a dark corner after you unscrew the fuse and listen to the confusion upstairs as they stumble around in the dark. Then, as an afterthought, you find an old blown-out fuse on the shelf and screw it into place, just in case Henry might wonder how a perfectly good one could come unscrewed by itself. Then, when it's over, you return secretly to your room at the end of the second-floor corridor.
Did you get it?
Yes, here it is. I wore my gloves, Pam, just as you told me.
All right, now listen. We haven't much time. He's down there now waiting for the taxi. Have you got your watch on?
Yes.
Now, let's see. Oh, luminous dial, that's good. Now, listen carefully. The taxi is calling promptly at 9 o'clock. Understand, it's going to happen shortly after he leaves. About 9:05.
Who's going to do it?
You are.
Oh, Pam.
You've got to. I'll have to be upstairs. You'll be in the basement. Henry will leave in the taxi at 9, and I'll get Sally up on the second floor on some pretext. At 9:05, I'll scream that you've fallen down the basement stairs. She'll run down.
Yeah. Yes, Pam. I understand.
Now remember, not until after 9 o'clock. We've got to be sure Henry is gone.
All right, Pam. I'll look at my watch. I promise.
Good. Now you'd better get down there. It would be rude of me not to be there to say goodbye to him.
So the time has come, hasn't it, Pamela? 40 years of pent-up hatred is about to find release at last. For the first time in your life, you're actually cordial to Henry as you make small talk with him in the entrance hallway, and you feel a glow of satisfaction as you watch him carry his bags to the waiting taxi. Then, just as you begin to wonder why Sally isn't there to see him off, you hear a foot on the stair, and your heart stops.
Sally.
What's the matter?
Why, the suitcase. You're in traveling clothes.
Well, what's the matter with that?
You're going to?
Oh, that's it. I guess I'm not used to having you concerned about me, Pam. As a matter of fact, we decided just 5 minutes ago. I convinced Henry that walking out on his wife after 4 days of marriage was a pretty dirty trick. Yes, dear, I'm coming. Well, goodbye, Pamela. I'll wire you if we decide not to come back.
Sally, you can't.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing, Sally.
You watch unbelieving as she walks down the steps to the taxicab. It failed, didn't it? Just like everything else you ever tried. Sally succeeded and you failed. There's a lump in your throat. You're all choked up with disappointment and bitter, corrosive hatred. Then suddenly, you realize there is another way. You've got to get to Kathy and tell her. You glance at the clock, 8:45. It's still safe. Then over to the basement door.
Kathy! Kathy!
Kathy. Pam!
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, I'd like to tell you about an interesting experiment I witnessed the other day. An automobile motor that had been driven 35,000 miles without taking the head off was being torn down for inspection. Ordinarily, you would expect to find a good deal of carbon in the cylinder head and worn motor parts. But this motor was remarkably clean, free of carbon, and all parts were in excellent condition. Now, the thing which makes these results so interesting is that this motor was lubricated only with Signal 4-Star motor oil. A Signal engineer who was present, however, explained to me why Signal 4-Star oil takes such good care of motors. Because of solvent refining, one of the latest and most costly developments in petroleum engineering, Signal 4-Star motor oil has 3 important advantages. 1, forms less carbon, far less by actual test than many leading brands. 2, its tougher film clings to moving parts, protecting them from wear and sealing in power. And 3, Signal 4-Star oil flows freely, instantly on coldest mornings, yet doesn't thin out when your motor is hot. In these days when motors have to last and last, your motor needs this triple protection. You can get it by making your next oil change a change to the better, a change to Signal 4-Star motor oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
So it didn't work out, Pamela. You're a failure, even in death. And without you, Kathy is lost. She's helpless now, cringing before the sharp questions the officers throw at her, trying futilely to lie her way out of a hopeless trap. And Sally stands there, unbelieving, as the hatred, the jealousies come to the surface for all the world to see. More questions, more stumbling answers, then still more and more, until finally...
All right, we did it. We planned to kill her. Leave me alone.
Take her away, Joe. Well, there you are, Mrs. French.
I can't believe it. It's so fantastic.
Yeah, it is at that. They knew Mr. French was leaving at 9. Planned to kill you with his gun.
In the dresser drawer. That's where he kept it.
Pamela was smart, Mrs. French, but she forgot one thing. The clock on the wall read 8:45, so she figured it was safe to open the basement door where Kathy was waiting to kill you. She forgot it was an electric clock. When she pulled the fuse down there and cut out the current, the clock lost 18 minutes.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, based on a story by Bernard Gerard and Zane Mann, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian opera.
And young alike, that crime does not pay. Friends, I know you want to do all you can to bring victory closer. That's why you put 10% and more of your pay into war bonds. And that's why you'll all want to join a different kind of 10% club and pledge yourself to save 10% of your coal. You know, coal has the tremendous job of keeping our war plants up at peak production. And besides, coal must keep our railroads running, provide energy to produce electricity, and keep countless other indispensable wartime activities moving. You can start doing your share in conserving coal this simple way. Hold your fire. Hold off starting up your furnace as long as you can. Remember, if everyone will do this, thousands of tons will be saved. Normally, we burn about 250,000 tons of anthracite per day for heating. So if we all save, we will be well on the way towards that all-important 10% saving of wartime fuel. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Crystal Globe.
Look closely into the crystal globe, Neil Redmond. Look deep into its murky depths. What do you see?
Well, I see nothing of it.
Look deeper, my friend. Concentrate. The eyes are but the windows to the secret within. The picture is there to see, and it is plain.
Well, tell me, Ahmed, what do you see?
What I see is not good, Neil Redmond. What I see is misfortune.
Misfortune?
Yes.
Well, tell me, Ahmed, I've got to know.
I see a man. A tall man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He is holding your wife in his arms at this very moment.
It's Anderson. Charles Anderson, my lawyer.
The picture has faded, Redmond. But now, another has come in its place.
Another?
Yes. I cannot give you the details because the second picture is blurred. But this I can tell you, Redmond.
Yes, Ahmed.
You are going to kill yourself.
I am going to... Ahmed, what are you talking about?
I think I have made myself clear.
Oh, you're joking. There must be some mistake.
No, my friend. There is no mistake.
But how? What? Ahmed, listen. Try to see that picture clearly. Try to see.
It's too late, Redmond. The picture has faded. It is no use looking any further.
Well, you lie, Ahmed. You hear? You're a charlatan. A fake. I've a good mind to report you to the... Oh.
Yes, Redmond. You were saying?
That's nothing. Doesn't matter.
You're acting very strange, my friend.
Strange, yes. I'm on edge, I guess. Yes, I do hear it.
You hear what?
A voice.
Indeed?
Yes, a voice, I tell you. I've heard it 3 or 4 times now. There it goes again. And again it's pounding inside my head. It's beating against my brain. Why doesn't it stop? Why doesn't it stop?
Too late, my friend. Only death can stop it now.
So this cab driver hits this jaywalker, you see, and he gets out of his hack, and the jaywalker is stretched out in the road stiff. Well, so the cab driver says, "Too bad, buddy, you hadn't ought to been jaywalking. I'll be seeing you in the morgue." So the stiff, the dead guy, you understand, mister, he opens one eye and he says, "Okay, cabby, but don't kill yourself to get there."
What? What did you say?
Why, I said, I guess... Hey, I don't get it. What was what I said?
Something about killing yourself.
Oh, sure, mister. It's the gag. More. Huh? Kill yourself. You get it? The gag. Hey, mister, what's the matter? You don't look so good. Not so good. Kind of pale, like you had the pip.
Driver, if you'd pay more attention to the road and less to what I look like,
Kill yourself. You're going to kill yourself.
There it goes again.
There what goes?
That voice.
Voice? What voice?
Driver.
Yeah?
Do you ever hear voices when there's no one else around?
Oh, sure. I hear them all the time. Hey, what am I saying? How can you hear a voice when you're alone? Unless you're talking to yourself, you're talking. Hey, look, mister, if I may presume to advise...
What?
If I may presume to advise, maybe you ought to see a psychiatrist. You know what I mean. Get your head examined.
Yes, I'll be all right, Driver. I guess. It's gone now.
Well, here you are. Kensington Apartments.
Yes, here we are. Oh, how much do I owe you?
6 bits, 75 cents.
Just a moment. I'll see if I have the tickets.
You better go in and take it easy, mister.
I think I'll be all right now, Driver. I feel much better.
You're going to kill yourself.
Hey, mister, you forgot to pay me. Hey, come back here and pay off. 6 bits. I ain't hauling no deadbeats today, not today. Hey, come back and pay off.
darling. You're late.
Well, I'm sorry, Jane. I had an appointment downtown.
Oh, that's all right, Neil. Poor dear, you look tired. What you need is a little fresh air. Suppose we go out on the terrace.
All right, Jane.
There. Now, isn't it delightful out here?
Yes, it is, Jane. The air will clear my head. Jane.
What is it, Neil?
Was Charles Anderson here this afternoon?
Of course, Billy, don't you remember? You asked him to come up and check your stock transfers. He just left about 10 minutes ago.
I see.
Neil, what on earth's the matter with you?
Nothing.
You're acting strangely.
Am I?
Yes. Neil, if you'd only tell me what...
There it goes again, Jane.
What are you talking about?
That voice.
Voice?
Yes. It's beating, pounding inside my head again and again.
Oh, dear, for heaven's sake.
Following me wherever I go. It's driving me mad.
Neil.
I can't stand it. I gotta stop it. I've got to stop it. And there's only one way.
Neil, what are you going to do? Why are you walking toward the roof railing?
I'm going to silence that voice now.
Neil, stop!
It's the only way. The only way.
So I am standing here in front of the apartment waiting for this here deadbeat, Mr. Cranston. I'm waiting for this deadbeat, you see, to come out, when all of a sudden he does. But from the roof. Landed in the street right next to my hack, he landed.
Oh, Shrevey, how horrible.
Oh, to my dying day, I will not forget it, Miss Lane. To my dying day.
Oh, come on, let's have a look. Why, it's Neil Redmond, the banker.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Cranston, he ain't quite stiff yet.
Lamont, he's trying to say something.
Yes. What is it, Redmond? What is it?
Ahmed was right. He said I would kill myself. The voice it beat in my head, tortured me. Now it's gone. Now it's gone.
I don't know why you and Miss Lane insisted on coming along, Cranston. This is a police job, not a social call.
Oh, come now, Weston. After all we brought you, this lead on Ahmed. You can't very well toss us aside, like an old shoe.
2 old shoes, Lamont. After all, I'm here, too.
I'm painfully aware of that, Miss Lane. Now, if you'll just step aside, I'll ring the bell.
Yes?
We'd like to see Ahmed.
Do you have an appointment?
Tell him the police are here.
Police? If you wait here, I shall see if Ahmed is in.
He'd better be in.
Exotic-looking place, isn't it, Margot?
Like something out of either the Arabian Nights or the movies. Incense burning, dim light, crystal globe, heavy drapes.
Sure. All the regular trappings of the phony.
Maybe, Commissioner, but I can tell you one thing. This stuff never came out of any bargain basement.
Well, he can well afford it, Margot. They say his fees are tremendous.
Well, here he comes now.
Good afternoon. I am Ahmed.
I am Police Commissioner Weston. It's Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I must say this is an honor. A visit from the police.
Never mind the heavy humor, Ahmed. Neil Redmond jumped from his penthouse terrace an hour ago. Committed suicide. Does that mean anything to you?
Why should it, Commissioner?
We have reason to believe you had something to do with this suicide.
Really? And what do you draw that conclusion?
The dead man had a slip of paper in his pocket with your name, address, and time of appointment.
Mr. Redmond did consult me this afternoon, but that proves nothing, my dear Mr. Cranston.
Well, maybe not. But it so happens that he mentioned your name and something about a voice just before he died.
Very interesting. But it proves nothing.
He also said that you knew he was going to kill himself.
Excuse me, Commissioner. Miss Lane.
Yes?
Does something interest you in that other room?
Why, no. I was just admiring your drapes.
Thank you. But I would rather you admire them another time, if you don't mind.
Why, no, I don't mind.
Now, Commissioner, you were saying...
I said you knew Redmond was going to kill himself.
Yes, that is true.
Just how did you know, Ahmed?
I have occult power, Mr. Cranston. I can foretell the future.
I suppose you saw Redmond's death in your crystal globe.
Precisely, Commissioner.
Well, I don't believe in this poppycock, precisely. You know more than you're telling us.
Every man is entitled to his own opinion. Now, if there is nothing else...
Not at the moment. But I warn you, don't try to leave town. We may want to see you again.
I will be here. Good day, Commissioner.
Phew. I've got shivers running up and down my back. Lamont, Commissioner, did you notice Ahmed's eyes?
Yes. They were dead. Lifeless.
Like the filmy eyes of a snake. No color or light. Ooh, Commissioner, it gives me the creeps just to look at them.
Well, I'm not interested in the fellow's eyes, Miss Lane. I'd just like to know how he ties up with Redmond's suicide.
We really haven't got a thing on him.
That's true, Cranston. And I'm convinced that fellow's a phony.
Yes, he's clever, too, Commissioner. Clever and dangerous.
Mrs. Redmond, it was good of you to come.
Why did you insist on my coming down to your studio, Ahmed, on the very day of my husband's death?
I was so shocked to hear the news. Believe me, Mrs. Redmond. Here, please, sit down.
No, thank you.
Let's drop this act. You know very well why you're here. Now, did you bring the money?
Money?
Yes, $20,000, remember? We made a bargain. I was to drive your husband to suicide so that you could inherit his fortune and marry another man. And the price was and is $20,000.
I'll give you $10,000, no more.
The price is $20,000, Mrs. Redmond.
Don't be a fool, Ahmed. You'd better take what I offer you or you'll get nothing. You have no way to collect and you don't dare go to the police.
I see. Well, Mrs. Redmond, you win. I might as well accept your offer in good grace.
I knew you'd be reasonable, Ahmed.
My dear lady, I have no choice.
Well, I must be going. I'll send you the money in the morning.
Oh, no, don't go yet, Mrs. Redmond. I want to make amends for my rather rude behavior. Let me read your future while you're here.
No, thank you.
It will take but a moment. The crystal globe is lighted. Here, Mrs. Redmond. Look into its depths.
No.
Look deep into its depths, Mrs. Redmond.
No, I won't look.
Oh, yes, you will. You cannot help yourself. Look now. Look deep into the globe. There is a picture there.
No, you're not going to do to me what you did to my husband.
Yes, there is a picture there, Jane Redmond. A picture of your death.
You're lying.
Your future is clear. You are going to kill yourself, Jane Redmond. You are going to kill yourself.
No!
Now, ain't that just like a woman right in the middle of rush hour traffic and she don't look left nor right?
Hey, lady, be careful. You want to get killed?
I'm going to stop it. I'm going to stop that ball.
You're walking against the traffic light.
Friends, your patience and cooperation in ordering coal is so necessary this year. First, there are more deliveries to make now than ever before because many homeowners have converted from oil to coal. In addition, your coal dealer is facing an increasing labor shortage. Government regulations do not permit delivery of your full winter's supply at once. So do not ask or expect it. Rest assured, your dealer will see to it that your immediate needs will be taken care of right through the season. And remember, when placing your order, our government urges you to be a 10%er and save at least 10% of your coal for victory. Here's a tip on how to do it. Install an automatic regulator. A number of automatic heat regulators have been released and are available now, without a priority, at your neighborhood blue coal dealer. The cost is low, and the saving in coal and money is substantial. And what a difference in comfort with the temperature at just the right level day and night. Yes, an automatic heat regulator will save you countless trips to the basement and protect your family against colds due to improper heating. Call your friendly Blue Coal dealer and order your automatic heat regulator tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
I don't get it, Cranston. First, Neil Redmond commits suicide, then his wife does the same thing a few hours later. A block from Ahmed's studio. You insisted on coming in on this case, and now all you can say is, Fine help you are. Haven't you got any ideas?
Oh, a few, but you wouldn't believe them, Commissioner.
I've got an idea, Commissioner.
Oh, you have?
Yes. Don't you think Ahmed might have murdered the Redmonds by some kind of hypnotic remote control?
Remote control? Oh. Look, Miss Lane, I don't want any crackpot theories. I want evidence. Evidence that I can put before a jury.
Wait a minute, Commissioner. Don't get excited. I think Margot here's on the right track.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
And I've got another idea.
Oh, you have? Well, what is it?
This one is my secret, Commissioner. I came back to look at the drapes you have here in the studio, Ahmed. They're beautiful.
Thank you, Miss Lane. Oh, I'm so sorry I spoke to you so sharply the last time you were here.
Oh, I didn't mind.
Now then, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm doing my house over, and I'd like to get a set of these drapes, if it's at all possible.
Well, Miss Lane, you see, these drapes are imported from Iran.
Oh.
Naturally, with the war, I'm sure you understand, Miss Lane.
Oh, of course. I knew there'd be a catch somewhere. Well, I must be going. You've been very kind.
Oh, just a moment, Miss Lane.
Yes.
While you're here, why not let me tell you your future?
I don't mind if you do. I don't know whether I could pay your fee, though.
For you, there will be no fee. Here, sit here, Miss Lane.
Thank you.
Now, look into the light of the crystal globe. Look deep. What do you see?
Nothing. But you know, I have the strangest feeling. I see nothing, and yet I can't look away.
Look deep, Miss Lane. Look deep into the crystal globe.
This is the first time I've had my future told. I guess I'm a little nervous.
And with good reason, eh, Miss Lane?
What? What did you say?
Oh, come now, Miss Lane. Let us be frank. You came to spy on me.
No.
Yes. Mr. Cranston sent you, didn't he?
No, he had nothing to do with...
With what, Miss Lane?
With my visit here.
Now, my dear lady, there's no need to be frightened. I wouldn't harm you for the world. You see, it's Cranston who is going to get hurt.
Lamont?
Yes. You see, Miss Lane, you are going to kill Lamont Cranston.
No. Ahmed, no.
Yes, you are going to kill Lamont Cranston. Kill Lamont Cranston. Kill Lamont Cranston.
No. No, I can't. No, I can't. Goodness, what a crowd on the subway platform, Lamont.
Margot, what about Ahmed?
The subway idea of yours was a good one. For once, we'll get to the theater on time. Besides, I love subways.
Margot.
Yes, Lamont?
The last hour I've been trying to get you to tell me what happened at Ahmed's, and for the last hour you've been studiously avoiding the subject. Now then, my lady.
Well, the fact is nothing happened.
Nothing?
Nothing. Didn't find out a thing. That's why I didn't want to talk about it.
No, this man Ahmed's too clever to tip his hand. Now, hello, here comes the Uptown Express.
Yes, we'll be lucky to get in. With this crowd.
Well, maybe a little of my old football training will come in handy now.
Lamont, the voice again, the voice.
You say something, Margaret?
No, nothing. Nothing.
All right now, mister?
Yes, I'm all right, officer.
Well, you sure had a narrow escape. That train stopped about 6 inches away from your body. Lucky the motorman jammed on his brakes in time.
Oh, Lamont, how did it happen?
Someone in that crowd pushed me off the edge of the platform, Margot. Someone tried to kill me. Who's there? The window. This is the second attempt on my life in 24 hours, Margot. Luckily, the would-be killer missed me completely this time.
Did you see him?
No, he got away down the fire escape.
Oh, Lamont, don't you think you ought to leave town for a while?
No, Margot, I'm staying right here.
But you're in terrible danger. You're just inviting your own murder.
Perhaps. I'll never catch the man who's gunning for me if I run away. As a matter of fact, I'm expecting Weston any minute. He's going to take that bullet back to headquarters for study by a ballistics expert.
Lamont,
Something wrong, Margot?
Oh, no. No, I'm all right. Have you got the bullet that was fired at you?
You see, it's over here, buried in the wall. See, just above the table lamp.
Hello, Cranston. Miss Lane, what are you doing with that knife? Cranston, look out!
Margot. Have you gone mad? Here, give me that knife.
You turned around just in time, Cranston.
Margot. So it was you who tried to kill me. But why? Why?
I'll tell you why, Cranston. She's gone crazy. And we've got just the right place for people like that.
Well, Dr. Chandler, how is she?
In all my years as a specialist, I've never seen a stranger case. It's evident that Miss Lane has gone mad. She babbles about hearing a voice constantly.
Well, Cranston, that settles that.
Doctor, did you say she keeps hearing a voice?
Yes, it seems to be an obsession with her.
See. Neil Redmond heard a voice, too.
What'd you say, Cranston?
Nothing, Commissioner. Nothing.
Well, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going out, Commissioner, to take care of a little unfinished business.
Who's there? Strange. Sure, I heard someone in my studio, and yet when I switched on the light, the room's empty. What? What's that?
The shadow, Ahmed.
The voice. I heard a voice.
So did your victims, Ahmed. But now you hear the voice of the shadow.
I cannot see you.
No man has ever seen me. Only the guilty fear me. The voice of the shadow is the voice of justice, my occult friend.
What do you want from me, Shadow?
A confession of your crimes.
I will confess nothing. I know nothing.
Indeed, Ahmed. You have no knowledge, I suppose, of the little electric machine concealed under your crystal globe?
You know that?
Yes, Ahmed. I went over your whole establishment during your absence. What is that machine, Ahmed?
A little invention of my own, Shadow. That machine illuminates a crystal globe with a deadly light called Thetalite.
Thetalite?
Yes, my invisible friend. This light paralyzes the onlooker's brain through the nerve centers of the eye.
I see.
From that point on, the brain will hold the last normal conscious impression of the onlooker, the last words I speak.
And the brain magnifies these words, makes them a driving impulse to the subject.
Yes. Clever, Shadow?
Fiendishly clever. Thus you drove Neil and Jane Redmond to suicide and drove Margot Lane to make several attempts on Lamont Cranston's life.
Yes, Shadow. And now I'm going to drive you to your death. Invisible.
Ahmed, that drawer is empty.
Empty?
Yes. It was thoughtful of you to protect your own eyes from the theta light by wearing polarized crystal lenses to which the deadly light could not penetrate. You could look on in perfect safety while your victim's brain was paralyzed.
Those lenses? Where are they?
I'm wearing them now, Ahmed.
You wearing them? Shadow, what are you doing?
Look deep into the crystal globe, Ahmed. Look deep.
I can't take my eyes away. I can't. Shadow, turn off the machine, I beg of you. Turn off the machine.
Try to make a murderess of Margot Lane. You poisoned her brain with a theta light.
Turn it off, please.
Not until you give me the antidote, Ahmed.
I tell you.
The antidote, Ahmed.
All right, I tell you. There is only one cure. The subject must be kept in total darkness for at least 2 weeks.
And
then the brain will rally and come back to normal. Shadow, now turn off the theta light.
In a moment, Ahmed. But first you're going to confess your crime to the police. You're going to confess your crime to the police.
Well, how's the patient today?
Oh, I'm fine, Lamont. Never better.
Well, what's so funny?
Well, it's Commissioner Weston, Margot. I've just come from headquarters. I haven't stopped laughing since.
Why, what about him?
He's a little baffled, you might say. He just can't figure it out. This fellow Ahmed walked right into his office and gave himself up. Spilled the whole story right in the commissioner's lap.
Just like that?
Just like that. Oh, poor Weston. Moves into the electric chair, and along comes one who practically insists on sitting down in it. I don't blame him for being upset.
Now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Bartlett.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Most people want to conserve fuel. So this evening, I'm going to tell you 3 easy ways to save coal. First on the list, of course, is a clean furnace. That's most important. A clean furnace is usually an efficient furnace. As a matter of fact, you may save up to 25% of your fuel bill this year by cleaning your furnace now. So put your heating plant in good working order. Second, if you haven't storm doors and windows, by all means try to obtain them. The added insulation and protection from double doors and double windows will result in your saving a very substantial amount of heat that otherwise would escape. And that means saving coal and money. Not only this winter, but in years to come, long after the storm sash has paid for itself. Third, be sure to weather strip around doors and windows. Felt weather stripping is available and is inexpensive. It's also very easy to tack on. Closing cracks and crevices with felt weather stripping will reduce your heating bill still further. Try these suggestions. You'll find they will help you conserve important fuel by reducing wasteful heat loss in your home. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plots are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story, E.L.N.W. Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Alice. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm busy on a case. Some boy I know is coming over from Sing Sing, and I wish he wouldn't. To me, it sounds like a bad break.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the vanishing varmint.
Miracle Whip has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. the case of the vanishing varmint. It's Wednesday evening in Manhattan. And upstate, a gentleman named Paul Mackenzie is taking life easy. Not that Mr. Mackenzie is lazy. He's not working because he had an argument with the state of New York, and unfortunately, he came out second best.
All right, Mackenzie, inside.
Oh, hiya, Mac.
Drop dead, will you?
I don't know what's the matter with you.
Is that the New York paper?
Yeah,
Let's see it, Wayne.
I'm doing a crossword puzzle. You know a 5-letter word for burglar?
You trying to be funny?
No, see, 17 across.
Ah, give me that.
What'd you do that for? You broke the point on my pencil.
Well, that's just 2. Hey, what are you doing now?
I'm sharpening the point on the windowsill.
Let's see that.
Ah, cut it out, Mac. I ain't hurting nothing.
Let me see that point. Hey, that's not bad.
You can get it real sharp like that. I always say concrete is as good as sandpaper.
Is that what you always say?
Yeah. When I was a kid...
Shut up. When do you draw kitchen duty again?
Tomorrow.
Swell. Why don't you rob me a spoon?
A spoon?
That's right.
Why should I?
Now, look, Wayne, we're friends, aren't we?
No.
What's the matter? Can't you take a joke? All I want's a crummy spoon. Who's going to miss it?
I'm not going to do it, man.
It's not like I was asking for a knife.
I said I'm not...
I said you... Well...
Why do you want it for?
You gotta have a reason for everything. Just give me a spoon. That's all I ask. Hey, Wayne. Wayne, wake up.
Well, let me alone, Mac.
Come on, dopey. Wake up. Keep your voice down. You understand?
Where'd you get that knife?
Remember the spoon you got me last week?
Yeah?
Just shows what a little homework will do. I filed it down.
How?
The same way you sharpen your pencil. Turned out real keen. Don't you think?
Cut it out.
Well, pay attention.
You gonna bust out?
What do you think?
You're crazy.
Like a fox. And you're coming with me.
Oh, no.
Don't get me wrong, Wayne. I'm not that fond of your company, but I need another guy to work this. Now get back in your cot and keep mum. Don't you open your yap for anything.
What are you gonna do?
The less you know, the less you'll have to worry about. Hey, Daniels! Daniels!
All right, what's the trouble, Mackenzie?
There's something the matter with Wayne.
Huh? Wayne? Wayne?
I don't think he's breathing.
What happened?
I don't know. I saw him swallow a pill.
What?
Yeah, about 20 minutes ago.
All right, stand back. I'm coming in.
You think maybe it was poison?
What's the matter with you, Wayne? Can I help you turn him over, Mac?
Don't bother, Daniels. He'll be okay.
Huh?
Too bad I can't say the same for you.
No,
You killed him.
Well, what are you waiting for? Applause? Let's go.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
Isn't this Sergeant Corbett?
Mike?
Who else? How are you, Bright Eyes?
Busy. But I thought you might be interested in this flash that just came over the teletype. Here, I'll read it to you. Paul Mackenzie and Wayne Thompson broke out of jail tonight at 9:30, may be headed for New York. These men are dangerous. Use caution in apprehending.
So?
Well, doesn't it mean anything to you?
Should it?
I think so. Remember the Weber holdup a few years back? You represented the insurance company.
Oh, yeah. Mackenzie was the boy we grabbed.
As I recall, he was kind of peeved at you. Didn't he make a couple of threats?
I was just blowing off steam.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Frankly, I don't. Well, it's been nice talking to you, Mike. Hope I get to do it again sometime.
Just a second. Just a second.
Yes? Hello, Harris.
Mackenzie.
Shut the door.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
What's the matter, Harris? You act like you're seeing a ghost. It's your old boss, remember?
Yeah, but I heard on the radio that...
What?
That a car with you and what's his name?
Wayne?
Yeah, went off a drawbridge near Sing Sing.
Well, I wasn't in it. We separated as soon as we got over the walls. Was there anything else?
No.
What about the guard I knifed?
They say he's going to pull through.
I guess this is my lucky day.
How did you get to town?
What do you think?
Well, you certainly didn't come by the super, Chief.
I rode the rods. Give me some soap. I want to wash up.
Yeah, sure, man.
What do you hear from Ruth?
Ruth?
Ruth Nelson, stupid.
I haven't seen her in months, Mac.
I told you to keep an eye on her. Hand me that towel.
Yeah.
Well?
Well, what?
What do you got to say for yourself?
Oh, be reasonable, Mac. I couldn't follow Ruth around.
Why not?
Well, let's skip that for now. There's lots more important things to do.
Such as?
Such as getting you out of the country.
Now, don't be a chump, Harris. I'm staying right here.
What? You're out of your mind.
That's the trouble with people who don't spend any time in jail. You don't appreciate your own hometown. You forget the attractions. I got a beautiful girl in New York and about $250,000 in bonds.
Yes, I know, Mac, but...
Good, because I want them both here by 5 o'clock tonight. Let me look at you, Ruth.
Have I changed much, honey?
Nah. You look better than ever. Okay, Harris, beat it.
But I thought you wanted...
What's the matter? Don't you understand English? Go on, blow. Find yourself somewhere else to flop tonight.
All right, Mac. But be careful, will you?
Stop being such a worrywart. I'll be okay. Come here, baby.
Gosh, Mac. Wonderful to have you back.
You miss Papa, huh?
Yes.
Why don't you keep in touch with Harris?
You know how I always felt about him?
Oh, he's okay. Oh, hey, that reminds me. I was so tickled to see him, I forgot to ask, where are the bonds?
Bonds?
Yeah, before I went up...
Oh, those. Well, I didn't bring them along.
Why not?
Well, when Harris first told me you were here, I thought he was kidding.
Well, you can see he wasn't. I want you to pick him up the second thing in the morning.
What do you mean, second thing?
Mike Waring still around?
Who?
The private dick they call a Falcon.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, first thing tomorrow, Ruth, you find out and make an appointment for me.
What for?
You'll find out when I talk to Waring. You know how I hate to repeat myself. It's funny he doesn't answer.
Maybe he's gone out for a while.
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Mac?
Make myself comfortable while I wait. I think this one ought to do the trick. Oh, what do you know? Guess the old man hasn't lost his touch, eh, Ruthie?
Oh, Mac, now listen to
Inside.
me. But, honey...
I said inside. Now, what were you going to say?
Mike Waring's not going to like this.
That'll teach him not to break dates with yours truly.
I guess you're right.
What do you mean you guess? Aren't you sure?
I only meant...
Wait a minute. Did you make an appointment with Waring for me?
Well, of course I did.
Then how come he isn't here?
I don't know.
You're lying.
All right, so I am. I never called Waring.
No?
Honest, Mac, I was only thinking of your welfare.
I'll bet you would. Next time I tell you to do something, you do it. I don't need any masterminding.
So that's the thanks I get.
You kidding? I got news for you, sweetheart. Even at Sing Sing, I heard a couple of stories about you.
They're about me and Arnold Lucas. They were lies.
What was that name again, Lucas? Come on, answer me.
Let me alone.
Talk up, Ruthie. I'm going to know the score if I have to break every bone in your lovely body.
I'm warning you, Mac. Stay away from me.
You're warning me.
Go on, laugh, you big ape. You put a finger on me, and I'll put a finger on you, and we'll see who yells louder.
Mr. Waring?
Yes, that's right.
I've been waiting for you out here since 10:30.
Well, that's a switch. They generally wait inside.
Pardon?
Skip it. You're,
Susan Andrews.
Well, what's on your mind, Miss Andrews?
It's Mrs. Andrews. I'm staying at the Renard Apartments.
Well, you've still got something on your mind.
Well, couldn't we talk inside?
Sure. Come right in, Mrs. Oh, on second thought, stay right where you are.
Why? What?
Now, stop it.
Is he dead?
Well, if he isn't, he's as reasonable a facsimile as you can get with 2 slugs in the brain.
That's Paul Mackenzie, isn't it?
Who?
Paul Mackenzie, one of the men who broke out of jail yesterday.
How would you know?
I recognized him from his pictures.
Funny. I never would have.
Who are you calling?
The police. Do you mind?
What's the matter?
The line has been cut. All right, Mrs. Andrews, you stay right here till I get back.
Yes, but what about Mackenzie?
I wouldn't worry. In his condition, I think we can prevail upon him to hang around, too.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Mike. Mackenzie was in the car with Wayne when it went off that drawbridge near Sing Sing.
Mm-hmm. And have they discovered the bodies yet, Sergeant?
Well, no.
I tell you, they never will. At least not Mackenzie's, because he's right here in my place.
Oh.
Mrs. Andrews? Mrs. Andrews?
Looks like nobody's home.
I don't get it, Corbett. I left her standing right by... Holy smoke, what happened to the body?
What body?
I told you, Mackenzie's. It was lying right there near the sofa.
Look, Mike, if you got nothing better to do...
You've got to believe me, Corbett. Why would I make up a yarn like that?
That's what I'm wondering. But whatever your reason is, it better be funny.
I tell you, the line was cut.
Seems to be all right now.
Well, they must have patched it.
Oh, sure. Where was this Mrs. Andrews living?
At the Reynard Apartments.
That's Fleming 1222, isn't it?
Now, go ahead, but you're wasting your time, Sergeant. Whoever removed Mackenzie must have taken her along for the ride. She won't be in.
I know. There's only one question in my mind. Whether she ever was.
Look, are you calling me...
Now, keep quiet. Reynard Apartments? You got a Mrs. Susan Andrews registered there?
Hello?
Mrs. Susan Andrews?
Yes, that's right.
Hey, there is such a person.
She's there now.
Hello?
Let me talk to her.
Wait your turn.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Andrews. This is Sergeant Corbett of the police. Did you ever hear of a private detective named Mike Waring?
Waring? No, I don't believe I have.
Oh, then you weren't at his place this morning?
Well, I don't see how I could be. Your call just woke me.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Andrews. You know any more funny stories, Mike? I'm just dying to hear them. Well, I'm still waiting, Mike. What was the idea of the gag?
I tell you, it was no gag, Sergeant.
Well, then how do you explain it?
I can't. I just don't get it, that's all.
Oh, if you're referring to your sandwich, Mike's coming right up.
Oh, Ed.
And just wait till you see what else Ed's luncheonette has for you. Can you guess what it is?
Oh, please, Eddie, I'm in no mood to play guessing games. I'm not able to think on an empty stomach.
Well, what puzzles me is how you're able to think on an empty head.
But, Mike, look, just try to guess. Think of cool, shimmering beauty. A real attractive dish.
A beautiful tomato? Where is she?
No, Mike, not a girl. It's a real tomato filled with cream cheese. A nice, cool salad for summer.
All right, fine. Bring it on. I'm hungry.
But guess what else I'd do with this salad? To pep it up.
You probably use a salad dressing.
Mike, you're psychic.
Yeah, he can figure out everything but the case he's working on.
Oh, but he's right, Sergeant. This salad needs a dressing to pep it up. So I add a swell, peppy flavor by using... Guess what?
Look, if I say the right thing, will you make me queen for a day?
Well, I can't do that, but you know the answer. It's Miracle Whip, Mike. Boy, that stuff is wonderful. It's just right. You know, not too sharp or too mild. Just right.
Mm-hmm.
What more could you ask for?
Yes.
Huh?
Guess what more I could ask for.
Oh, gosh, I don't know. Here's a delicious tomato salad filled with cream cheese and topped with America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip. A salad dressing that tastes so different, folks call it the one and only. Now, what more could you possibly ask for?
Just one thing, Eddie. Can't you guess?
No, Mike, I give up. What is it?
Will you please bring the salad and sandwich? What are you waiting for? Get on the ball.
Oh, sure, Mike. Why didn't you say so?
Hey, you better get on the ball yourself, Mike. You claim Mackenzie was in your place this morning?
I tell you he was.
Yeah, that's what you've been telling me all day. Don't you think it's time now that you furnished a little proof?
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Andrews. Remember me?
Mr. Waring.
Yes, Angel, Mr. Waring.
Won't you come in?
Try and keep me out. All right, now what's this all about?
What's what all about?
Listen, Susie, I'm in no mood for evasions. You saw me find Mackenzie's body this morning.
I?
Yes, you. I want to know why you lied about it on the phone.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, I don't often strike a woman, but in your case...
No, wait a minute, wait.
It's coming back to you now.
Mr. Waring, why don't you forget about it? Make believe it never happened.
Have the cops think I'm crazy for the rest of my life? Oh, no. Now, what went on in that apartment after I left?
Please.
Look, I'll make it easy for you. You had a visitor, didn't you?
Yes.
Who was he?
He didn't tell me his name.
Well, what did he tell you?
Just to keep my mouth shut, otherwise...
Well, never mind. I can imagine what that otherwise was. Then what happened?
He picked up Mackenzie's body and disappeared.
No, it wasn't as simple as that, Susie. You don't walk around the streets of New York with a dead body on your hands. It might cause talk. How did he get rid of it?
He had a car waiting near the service entrance.
And you followed him?
Well,
Now, don't lie, Susie. You must have. What was the license number?
I didn't think to copy it down.
Look, I'm warning you,
No,
Angel.
wait a minute. Let me get my purse. It was 8L463.
All right. Thank you, Susie. You've been a great help. I think I can take it from here.
Well?
I'm looking for a gentleman named Larry Harris.
What do you want?
My name is Mike Waring.
That still leaves me in the dark.
I don't see why, Harris. You were up to my place this morning, weren't you?
Where'd you get that screwy idea?
You own a 51 Nash, license number 8L463, don't you?
No.
Well, you better inform the License Bureau. According to their records, the car belongs to you.
What if it does?
It was parked near the service entrance to my building today.
Oh.
What did you do with Mackenzie's body?
Well, strictly between us, Waring, I don't see how that's any of your business.
Now, that's where you're wrong, Harris. When someone uses my place for a slaughterhouse, it concerns me vitally.
Yeah, I suppose when you look at it that way, you've got a beef. Would, $500 take care of it?
Only if I can take it out in information.
Now, look, fella, let me give you a little tip. Nobody's been hurt.
Except Mackenzie.
It's no skin off your nose, forget it.
And if I don't?
Someone's liable to get sore at you.
Who might that be?
I don't like to mention names, but it might be me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, my arm.
What's the matter, Harris? Can't you stand a little pressure?
Cut it out, Waring. You're breaking
Well, that ought to convince you that I mean business now. What was your tie-up with Mackenzie?
You can go. Oh!
Come on, spill it.
We were friends. He was holed up here last night.
Why did he want to see me?
I don't know.
You sure?
I tell you, I don't know.
Well, would you know what happened to all that money he had stashed away?
What money?
Mackenzie was serving time for a payroll robbery. I was the one who sent him up, but we never recovered the loot.
I never saw a penny of it.
Then who did?
He spent it all on his girlfriend before they caught him.
That sounds like a physical impossibility. It was close to $250,000.
You don't know this gal.
No, but I'd like to. What's her name?
Ruth Nelson.
All right, just one more thing. Did you kill Mackenzie?
And then go back to your place and remove his body? What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe Ruth Nelson can help me arrive at some satisfactory answer.
Waiter. Waiter.
May I help you, madam?
Yeah, I'd like a... wait a minute. You're no waiter.
I still wouldn't mind serving you. Can I buy you a drink?
Aren't you afraid I might have a jealous boyfriend?
If you have, you probably know the best way to handle him.
Sit down.
Thanks. Oh, waiter, 2 scotch and sodas here.
Right away, Mr. Waring.
What did he call you?
Why, did it sound insulting?
Is your name Waring?
Well, I was keeping you for surprise, Ruth.
Beat it.
Now, what kind of hospitality do you call that? I didn't turn you out when you dropped in at my place.
What do you mean?
Weren't you there this morning with Mackenzie?
No.
You'll have to do better than that, Ruth. I couldn't forget that perfume. Voodoo, isn't it?
Did Max send you over to apologize?
Why should he?
Didn't he tell you he slapped me around?
What did you do, walk out?
Wouldn't you?
Well, I wasn't going steady with him, so it's hard to say.
Well, where does he get off accusing me of two-timing him with Arnold Lucas?
Weren't you?
No. Mac doesn't believe me. He can check it with Arnold. You'll find him at the Granger Hotel.
I kind of doubt that. Incidentally, Ruth, you wouldn't happen to know why Mackenzie wanted to see me in the first place.
Didn't he tell you?
He couldn't very well, Angel. When I first saw him, he was dead.
Dead?
Murdered, to be exact.
Is this a gag?
Hardly.
Listen, Waring, Arnold had nothing to do with this.
Who said he did?
Well, I thought...
If you did, Ruth, that's good enough for me. I'll be seeing you, Angel.
Who is it?
Telegram for Arnold Lucas.
Would you be kind enough to slip it under the door?
Sorry, mister. You got to sign for it.
Just a moment.
Hello?
You're not from the Western Union?
Well, I tried to enlist, but they wouldn't have me.
Who are you?
Waring is the name, Mike Waring.
What can I do for you, Mr. Waring?
Well, it's a long story, Lucas. You mind if I make myself comfortable while I tell it?
Please do.
Thanks.
May I offer you something?
Just a couple of answers. You see, I'm a private detective.
How interesting.
Yes, you get to meet a lot of dull people that way. I'll never guess how I got in touch with you.
Perhaps not.
Ever hear of a man named Paul Mackenzie?
Once or twice?
Well, he's dead.
How sad.
Yes, very. But you can dry those tears, fella. I think I know where to locate his murderer.
How did you accomplish that?
Well, I had several fine leads. An automobile license plate led me to Larry Harris.
Harris? I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
No, but you do have a mutual friend, Ruth Nelson.
Oh?
Yes, she's a wonderful gal, Lucas.
Glad you appreciate her fine qualities.
I'd be an ingrate if I didn't. After all, she gave me you.
But not for keeps.
Oh, hello, Ruth. What are you doing here?
You're the boy who knows all the answers.
Judging from that gun in your hand, there could only be one.
Never let it be said that you can't put two and two together. Hello, Arnold.
Darling, it was so nice of you to drop in.
It was a pleasure.
Yes. Well, if I'm in your way, folks.
Come back here, Waring.
I just thought you two might like to be alone.
We'll have plenty of opportunity for that later.
Well, I don't know, Lucas. You better act fast before the police grab you.
I don't think there's any danger of that.
You're wrong, Ruth. I've got your boyfriend dead to rights.
And that's where you're wrong, Waring, because in a couple of minutes he'll have you dead. Period.
Well, Ruth pointing a gun at him really poses a question as to Mike's future. Let's hope he has the right answer. But I don't need anybody to point a gun at me to give you the one right answer to the question of what to use as a dressing for salad. The answer? Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only a minute has passed since Ruth Nelson made her dramatic entrance into Arnold Lucas's apartment with a gun and promptly aimed it at Mike Waring's head. And now, as we find the gay trio, Ruth seems determined to get down to business.
All right, Waring. If you've got any final requests, now's the time to make them.
Now, Ruth, you know you're not serious about this.
What'll you bet?
Well, I've got nothing against you.
No, but you got plenty against Arnold. Who told you he was wanted in Los Angeles?
No one.
So you figured it out all by yourself, Mr. Waring.
Oh, he's a smart one, Arnold. Wouldn't take him long to guess. Mac went to his office. It could only be for one reason. He wanted Waring to make a deal for him with the police.
He was wasting his time, Ruth. They never would have accepted it.
Why not?
Mackenzie owed the police plenty for the payroll robbery and a little extra something for that jailbreak. Lucas would really have to be wanted pretty badly for the cops to forgive and forget.
No, you never can tell.
Oh, no, that's true enough.
Well, now that you know it all, what do you intend to do about it?
Well, it's up to you.
How right you are. And since it's my move...
I better move faster. Come on, drop it.
Let go! Arnold! Arnold!
Get out of the way.
I didn't mean it.
Let me take a look at him.
What's going on here?
Oh, come in, Harris. You're just in time.
I heard a shot. What happened?
Can't you see?
I didn't mean to kill him.
Well, cheer up, Ruth. You didn't.
What?
Oh, it's just a flesh wound. But you're a very careless girl.
Well, anyone would have done the same in my place. I had to protect him.
Yes, I guess you can't blame her, Waring. When a gal goes for a guy, there's nothing she won't do. Even try to cover him when she's seen him commit murder.
Well, who should know that better than you, Harris?
Meaning what?
Meaning you're the guy she's in love with. You're the one she's shielding.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry if I let the cat out of the bag, Ruth, but when it comes to murder, I'm just a great big blabbermouth. Hello, Susie. Remember me?
Mike.
I hope it's not too late, but I came over to regale you with the saga of my triumph.
Oh, I heard all about it on the radio, but come in anyway.
Oh, thanks.
I heard on the radio Harris killed Mackenzie.
You heard right.
But why? I thought they were friends.
To the end. Only Harris saw to it that Mackenzie's end came a lot sooner than it normally would.
Mm-hmm.
And when Mackenzie went to jail, he left $250,000 worth of loot with his girlfriend, Ruth Nelson.
Oh, and she and Harris...
Mm-hmm.
Well, where does this Arnold Lucas fit in?
Oh, he was the patsy in this little affair. Ruth led Mackenzie to believe it was Lucas who was his rival.
When all along it was his boy Harris.
That's it.
Well, what put you on the right track?
Ruth. She was the one who sicked me onto Lucas originally, and then she volunteered the information that he was wanted in Los Angeles. And on top of that, she tried to kill Lucas in front of me.
I thought that was an accident.
Don't be silly. That gal knew what she was doing. Why do you think I had such an easy time disarming her? Does that answer all your questions?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Now we can start on mine. I didn't have time to ask you before, but what were you doing in front of my apartment so early in the morning?
Well, as I told you, I wanted to see you.
What about?
Getting the evidence for a divorce?
Oh, well, I don't generally handle that kind of work, Susie, but for you, I might make an exception. Suppose you tell me about your husband.
Oh, he's handsome,
Mm-hmm.
charming, and cultured.
Hmm?
Everything a woman could want.
Well, now, wait a minute. You sound like you're still in love with the guy.
I am.
Ah?
Mm-hmm. After I saw you this afternoon, I thought it over and called him. He should be here any minute.
Well, that's nice.
Oh, Mike, it was all my fault. I made a mistake. I was just counting on him to call me first.
Well, don't feel too badly, Susie. We all make mistakes. I was counting on something, too.
Mike, where are you going?
Home. Good night, Mrs. Andrews.
Rich, delicious, chocolate-flavored malted milk. Sounds mighty good, doesn't it? And it is, too. But listen to this. You make it in your own kitchen. That's right. Make it yourself with Kraft's wonderful chocolate-flavored malted milk. Here's how simple and easy it is to do. Make a tasty paste of some Kraft malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a tall glass. Fill that glass with chilled milk. Stir it again, and there you have it, a delicious Kraft malted. And because it's full of all the food values in milk, it's nourishing as well. So why not enjoy a Kraft malted often? Just get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer tomorrow. The Case of the Cautious Cousin. The Case of the Cautious Cousin. That's the title of next week's Adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when a family fortune is in the balance, the scales can be tipped toward murder. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting Adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on a famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear It Pays to Be Ignorant tonight on NBC.
Lost Statue on every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Listen, you phone down to the drugstore and tell them to send up 3 gallons of black coffee.
Who is this? Are you sure you have the right number?
I'm sure I've got the right number, but I'm not so sure who I am.
Oh, Sam, it's you. You must have had a frog in your throat. Did you oversleep?
Effie, don't say things like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Oh, you poor dear, you've been working. You're tired, that's it.
Tired? I've only just brought Lazarus back from the dead.
Well, then you better get some rest, Sam. You can dictate your report tomorrow.
That's what you think. Now stay where you are. If I'm asleep when I get there, wake me up. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Lazarus caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Next time you buy hair tonic, be sure you buy Wild Root Cream Oil. For you see, Wild Root Cream Oil gives you these advantages. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin, so much like the natural oil of your skin. Yes, friends, next time you buy hair tonic, look for that famous name, Wild Root. Get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie!
In here, Sam, in your private office.
Yeah, private, she says. I'd like to know what's private about it.
I have everything ready for you, Sam.
What's this?
Ovaltine, to relax.
I don't want to relax. I don't dare.
Oh, there you go again, Sam. Going on nerves. How long do you think you can keep it up?
With your help, I'll be in a coma inside 3 minutes.
Thank you, Sam. Now, you just lie down here on the couch, and I'll take your shoes off.
Now, look,
And I can take dictation while you're relaxing.
Nuts. Where's that black coffee?
Sam, you're angry with me. Your eyes. Please don't glare at me like that, Sam. I can't bear it when you...
I am not glaring. I'm trying to keep them open. Now, sit down. I got to keep moving around.
Oh, you
moving
shouldn't
around.
drive yourself like this, Sam.
Please, Effie, please. Date, fill it in.
Well, it's your life. Go on. Burn yourself at both ends.
Let's see. A.J. Tatspaw, claims manager, All Risk Insurance Company, Tide Building, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Dear Sir, the following is an accounting of my services to your company in connection with a claim of Emma R. Lazarus on the life of the assured Timothy R. Lazarus. The latter called at my office yesterday at approximately 11:30 a.m. He was tall, bald, gray-faced, and dusty. He looked as if he'd been buried and dug up several times.
This may sound like a poor sort of jest, Mr. Spade, but my name is Lazarus, and I want you to bring me back from the dead.
Well, sounds interesting. Why did you die? When did you die? And how did you die?
I was declared dead by the appellate court of the state of California, August 28th last year, by reason of 7 years' absence.
Who took it to court?
My wife, Emma.
Insurance?
Yes. My wife and I agreed between ourselves to insure my life in the amount of $100,000 that she would collect on legal presumption of death after my disappearance and continued absence for 7 years. That's the law, Mr. Spade.
Yeah, it's been tried a lot of times. What went wrong in your case? Wife double-cross you?
If that's your attitude, I'm afraid I've come to the wrong man.
Uh-huh. You're still in love with her. Well, that makes it tough. You know they'll nail her for perjury if you prove you're still alive?
But that's why I didn't go to the police. Even though we'd planned the deception together, she had reason to believe that I was actually dead.
Suppose you cover the whole thing from the beginning, Mr. Lazarus.
Yes. I married her back in 1940. And for a while we were happy. And then she became restless.
You mean you were not able to support her in the manner to which she was accustomed? She was young, lovely. You wanted her to have nice things, but on your meager salary, it was impossible.
Oh, I know it's an old story, but life is like that.
Well, you said it.
Yeah, well, there you are. I was assistant cashier at the Golden Gate Bank.
Oh, no, not that.
I started taking small sums at first, meaning to repay them later on.
Look, let's not go through the whole script. How much did you embezzle?
$20,000.
Yeah, so you decided to take it on the lam before the auditors came in, and...
I was going to give myself up, but Emma wouldn't let me. We made our plans that night, and I left for Mexico the following day. In Mexico City, I had plastic surgery done on my face, and then I settled down to wait the 7 long years until I would be declared legally dead. I suppose you might call it poetic justice, but just before the end of the 7th year, I contracted malaria. Was confined to a hospital for more than 11 months.
You have had it.
Oh, the doctors gave me up for dead and asked me to notify my next of kin. I gave them Emma's address. I never notified her to the contrary because it seemed to fit in so well with our plan.
Too well, huh?
Yes. I'd been to see her, and she refuses to believe that I am her husband. Oh, of course, my appearance is very much altered, but there must be some way to prove my identity.
You worked in a bank. They must have taken your fingerprints.
I removed them from the files and destroyed them.
How are your teeth?
My teeth?
Teeth. Who was your dentist here in town?
Dr. Smith, The Drake Professional Building.
You'll still have your dental x-rays on file. They're as good as fingerprints. You go there this afternoon. Don't give your name. Tell them you're Mark Humboldt. Have a new set of x-rays taken, and I'll do the rest. What's your wife doing these days?
Why, Emma's married again.
Who's the sucker?
Pardon me?
The man.
Oh, he's a doctor. Dr. Ernst Wilhelm.
Wilhelm?
He's quite well known, I believe.
Yeah, and the cops would like to know more. Now, about my fee.
Mr. Spade, I have no money.
Oh, that's great. You have no money, and all you want is to hire a man to bring you back from the dead. And the more I succeed, the less chance I'll have of collecting.
If I might make a suggestion, Mr. Spade, I don't know the ethics, but perhaps the insurance company? You would be doing them a great service.
I think you're going to live, Mr. Lazarus. They can't keep a good man down. I'll collect from them. I knew there wasn't a chance in 100,000 of shaking a fee out of your company. After all, you have your own investigators in the payroll, and contract work isn't deductible under the new tax law, but something about Lazarus had gotten to me. Something else about him got to me at the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill, where I stopped for lunch.
Mr. Spade?
Yes, indeedy.
I'm Emma Wilhelm, Mr. Spade.
Emma Lazarus Wilhelm?
I see you do know who I am. May I sit down?
Slide in, Mrs. Wilhelm.
Thank you. I'm glad to know you have a sense of humor, Mr. Spade. It's about that man, of course. Surely you didn't believe a word of his story.
Which word?
Oh, I'll admit there are slight traces of the truth in his raving. My first husband, Timothy Lazarus, was an embezzler. He did disappear, and it's quite true that I have collected the insurance on his life. I might even believe that Tim is still alive. But that man is not he.
Then what are you so upset about?
Oh, it's perfectly obvious what he wants. He's an extortionist.
You're wrong. He doesn't want money, Mrs. Wilhelm. He wants you.
Oh, Mr. Spade, how much do you know about my husband?
Which one?
Don't be flippant.
Dr. Ernest Wilhelm. He made his first million panning lead nuggets out of gang war casualties and lost it on the stock market. He cut his second million out of Nob Hill and called it surgery. He lost that on horses, blinds, and malpractice suits. The last time he was mentioned in the paper, there was a big picture of him pumping sleeping pills out of the stomach of an aging burlesque queen. It may or may not have been coincidence that she did not recover, and that she was the ex-girlfriend of one of our better-known racetrack haberdashers, and if he got $100 for the job, he was paid off in boodle.
Oh, please. Please don't say any more. That poor girl. And he'll do the same thing to me.
Well,
if you persist in helping that imposter, you'll be responsible for whatever happens to me or anyone else you involve.
Anything else I should know?
Yes. Both you and your client are being watched and followed. You can't escape him. He's not quite the has-been you'd like to think he is.
After she had gone, I scraped the tears off my butter, finished my lunch, washed my hands with a nationally advertised soap, and mushed over to the Drake Professional Building. I found my client's dentist in his lab polishing up a set of gold inlays.
Humboldt? Oh, yes. His x-rays have come through. Only set today. They're on the clamp there. Don't touch them. They're not dry yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's your interest? Police identification?
You guessed it.
Always happy to cooperate.
Thanks. How about digging in your files for the x-rays on a patient named Lazarus?
Oh, yes, be glad to, of course. Well, let's see now. Larrabee, Lavelle, Lawrence, Lawson, Gluskin. That's G. What's that doing here? Ah, Lazarus. Timothy R. Is that your man?
That's the name.
Oh, dear me, April 1940. Should have been in for dental hygiene. Have to remind Miss Baker. That's my nurse.
These pictures, how do they compare with this new set?
Well, now, let's have a look. Switch on the light there, will you please? And let's see. Malocclusion, bicuspid's impacted third molar. Ah, erosion inlay. Yes, it's very interesting.
You mean they're the same in both sets of pictures?
Oh, dear, no.
A man's mouth could change a lot in 7 years, couldn't
it?
Oh,
yes, especially with dental neglect, but that would never cause a man to grow new teeth.
Oh, well.
You see here, Humboldt has one more lower incisor and 2 more molars than Lazarus. And the whole character of the mouth is different. These 2 men would not look even faintly alike.
Well, could there have been some mistake in filing?
Oh, dear, no. Miss Baker's been with me for 10 years. Never made a mistake yet.
Could I talk to her?
Not in today. Been out since Tuesday. Cold.
Oh, say, by the way, you're a detective. How's this for a mystery? She phoned me this morning and thanked me for sending a doctor around to examine her. Now, this is the peculiar part. I have no recollection of having done so, and I'm not acquainted with the doctor she said I sent her.
That wouldn't be a Dr. Ernst Wilhelm.
Why, yes. Wilhelm. That was the name.
Do her another favor, will you? Call a doctor you do know and tell him to get over there as fast as he can. Come on, open up.
Get your shirt on. I'm going to come in as fast as I can. What you want, kiddo?
Which is Miss Baker's room?
She's sick. Ain't having no callers.
I'm her doctor.
Oh, you can't fool me. Where's your little black bag?
If I had one, it would be around your neck. Now, March, show me the way.
You can't force me. I know my rights.
Oh, you do you? Well, it might interest you to know that your vents are faulty, your wiring is illegal, your drains are unsanitary, and your apron is dirty.
Them's rust stains. I'm neat as a pin.
You're as neat as a mud pie. Now, get going before I have the Board of Health down on you.
All right, but you can't make me climb them stairs.
Come on.
Got sciatica, I have. Here's the keys.
Okay.
First door to the right. And whenever she's gone, I hope you catch it.
Thank you, Elsa Maxwell. She was stretched out on a bed, her left arm twisted under her and her right dangling over the edge. On the floor beneath it was an empty pill bottle. A few red capsules were scattered near it, and some more were spilled out among the bedclothes. It was a standard sleeping pill suicide scene, but I didn't believe it. The body was still warm, but no pulse. I didn't waste time giving her the mirror test. Instead, I looked around for a phone. It was on a table near a window. I meant to dial the police number, Sutter 12020, but SU was as far as I got. It felt like a bee sting or a quick jab with a needle. I spun around and swung out blindly. The face that I missed was suntanned under a shock of iron gray hair. It was wearing the same white-toothed grin that Dr. Ernst Wilhelm always wore for newspaper photographers. I started towards him, and he backed away, still grinning.
Come ahead, Spade. Come and get me, but hurry. You have only 20 seconds more. Shall I count them off? So far, you have 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
The floor kept dropping a foot at a time as I walked toward him. But every time I got to the bottom of the incline, it tilted up the other way, and I slipped back. He kept dropping out of sight, and every time I got him back into my line of vision, he was farther away. The walls of the room opened out and disappeared into some clouds. The ceiling spun around faster and faster until it whirled away like one of those flying discs. Then the floor turned into gelatin, and I sank into it.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Lazarus Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The dream lasted about 300 years. Around Christmas time in the year 2247, another bee stung me. I opened my eyes, but the lights on the tree were too bright, and Santa Claus was bending over me with a brandy breath.
Come on, man. Come on. Little willpower. You're conscious. That's it. Sensation returning. Here, try and sit up.
The girl. How about her?
Too late. Did everything I could. Suicide pact?
One of your brothers in Apollo was a little too handy with a needle. Here's the mark on my arm, and you'll find one on that stiff. Those sleeping capsules were a plant to make it look like suicide.
You'll be feeling better soon. Now, come along. Up on your feet. Must keep moving. Restore circulation. Hip. There.
Thanks. You the man Dr. Smith called?
Yes. So you're a private detective. How do you feel now?
I'm still dopey. You give me something to pick me up?
I've given you as much stimulant as it's safe to administer. For the rest, you'll have to sleep it off. And you will. I advise you to hurry home. Get into bed before this wears off.
How long have I got?
A couple of hours if you keep moving, maybe 3.
Yeah.
But if I were you, I wouldn't stay out. You don't want to fall asleep in the middle of Market Street, get run over by a bus.
Worst things can happen to you in your own bed. Look at her.
Murder? Think you can prove it?
I don't know.
I couldn't. Not on her. And I've been an autopsy surgeon for 20 years.
Well, cheer up, Doctor. If you miss on her, you may get a second chance.
Huh?
Yeah, me.
Yep. Those eyes are looking better. I think you'll live.
I wasn't so sure. Unless I could nail Wilhelm before my 3 hours was up, it was a safe bet he'd nail me again with that needle. He had done me one favor. He'd convinced me that my client was really the man he claimed to be and that Wilhelm and Emma knew it. My best hope of smoking him out was to dig out some solid proof. I spent 10 minutes of my 3 hours getting to the Hall of Records and 10 more finding out there was nothing there on Lazarus but his death certificate. I had a gander at the wanted file at police headquarters. They'd checked him out in August of '47 when the court had pronounced him dead. I looked at my watch. With 2 hours and 17 minutes of wakefulness left, I just didn't have time. I stopped by Lazarus's hotel, got a set of his fingerprints and several samples of his signature, took them to a penman I know down on the Mission, and between us, we forged the most amazing set of documents ever assembled on one man. All dated, notarized, certified, witnessed, registered. One even bore the great seal of the state of California and the signature of the governor. I squeezed them all into a large briefcase, propped my eyes open with toothpicks while I drank half a gallon of black coffee, then phoned Dr. Wilhelm's night number. I told him I was one of Russian Leo's boys, and a cop had just winged me on the lam from a jewelry store job. He agreed to meet me at his office. Hello, Wilhelm.
Yes?
Is that all you got to say to the guy you knocked off an hour ago?
I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Who are you?
Look, I know that you know, and you know that I know. They even wrote a song about it, so let's get off the dime and don't reach for a needle. This gun is bigger and it shoots farther.
Well, I can see you mean business. What do you want?
First, I want to show you a few things. Here, take a look.
Well, this is very impressive.
Yeah, I thought you'd be impressed. You, need any more proof that Lazarus is Lazarus?
What's the matter, Spade? Getting sleepy?
Don't get your hopes up. I can squeeze this trigger in my sleep.
Are these papers for sale?
Why do you think I brought them to you?
What's the price?
Half the take on Lazarus's insurance.
That's very high.
I haven't finished. This time, Lazarus has got to be really dead, and you're going to do the job. Come on, stop stalling.
I can't do that.
Why not?
Why, Emma, she'll make trouble. She said she would.
She's still in love with him?
Why do you say that?
I just wondered. What reason did she give you for not wanting him knocked off?
Well, the cops work harder at identifying a dead man than they do a live derelict that looks and talks like a crank. I had the same idea myself.
Then you're stupid. With him dead, she can tell any story she wants to. With him alive and all this proof of identity, he's in a position to nail both of you for fraud, conspiracy, perjury. Shall I go on?
One thing. Does Emma know about these papers?
Sure.
You're lying.
Sure, I'm lying. And those documents are forgeries if that's the way you want it. I haven't got time to argue. I can't stay awake much longer, and you can't bring it off without me. I'll have Lazarus at my apartment in 30 minutes. Bring your needle and the $50,000.
All right, Spade. I'll be there.
I made 2 phone calls on my way to pick up Lazarus, one to Emma and one to Lieutenant Erlinger of Homicide. Dundee was asleep. The lieutenant and Sergeant Poolhouse were perched on the fire escape outside my window, and Emma was waiting in the living room when we got there.
Tim. Oh, my poor darling.
Emma, you recognize me.
Of course, darling, from the beginning. But I didn't dare speak out in front of Ernst.
I know. Mr. Spades told me.
Now, listen to me, you two. You're sure you can go through with this?
Oh, are you sure there's no danger?
That's him now. Come on, Lazarus, get in the bedroom there. Now, do what I told you.
Don't worry, Emma.
Oh, I'm so frightened.
Quiet.
Hello, Spade. I got here just at... Emma, what are you doing here?
Mr. Spade phoned me. I agreed. It's the only thing to do. I wanted you to know that.
Well, I'm glad to see that you've come to your senses. For a while there. You see, you were wrong, Spade.
Did you bring the stuff?
Here's your money. I have the hypodermic in the case here, and it's already loaded. We won't need a sterile needle. Where is he?
In there on the bed. He was asleep a minute ago. The grogginess that had kept coming back over me in waves for the last 2 hours swirled over me again as Wilhelm leaned over the bed where Lazarus lay, stretched out with his eyes closed. For a split second, I blanked out, and I was afraid it had already happened. But then I saw Wilhelm's hand coming down at an oblique angle toward Lazarus's forearm. Then my vision blurred again, and my arms felt too heavy to lift. It was Emma's scream that jolted me back. I clawed out blindly.
Drop it. You let go of it. You get it in your own arm. Let go. Swine, you double-crossing.
Now, here's a little sleeping medicine for you. Okay, boys. Come and get him.
Good boy, Sam. Good boy. We won't forget this.
Yeah, a likely story.
Get that broken glass, Polehouse. Put it in the Dixie cup. Now, handle it careful. We want to analyze that medicine.
You okay?
Who are these people, Sam? Accomplices?
Yeah, but not for homicide.
What about Ernst? They won't let him go free, will they?
Don't worry. He's out of circulation for good.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah, Lazarus.
I don't know how to thank you.
Yes. You don't know what this means to us.
Yes, I do. It probably means another long separation. The state prisons aren't co-ed. But if you insist on being alive, you have to take life as it comes. Period. End of bedtime story.
Oh, Sam, it's so sad. That poor couple, so much in love. But you had to do your duty, didn't you, Sam? They had to pay their debt to society, of course. That's why you had to be so hard and unrelenting and not give in to your better nature.
That's right. That's right. Never give in to the ship. Don't tread on me. It was Hobson. What was it that Hobson? You may fire when ready.
You know best, Sam. I'll just go type this up.
And now, listen to this. A good friend of the family. That's Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, folks. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Now, get Wild Root Cream Oil at your drug or toilet goods counter in a new 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam, wake up.
Well, go away. Your apron's dirty.
Sam, I'm not wearing an apron.
Then why don't you let me sleep?
Sam, you've got to wake up. Your coffee's here.
And tell them I'm in conference.
No, Sam, no. The black coffee. You said to order 3 gallons.
What?
I couldn't carry it all. I'll make another trip. 24 cardboard containers. You'll have to drink it up fast now. They're leaking already.
Abandon ship, all ye who enter here.
Oh, Sam, what am I going to do with it?
Open a restaurant. Good night.
Oh, good night, Sam.
Number 3 turret, open fire.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Mrs. Perkins won the prize, but I got in the biggest pickle at the county fair.
This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At insurance investigation, Johnny Dollar is only an expert. At making out his expense account, he is an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To Home Office, Corinthian Liability and Bonding Company, Terminal Building, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during my assignment as bodyguard to Grand Blue Ribbon Champion, Spotted Poland China Hog, Rosie Barron of Iowa. Or How You Cast My Pearls of Wisdom Before Swine. Or Out of the Fire into the Frying Pan. Expense account, item 1. $76.80. Train and bus fare, Hartford to the town of Carver, county seat of Carver County, Iowa. Expense account, item 2. $2.50. 1 Coke, 3 handkerchiefs, a bottle of salt tablets, and sunglasses, with which to combat the Corn Belt heat. Item 3, 6 bits, jitney ride to the Carver County Fairgrounds. Undoubtedly named that because the band I found in the midst of playing its afternoon concert was only fair. Hey, friend.
How's that?
I'm looking for a pig named Rosie Barron of Iowa. Can you tell me where I'll find his cage?
Cage? They don't keep Rollo in no cage.
Rollo? Who's he?
Well, that's short for Rosie Barron of Iowa.
Oh, yeah. Any fool would know that.
Uh-huh.
Can you tell me where he is?
See that building over there, the livestock building?
Yeah.
You'll find Rollo in the swine wing.
Swine wing? Well, that conjures up a dainty picture. A flying pig.
Afraid Rollo won't ever do much flying. Weighs 980.
Oh, well, thanks a lot.
Oh, neighbor.
Yeah?
Why don't you try slipping out of that there coat? You won't find it near as sweaty.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Hiram. Oh, he didn't even wait to be my best friend.
Hey! Wait, I'll come with you, neighbor.
It was 96 in the shade, but things were getting hotter. Shots and screams from the livestock building were the only things that could bring me on the run, with Hiram on my heels.
Hey, what do you suppose that was?
First, I ran into a stranger just outside the entrance.
Get out of the way. Let me out of here. There's loose in there.
Then I ran in through the door.
Somebody do something. Don't just stand there. Where's the sheriff?
Hey, Hiram, what happened?
Well, didn't you see? Didn't you hear? That there woman's Mrs. Tiller. Somebody must have stole her diamond brooch.
Oh, good. I was afraid somebody might have put the snatch on Rollo.
Her husband owns Rollo. They must have been taking her pictures of Mrs. Tiller in the middle of a crowd. And when they had her smiling real pretty, them flash bulbs went off, and then somebody must have reached around from behind her, yanked the brooch, and started shooting a gun in there.
That's a tried and true method of busting up a crowd to help make a getaway. Think anybody saw who did it?
Couldn't. Yeah, those flashes would have had them blind as bats for a minute. There's the sheriff.
What's his name?
Why, that's Harry Blewett.
Harry Blewett?
Yeah.
Sounds like a slogan from the Republican campaign.
Hey, here, you.
Wait a minute, let go. Well, everybody around here's trying to get my coat off. Come on, Sheriff. Loose the haberdasher.
All right, now, never mind the fancy talk, young fella. I saw something pass between you and one of the thieves just outside the door.
Oh, you're out of your mind. That guy bumped into me. He came crashing out of here, and I happened to be in the way.
I'll bet you happened to be in the way. Accidentally on purpose.
Now, that's an early American comeback. But that's the way it was. Now, look, I won't ask you for a search warrant, Sheriff. You think I got the brooch on me? Start looking.
All right, I will.
All right. Now, in that pocket, cigarettes and a lighter.
I see 'em.
You see? Yeah. And in that pocket, handkerchiefs and salt tablets.
Salt tablets?
Mm-hmm. Now, why don't you look in my inside coat pocket? And there you'll find my wallet and identification.
I was coming to that. Dollar. Insurance investigator, Hartford, Connecticut. Well, what brought you out here?
I'm a piggy sitter for the Corinthian Liability and Bonding Company. They wrote a policy for $25,000 on your friend Rollo, Rosie Barron of Iowa.
Who ever heard of taking out a $25,000 insurance policy on a hog?
I did. And right now I wish I hadn't. Some people pay high premiums for publicity, Sheriff. And that's what the Blue Ribbon Prime Packing Company is doing in this case. Now, may I have my wallet back? I want to count my money.
Yeah, now, here. All right. Here's your wallet. You may think you're quite the joker, young fella, but I'm telling you right now, I'm going to keep an eye on you.
I got a better idea than that, Harry. If I were you, I'd go looking for that photographer.
Why? What'd he do?
He took the picture. And there's just a chance the thief may be in it.
Say, that gives me an idea.
Sheriff, whoever says you aren't smart makes no mistake. Rollo, the prize porker, wasn't hard to find. First, I followed a few signs. Then it was a matter of closing in on a contented series of juicy, slurping grunts that came blurping up out of a succulent mound of Louisiana yams. Rollo was all fat and a yard wide. His table manners weren't much. He didn't look very smart, but he sure looked healthy. 980 pounds on the hoof. A fine figure of a pig. Pardon me, miss. Could you tell me who's in charge around here?
Well, just for the moment, I am.
Well, I'm trying to find a Mr. Worthington Tiller, who I take it owns this monster.
Monster? What?
What's the matter? Have I said something wrong?
You certainly have. And you've also said it to the wrong person. In case you don't know it, my name is Alva Anderson.
Oh, my name is Johnny Dollar. How do you do? What's all this got to do with Rollo?
Nothing. I just raised Rosie Barron of Iowa from a suckling, that's all.
Kind of got away from you, didn't it? I'm sorry, Miss Anderson. I apologize. To you, too, Rollo.
Sorry about the interruption, Miss Anderson. Some fool made off with my wife's diamond brooch. How's this excitement affecting Rollo? I hope he hasn't lost any weight.
Well, he took it very well, Mr. Tiller.
Oh, good.
This gentleman wants to see you, Mr. Dollar.
Yes. Oh, from the insurance company.
That's
Good,
right.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're here. We'll have your picture taken right away with my wife and Rollo. Oh, it'll make grand publicity for blue ribbon prime packers.
Oh, I don't mind having my picture taken.
Yeah.
Just so long as your wife doesn't mind having people pinch your diamond brooches.
Oh, well, then, don't worry about that. It was fully insured.
Oh, that kind.
The
huh?
thing I want you to worry about is Rollo here. As president of Blue Ribbon, I paid Miss Anderson $10,000 for this magnificent swine, and I don't want anything to happen to it.
You bought him for $10,000, insured him for $25,000, and you don't want anything to happen to him?
Well, I don't mind paying those exorbitant premiums when I get back the kind of publicity this will bring in. I can see it in the papers now. America's fabulous insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar, sent from Hartford, Connecticut to guard the life of that fabulous prize swine, Rosie Barron of Iowa.
Well, Mr. Tiller, I don't mind getting my name in the paper for a pig, just so long as it is not in the obituary column. I just couldn't stand having my tombstone read, Johnny Dollar no longer am. He gave up his life for a great big hand. My tombstone tagline was over the head of Mr. Tiller, but it went over right nicely with Alva Anderson, who paid off with a smile. I parlayed that into a conversation to help me pass the time while guarding Rollo, the poor man's blue boy. By the time it was over, Alva knew a lot about me, and I knew a lot about pigs. You know, you have beautiful eyes, Alva.
Mr. Dollar, do you know what's really interesting about the origin of swine? Why, it's estimated that the Chinese people domesticated swine about 2900 B.C.
And not only that, but I'm sure you'd like Hartford.
And, Mr. Dollar, you probably don't know this, but a pig is one of the most important food animals. It's an economical converter of grain and other feeds into body tissue, as the products of which furnish meat and fat for human consumption.
Alva, darling, I'll only be in town for a little while.
And not only that, but people who say that pigs are dirty don't know what they're talking about. Why, sanitation is essential to good health, rapid growth and development, and profitable production.
Oh, Rollo, what have you got that I haven't got? I still don't know whether Alva stuck around because of my charms or Rollo's. But she was still there at the changing of the guard when Mr. Tiller, in person, came to relieve me long enough for a trip to the dining hall. And what do you think they had for dinner? What else? Baked ham.
Oh, dinner was wonderful, Johnny.
Coming from you after eating baked ham, that sounds practically cannibalistic.
Oh, Johnny, stop. More coffee?
Nah, I've had it. Alva, you know, there's something I've been trying to say to you for the past 5 hours.
Yes, Johnny?
Well, it's just that, well, I want... What?
Oh, he's the sheriff.
Oh, why doesn't he blow his siren?
Well, I have to be going. It's time to get Rollo ready for the winner's parade past the grandstand. I'll just run along.
I'll just go with you.
Hey, Dollar, I want to talk to you.
Well, I'll see you later, Johnny.
Yeah. Well, Sheriff.
Hey, you being a sort of investigator, Dollar, I knew you'd be interested in my methods.
Well, you're sure interfering with mine.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do you know what I did?
What?
I found that photographer, had that picture developed, and rushed it up to the state capitol. And they just called me. Dollar, there's a known criminal in that photo. He's got that brooch, and he's on the loose. Do you know what that means?
Yeah. It means that you shouldn't be sitting here talking to me. Who is this villain?
They say he's the... Ooch over here.
Yeah.
What? They say he's known as Little Rocky. Originally hailed from Arkansas. You'd know him if you saw him. He's the fella that bumped into you. I want you to help me look for him.
I take only one job at a time, Sheriff. Right now, I got a pig to mind. I think it was the Grand March. Boy, in case I'm interested later, how much do you pay your special deputies a day?
$7 and expenses.
Sheriff blew it. I'm afraid that blows it. The Carver County Pickle and Pie winners were lining up to lead the Grand March. By the time I got to the grandstand, down at the tag end of the livestock echelon, there was a shiny white cab and trailer, sporting the markings and mottos of the Blue Ribbon Prime Packing Company. And high upon it, perched on a platform and surrounded by a sturdy iron railing, stood that champion, the pride of the pork set, Rollo, Rosie Barron of Iowa. was lovely. It was divine. I had a feeling that swelled my heart with pride. Here they were, products of the American home and the American soil. A fanfare of foodstuffs flowing from the horn of plenty. Just because of my association with Rollo, I felt that I was playing some small part in this gallant parade as it was started, the first leg of its journey. It was inspiring. It was thrilling. It was... Boing! All of a sudden, it was downright frightening. As Rollo's chariot rolled by, I got an eyeful of its driver. It was my comrade in collision, the guy who had put the snatch on Mrs. Tiller's diamonds, Little Rocky from Arkansas. I added to my treasury of thankless tasks by trying to pin a tackle on a 5-ton truck. I got a door handle with one hand, running more with one foot, and a clout in the teeth from an unexpected adversary.
Knock him loose, Milo. He's on the running board.
Hey, what the... I was flat on my back. Everybody was screaming and hollering. The truck went crashing to the fence. And Rollo, Rosie Barron of Iowa, was one little piggy who wasn't staying at home.
In just a moment, the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first, taking in the action from Johnny Dollar, are you? All right, that's good, because staying with CBS is the way you'll head straight for the big return from vacation 8 days from now, Monday the 29th, of Lux Radio Theater and all the other big Monday night CBS favorites. And by staying with CBS, you'll find more action later tonight with Bill Grant of Call the Police and with Sam Spade, who'll be heard from on most of these same CBS stations. Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, are you all right? Can you get up?
Well, the spirit's willing. I'm not sure about my spine.
Here, let me help.
I'm the guy who goes around telling kiddies never to hitch rides on trucks. Well, nobody can say I didn't make a dent in Iowa.
It was wonderful the way you tried. But what are you going to do now?
Right now, I don't know. The only place I can think of at the moment where I might find a hot pig is a barbecue stand.
Oh, this is no time to be funny.
Well, look, up until now, all the laughs are on me, kid, so let me be the judge, huh?
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, first I'm going to practice my arithmetic and see what adds up. You can't unload a stolen pig in a pawn shop. So, question number one is, where do you unload it? Where would you go?
Well, where would I... Well, I'd never thought of it.
Well, here's what I figured. The Rollo on the hoof is too well known to peddle for anything like the dough he's really worth. I mean, he's not like a big diamond that you can cut up and Or is he? What is the going price on pork?
The market this morning was at $23.50.
Well, that kind of money hardly sounds like Little Rocky's kind of project. But maybe things are tough. By the way, Alva, have you ever been in Arkansas by any chance?
Why'd you ask?
Just wondered.
Hey, Dollar, just a minute. I want to talk to you.
Barnyard bloodhound himself. Yeah, Sheriff?
Would you mind, Alvin?
I was just leaving.
How could she be that cold on such a hot night?
Huh?
What's bothering you, Sheriff?
I saw your little performance, Dollar, when you leapt at that truck. Just how hard was you really trying?
How hard was I? I ought to punch you in the nose, badge or no badge.
Now, don't you go getting huffy. I just want you to know that I don't fool easy. When I'm on a case, I'm suspicious of everybody.
Yeah, that must be rough on your wife. How often do you have her in handcuffs?
Huh? Well,
Now, look, Sheriff, all I need from you is the use of a car so I can go looking for old Lardhead.
No, you don't. There's enough missing around here as it is. Rollo, Miss Tiller's jewelry, and I ain't about to add a county vehicle to the mess. And besides, I want to keep an eye on you.
Good. You might learn something. Come on.
Here, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Over to the Ferris wheel. That truck hasn't been off the fairgrounds more than a couple of minutes. I want to get a look at the countryside.
Ferris wheel. Say, that gives me an idea.
I hoped it would. Come on. Say, you know, Sheriff, I don't know very much about this farm-side ferreting racket.
Well, there's more to it than meets the eyes, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah, I bet there is. Tell me, didn't I see a feed trough on Rollo's truck with a lot of mash in it?
Well, now, let's see. If he ate yams this afternoon, he'd eat mash tonight, all right.
Does mash kick up any kind of a smell?
Oh, sour as swill. But the pig seems to like it.
Uh-huh. How does this sound to you, Sheriff? Suppose right after you take your ride to the top of the Ferris wheel to case the countryside, we were to get ourselves a nice hungry pig.
Say, that gives me an idea. We could take that pig, and he could smell that mash in the air and sniff out the trail of that truck.
Sheriff, if you aren't a genius, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, Shaw.
It was planting time in Iowa that night, at least for ideas, 2 of which I had planted in the not-too-fertile mind of Sheriff Harry Blewett. And as long as it took us to walk from the trotting track to the Ferris wheel, it came harvest time for notion number 1.
Okay, mister, okay. I'm the sheriff. I want you to run me up to the top of that wheel and hold me there long enough for me to get a look around.
When the wheel came to a stop with Harry Blewett sitting in his little cage at the top, I pulled a low trick on a high sheriff. I bought a pink lemonade from the juice stand next to the Ferris wheel, walked over to the motor that rolled the big heap, unscrewed the cap on the gas tank, and gave it a big, long drink. I hope it wasn't doing to people's stomachs what it did to that motor. You might well remember this harmless little deceit the next time you have occasion to get rid of a sheriff.
This kind of publicity is a little too expensive, Dollar. I demand that you do something.
Now, don't worry, Mr. Tiller. I am going to do something.
Yes,
and I'll thank you to remember that the only ones who stand to get hurt right at this point are the insurance companies that wrote the policies on your pig and your wife's diamond brooch.
Why, Worthington, I hadn't thought of that.
Huh?
Why should we worry? My brooch is insured for way over the value, dear. We hadn't...
Hortense, you keep flapping that loud tongue of yours, and the first thing you know, they'll be accusing us.
Why, they wouldn't dare.
Oh, yes, we would, Mrs. Tiller.
But we're just not the type
A $15,000 profit on a pig and whatever else you could make on your jewelry might make anybody the type, Mrs. Tiller.
Now, see here, Dollar. I've had just about enough of your slanderous implications. I have a few thoughts you might profit by.
Go ahead, Worthington.
I'm always interested in profit, Tiller.
My father had the same thing happen to him back in 1902.
That's right.
Remember, dear?
Yes.
In Nebraska. He bought a prize pig at a fancy price. And then the scoundrel that sold it to him turned around and stole it back. Here, see? What do you think of that?
Would this be a suggestion that we throw the young lady who sold your pig to you in the pokey on the strength of something that happened 37 years ago?
Well,
that's for you to decide, Dollar.
Right.
Just don't say I didn't warn you.
I see. Yeah. If you don't have an orchid to pin on a young lady, try suspicion. With most of the crowd packed in the grandstand watching the free attractions, I had a good chance to scout the fairground for Alva Anderson, from whom I wanted to learn a little bit more about the habits of not only pigs, but their ex-owners. Our trail led me past the home-baked cakes, hybrid corn, the watermelon pickle, tractor and harrow exhibits, and all the way back to where I'd first met her, Rollo's pen in the swine wing of the livestock building. But when I got there, Rollo's cupboard was bare. Alva was leaving for the rear door in the company of a small, tough-looking gent carrying a sack over his shoulder. Name of Little Rocky from Arkansas. I could hardly believe it, but they piled into a car and hauled off up the road. At the risk of adding one last insult to the most recent injury I'd inflicted upon Sheriff Blewett, I stole his car and went dusting up the highway in hot pursuit. There's nothing easier to follow than a red taillight on a clear night. And the bright Mazda Ruby tacked onto the rear of Little Rocky's car led me around the village of Carver and 11 miles out to the pastures, to a shack hidden in a grove of elm trees 100 yards off the road. I parked the car and legged it in. From 25 feet away from the house, I could call the roll through an open window. They were all there. Little Rocky, the strong-arm man who would knock me off the running board, Alva Anderson, and last but not least, there was Rollo, all 980 pounds of him, and most important to me, still alive.
Here you are, Milo, you stupid clown. Oh, stop. This is all the sweet potatoes that was left. First we go through them, and then we'll be ready for you, Alva.
Oh, but I told you I don't have it.
We'll see about that later. Hey, Milo, don't get the porker excited. I didn't do Here, put the sack on the table. Then when we look at him, we throw him out the window and away from him. Now, hurry up.
All right. Well, it ain't this one. Ain't this one either. Nope. Ain't this one.
Shut up, just look.
Well, I just...
And from now on, from you, no thinking. Anybody dumb enough to stash a $30,000 hunk of jewelry and pig food ought to go see a head doctor.
Through the open window, I was being bombarded by sweet potatoes and facts. While making a getaway after ripping the brooch from Mrs. Tiller's throat, little Rocky's accomplice had suffered a sudden attack of panic and had hidden the brooch in one of Rollo's lunchtime yams. Whether that yam was inside the piggy or out, they and I were apparently just on the verge of learning.
That does it, I guess. Ain't here.
Then that means...
That means your little friend here had a $30,000 snack today, which right now is giving me a great big bellyache. You know all about pigs. What do we do about it?
Well, Rocky was yellow. He wouldn't rub him out.
Look who's talking. Here, take my 38 if you're so tough. Yeah, I thought so. Now shut up.
Well, I ain't killing no piggy with him just standing there looking at me. If he'd only make a break for it, I'd mow him down.
You. Now look, baby, we'll kill him if we got him. We want that chunk of ice and we want it fast. Milo, tease him into the corner with a sweet potato.
We're throwing them all out the window.
Oh, please, Mr. Rocky,
You
don't.
shut up, too, and sit down. Close your eyes if you want to.
Oh, please, Mr. Rocky.
In the manner of Sheriff Blewett, I had an idea. Given to me, of course, by Rocky. Alba was sitting in the corner. Rollo was scratching his side by rubbing it against the opposite. And Rocky and Milo were standing shoulder to shoulder in the middle of the room, ready to advance on him. I groped around in the dark until I found one of the yams, and taking the sweet potato delicately in my hand, I tossed it through the window so that it would roll to a point just behind Rocky and his pal Milo.
Johnny, help!
Rollo took my bait and, getting to it, knocked his two would-be executioners in a heap on the floor. I took over from there, jumping to the window and applying a kitchen chair dutifully to the prescribed areas, reducing enemies to a state of unconscious surrender. They gave out, Alba gave up, and Rollo gave me a dirty look. Well, Mr. Tiller, here he is, safe and sound, good as new, fat and sassy.
Well, good. Congratulations.
And not only that, but in him someplace, he not only has a good fighting heart, but also that diamond brooch of your wife's.
Yes, very interesting. Well, I'd better go charter a plane. Rollo is due in Kansas City at noon tomorrow.
Oh, but it might upset him, Mr. Tiller. Rosie Barron of Iowa's never flown before. He might lose weight.
Yeah, what's the big hurry to get him to Kansas City? Is he booked for a personal appearance?
Oh, no, hardly that. He's due to be slaughtered at a special ceremony. All the plans are made. Oh, I wouldn't want to disappoint my boys. They've been looking forward to this.
Oh.
How do you like that? Why, it's almost murder. Poor Rollo.
Oh, Johnny.
Come on, let's get out of here, Alva. Gosh, who'd have ever thought I, Johnny Dollar, would ever gotten so attached to a pig? Expense account, item 4, $350. Dinner for Alva and me. A vegetable dinner, by the way. And speaking of that, reminds me, if you find a $30,000 brooch in a pork chop, it'll only mean that the Blue Ribbon Prime Packing Company didn't have much luck when they went looking for it. Expense account item 5, $20. One new gold-plated badge, which I sent to Sheriff Harry Blewett, appeasement, for having stranded him atop that Ferris wheel, for stealing his car, and for suggesting that he use a hungry pig for a bloodhound. Oh, the porker followed the mash scent, all right. Next morning, they found Sheriff Blewett searching an old mash factory, 8 miles the wrong side of town. Item 6, $76.80. Bus and train fare, Carver, Iowa, back to Hartford, Connecticut. But I'm still wondering every morning at breakfast time, what else can you eat with eggs? Except ham or bacon or sausage. And maybe you don't think that's a problem, having known a certain champion named Rollo, Rosie Barron of Iowa. Expense account total, $1,463. Yours, Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Charles Russell with script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Sammy Hill, and John Daner, with Junius Matthews, Ann Morrison, Jack Crucian, and Paul Dubov. Pinto Colvig was Rollo. The special music is written and conducted by Leith Stevens. Be sure to be with us at the same time next week when another most unusual expense account is handed in by
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Your Hit Parade on Parade will be back tonight in the familiar CBS Jack Benny time with the great tunes of August 12 years ago. Sweet Leilani and Where or When. Many another still green in your memory will be among the hits you will hear. Speaking of hits, put down August 29th this year in your little book. That's when Arthur Godfrey and his talent scouts, the stars of Lux Radio Theater, My Friend Irma, and Bob Hawke return to join Inner Sanctum. So make your Monday nights a regular date with CBS. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Stay tuned now for your Hit Parade on Parade. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sit down, Mary. Make yourself comfortable.
This isn't a social call.
It isn't an antisocial call either.
Look, John, I came over here for just one reason. To tell you that we're through. And to ask you to please stop calling me.
Only one half of us is through, baby.
Please try to understand, will you? I'm just not interested in you.
I'm plenty interested in you.
Look for me, please. I told you in that letter that we were finished months ago.
Who told you to write me a threatening letter? Your pal, Boston Blackie?
Blackie knows about it, but he had nothing to do with it.
So you tossed me over for Boston Blackie, huh?
Blackie and I are just good friends.
Well, then, in that case, there's still room for me.
You better stay where you are.
Oh, Mary, all I want is...
Don't make me use this.
Oh. Well, did Boston Blackie teach you to point guns at your old boyfriends?
This happens to be Blackie's gun. He told me I might need it, and I think he was right.
But, of course, you won't use it.
If you don't stay where you are, I certainly will.
You wouldn't have the nerve.
Or wouldn't I?
Now, Richard Colmer is Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Inspector Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Chief Warren of the fire department.
Yeah?
We've just put out a fire in the home of John Richards at 571 London Street.
What do you want from me? Applause? This is the homicide department.
I know, but we found a body in the house, Inspector. It looks like murder.
Okay, I'll send some men from the precinct up right away, and I'll be there as soon as I can make it. This has to happen when I was going to take the day off.
Oh, that's too bad.
The house destroyed?
Yeah, burned up.
Don't let this go any further, but so am I.
Blackie?
Oh, I'm sorry I had to wait outside, Mary. Why didn't you get the doorman to let you into my apartment?
I didn't want to ask, so I thought I'd wait in the hall.
Well, come on in.
No thanks, Blackie. don't feel too well.
Richard?
Yes, I had a little trouble with him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary.
I tried to phone you just after I left his house, but no one answered your phone.
I, had to go out on a little business.
Well, I just want you to know that I'm back, and I don't think he'll bother me again.
Well, that's what we wanted, isn't it?
Yes. Well, good night, Blackie. I'll call you.
Say, I think you'd better give me back my gun.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. That's exactly why I waited for you. I have it here in my purse. I had to use the gun, Blackie.
Oh?
Here it is.
Thanks. One shell fired, huh?
I had to do it, Blackie. I had to keep him away from me. I'm so nervous. I wish you'd hold me close to you.
Okay, Johnson, get those photographs. No use looking for fingerprints, Wilson. The joint's too badly damaged.
All right, Chief.
Hey, scout around the rubble for the murder weapon, Rollins. Okay, Smith.
Body's right where the fireman found it, Inspector.
Shot through the head, huh?
Went right through.
That's going to make it tough to find the bullet. How long's he been dead?
Coroner says about 10 hours.
10 hours? And the guy was dead a long time before the house caught fire. Any identification?
None.
Well, his dental work will do. Let's hope this guy saw his dentist twice a year.
A couple next door say they heard a shot here last night. Something that sounded like a shot.
Nosy neighbors trying to get into the act, huh?
The woman says she saw a girl leave here shortly after the shot.
Yeah?
They might know something, Inspector. They turned in the alarm when the house caught fire.
I'll have to have a talk with them.
She described the girl she saw leaving here. Said she looked like she was in a hurry, too.
Okay. That sounds like a good lead. Find out anything else?
Yeah, a guy named John Richards owns this place. This is probably Richards' body.
John Richards, huh? What else did you find out?
Well, we ran across a safe that was open. I took these papers out.
Let's have a look at them, huh?
Here. Hey, Johnson, hurry with those pictures. We haven't got all night.
All right.
John Richards lived here, all right. These are all letters addressed to him.
Anything interesting?
No, just the usual stuff. That may help with the identification. I'll take them down. Well, what do you know about this?
Find something, Inspector?
I haven't had such luck since my sister Maggie got married. Read this.
Let's see. For the last time, Richards, I'm warning you. Lay off or I'll kill you.
And look who signed it.
Signed by Boston Blackie. Why the great surprise, Inspector? Didn't you know Blackie could write?
Hello, Blackie.
Why, Faraday. What an unpleasant surprise. Come in.
Can't you ever be serious?
I'm sorry, Inspector, but you see, I was expecting.
Yeah?
The weatherman said it was going to be fair and warmer today, but I had a hunch a dark cloud would come along and make a liar out of him.
All right, Blackie. I'll come right to the point.
Mind if I sit down? Not on the point, of course.
Do what you want. Only listen.
Go ahead. I haven't been to a dull lecture in years.
Blackie, I've been after you for a long time, and I've just been waiting for the day I could get something on you. Only this is the kind of a rap I hate to pin even on you.
Now, what have I done, Inspector? Taken candy away from you or some other baby?
I'm serious, Blackie. Why did you do it?
I like candy.
I'm not talking about candy, and you know it. Why did you do it?
Why did I do what?
Did you write this letter?
Let's see it.
Just look at it. I'll hold it. Did you write it?
Sure I did.
You certainly are stupid, Blackie.
Why, did I misspell a word or something?
You did something dumber than that.
Wrong punctuation?
Dumber than that.
Oh, what shall I do, teacher? Stay after school?
I don't think you ever went to school, or you wouldn't have pulled as dumb a stunt as this.
What dumb stunt?
You wrote this note to Richards, threatening to kill him.
My, Inspector, you can read.
And I know enough mathematics to put 2 and 2 together. You wrote this note to John Richards after he was dead.
How do you know John Richards is dead?
They found his body, in spite of the fact that you went to a lot of trouble to hide the evidence.
Now, what did I do?
You set fire to his house. But it's for guys like you that we have a fire department.
Richards' house was badly burned?
They'll have to sweep it up. But thanks to Dr. Harold Madison in the bar building, we got identification through the dental work.
Faraday, you've been reading too many detective books.
And you haven't been reading enough, or you wouldn't have written this note to Richards after he was dead, and on Richards' own stationery.
Now you've been reading too many Aesop's fables.
The paper you wrote this note on is the same as the rest of the writing paper in Richards' house.
Oh, maybe he sent me a blank sheet of paper with a stamped self-addressed envelope.
You didn't send this letter to him through the mail. You wrote it while you were in his house, standing over his dead body.
Were you a worm in the woodwork? Oh, arrest me if you know so much.
I'm not arresting you, Blackie. I'm not so dumb I fall for as pat a gag as this. This note was too easy to find. You wrote it to cover up for Richard's real killer.
That's my Boy Scout training, Inspector.
You wrote this note and set that house afire to cover up for that girl of yours, Mary Wesley.
Mary had nothing to do with this.
I happen to be sure of my facts this time, Blackie. I've checked on this guy, Richards. He was chasing after Mary plenty. When she couldn't stand it anymore, she wrote him a threatening letter.
What if she did? That doesn't mean she killed him.
I've done some more checking, chum. Mary was at Richard's house just before he was killed. I found the cab driver who took her out there. A lady next door heard a shot in Richard's house and saw Mary leave his place. What more do I need?
You still have that letter I wrote Richards.
I'll tell you about that letter. You knew Mary was going out to see Richards. You followed her out there. She was gone. But Richards was there, lying on the floor, dead.
Is that so?
You remembered Mary had written him a threatening letter. Found it, tore it up, and wrote this one to take its place. Then you set fire to Richards' house. Now, how do you like that?
I'm positively crazy about it. It's true about the letter, but that's all. Mary didn't kill him.
Well, I know she did. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to the trouble of covering up for her. What's more, I've got men at her apartment now picking her up for murder.
Oh, Faraday, don't be a dope.
Hey, listen to me, Blackie. I don't blame you for what you've already done to try to hide the facts in this case. Your motives were good. But I'm warning you, keep out of this from now on, or I'll hold you as accessory after the fact.
How does a flatfoot pick up such fancy legal terms? With his toes? Excuse me.
It's probably headquarters looking for me.
What's the matter, pal? You lost? Hello.
Blackie, this is Mary.
Oh, hello, Shorty.
Blackie, can't you hear me? This is Mary.
Sure I can hear you, Shorty.
Blackie, what's the matter?
Hey, well, if you want to give the gang a laugh, Shorty, tell them Faraday's arresting Mary Wesley for the murder of John Richards.
What?
No kidding, Shorty. He sent some men up to her apartment this morning. They have her in jail now, I guess.
Oh, Blackie, what'll I do?
No, Shorty, I'm not kidding. Faraday's here right now bragging about it.
I guess I better not go home then, huh?
Where are you going to be, Shorty? I'll meet you later and tell you all the laughs.
I'm in the movie at 39th Street.
Well, stay there, Shorty. I'll meet you.
Hey, I don't think that's Shorty at all. Let me have that phone.
Bye, Shorty. What'd you say, Faraday?
Well, you double-crosser. That wasn't Shorty at all. That was Mary Wesley. And now I know even you believe she murdered Richards.
Why, Inspector, Mary isn't the lady killer. I am. Have you forgotten my reputation?
Hello?
Hello?
You?
Yeah.
You should know better than to call here.
I'm phoning you from the pay station. The call can't be traced.
All right. What do you want?
I just thought you'd like to know everything is okay. It was a perfect job.
You sure?
The police are going to arrest one or two suspects for the killing of John Richards.
Who?
Mary Wesley or Boston Blackie. Personally, I don't care which.
Now, back to our story. When Boston Blackie found John Richards dead, all evidence pointed to a strong possibility that Mary Wesley, Blackie's closest friend, was the one who committed the crime. Hoping to clear Mary Wesley, Blackie destroyed a threatening letter Mary had written to Richards, and in its place himself wrote a threat to the already dead man. But when Faraday began checking up on Richards' past, he learned that Richards had been bothering Mary and saw right through Blackie's ruse. As we left our story, Blackie had warned Mary over the phone that Faraday's men were in her apartment and had told her to wait for him in a movie. As we continue, Blackie and his friend Shorty walk into the theater lobby to meet Mary.
There she is, Shorty, over in the corner.
Hey, boss, is it all right if I stand by the door and watch the flicker, huh?
Sure, but keep one eye out for the cops.
Oh, sure, boss.
And give me those sandwiches.
Oh, yeah, boss. See, I hear this is a swell picture.
Hello, honey.
Oh, Blackie. Hey, can't I get out of here? I've seen the show twice and I'm starved.
You stick your nose outside while Faraday's men are looking for you, and you'll eat your next meal in jail.
Oh.
I knew you'd be hungry, though. Here's a little something to eat.
Oh, Blackie, you're darling.
Can you eat and talk at the same time?
I don't usually.
Well, you don't usually duck a murder rap, either. Hope you like the sandwiches I got for you.
I'll like them.
But you're not going to like this question. Did you kill John Richards?
What do you think?
Well, until Faraday thought you did, I wasn't sure. That bullet missing from my gun last night didn't look so good.
And now?
Faraday had an airtight case against you this afternoon. And though that doesn't clear you, that leaves plenty of doubt in my mind.
I didn't kill him, Blackie. I just fired the gun into the floor to show I wasn't afraid to use it.
Well, this is fine. I cover up for you for something you didn't do, and now I'm in a jam.
I suppose you'd rather I had done it, so your efforts wouldn't be for nothing.
No. But I thought it was a pretty good stunt. And it's too bad I used it when it wasn't necessary.
What in the world did you do?
When I didn't hear from you for a while last night, I went out to Richard's house to see if everything was all right. You were gone, but Richards was there, lying on his living room floor, dead, shot through the head.
Oh, no. No wonder you thought I killed him.
I remember that threatening letter you wrote him, so I looked around until I found it.
Oh.
It was in his safe, but that was no problem.
Then you destroyed my letter.
And wrote a letter of my own to take its place. That was for Faraday, in case he checked up on Richards, which he did. And found out you and Richards had once been pretty good friends, which he did.
But Blackie, certainly ballistics would prove it was a bullet from some other gun that killed Richards.
They'll probably never find that bullet, Mary. A little while after Richards was killed, his house burned into a pile of honeymoon toast.
Oh, no.
Faraday was too smart to be stopped by that. He had the body positively identified as John Richards through his dental work.
Blackie, I suppose I ought to say I'm sorry he's dead. But I'm not. There was something repellent about the leer on his freckled face that I will never forget.
Well, look, Mary, all kidding aside, you and I, we've got to chase down this guy. If Faraday will put it on us, we've got to find who did kill Richards. Now, who were his friends?
I don't know.
Well, what do you know about him?
He had a business partner. I met him once or twice.
Remember his name?
Mm-hmm. It was Emery, William Emery.
Well, maybe I better talk to this guy Emery before Faraday gets to him and questions him into insensibility.
Shall I go with you?
Not unless you want to be Miss Police Lineup of 1945.
You mean I have to sit through this movie again?
Cheer up. The picture changes a week from tomorrow.
Oh, Black.
Yeah, I guess Shorty and I going up to see this Bill Emery.
You will be careful, won't you, Blackie?
From here on in, it's Richard's killer who'd better be careful.
All right, Shorty. This is where we came in.
All right. Oh, gee, boss, this picture's great. Boy, is it great.
Maybe the first 2 times.
All right, Shorty, come on. We've got work to do.
Blackie, the picture was just coming to the most exciting part.
So is this case. Let's go, Shorty.
Look, boss, if this Bill Emery guy ain't home and ain't been seen in the building in 2 days, how are we going to get in?
Are you kidding?
Oh, gee, boss. One day you're going to find a lock that you can't open.
Sure. The day I leave my fingers home. Yeah, that was easy.
Gee, boss, could you teach me to do that, huh?
Sure, just let me know when you have 100 years to spend learning.
Huh?
Skip it, short one.
Oh, that's all right, boss. You're entitled not to make sense sometime.
Well, Nice apartment, huh?
Look, boss, if the doorman was leveling when he said Emery hasn't shown for 2 days, what are we hanging around here for?
I can't think of a better place to pick up the trail of a killer than in the killer's own apartment.
Gee, Emery killed this guy?
All I know is that Mary didn't. Well, it looks as if Emery skipped town. Why? Maybe because he killed Richards.
Gee, boss, you're smart.
I have to prove that before I'm smart. We'd better look around. See what's in that room there.
Oh, sure, Blackie. Gee, this sure is one elegant journey. This is a bedroom, boss.
Have a look in his closet.
Yeah, sure thing.
Huh. Pretty nice-looking library. Emery had either an appetite for literature or a good eye for decoration.
Hey, boss.
Find something, Shorty?
Yeah, I don't know. But if Emery took it on a lamb, he ought to be coming back for something he forgot. Look here.
A suitcase, fully packed.
Yeah.
Well, he was planning to leave and had to pull out sooner than he thought, I guess.
Yeah, this sure looks funny, don't it?
Interesting is a better word. Look at this, Shorty. A cigarette that was never put out. It just went out.
Well, that's a kind of a dumb thing for anybody to do. He might have burnt the joint up.
For a man who planned the murder, Bill Emery sure was haphazard about his getaway. Doesn't seem to me as if he planned to leave here at all. And if that's the case, maybe he didn't murder that freckled-faced Hey.
Hey, what?
Mary told me in the movie that John Richards was freckle-faced. The man I found dead before the fire didn't have any freckles. He didn't have any more freckles than you do.
He didn't?
I've got a hunch John Richards isn't even dead. Look, if we can get just a picture of Emery around here somewhere, try those drawers. I'll root around these.
Yeah, okay. None in here.
We'll look until we find something.
Nothing in this drawer at all, Frank.
Keep looking.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. A wallet. We might have something here.
Money, baby, huh?
No, definitely. But here's something that may be worth $1 million to Mary. Here's Bill Emery's picture and a hunting license.
Well, what do you know? Hey, boss, he ain't got no freckles.
He doesn't have anything anymore. This is the guy I found on the floor in Richard's apartment.
But, boss, this is crazy. This is nuts. The dentist proved the body was Richard's by the dental work.
Shorty, if you needed dental work and you were on the lam, who'd do the job for you?
Well, gee. Well, there are two tooth doctors known for not turning away a dishonest dollar.
Then we'll go see both of them. Who are they?
Let's see. There's a doc by the name of Foster and another one by the name of Lindell.
Wait a minute. I looked them up in the phone book.
Yeah.
Now. Yeah. Foster. Here he is. 747 Angel Building. Remember that.
Oh, sure.
Who's the other one? Lindell?
Lindell, yeah.
Yeah. No. Lindell. Joe Lindell?
Yeah, that's the one.
1010 Bar Building. Remember that, too.
1010, sure thing.
Hey, wait a minute. Faraday mentioned the bar building when he told me about the doctor who identified the dead man's dental work.
He saw Doc Lindell?
No, Faraday went to see a dentist by the name of Madison. Let's have a look at Madison's office number.
Yeah. You think maybe it's the same doctor?
I don't know. Could be. Madison. Here it is. 1010 Bar Building. Same office as Lindell. We're going there.
Why? You want him to yank out a tooth?
No, Shorty. I want to yank out the truth. Dr. Madison?
Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you. I'm Boston Blackie.
How do you do? My receptionist says you want to see me about an identification I made for the police yesterday.
That's right. John Richards.
The dental work, check with my record. Would you like me to show it to you?
No, thanks. That wouldn't mean anything to me. I want to ask you about a Dr. Joe Lindell. Who's he?
Oh, Dr. Lindell is my assistant. But I'm the one who made the identification.
But Lindell might have made something else.
Huh? I don't understand.
He might have made a mistake, for one thing. Is he in?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to him.
This way.
Thank you.
Boss, I think I'll wait here. This place makes my feet hurt.
Stay close by. I may need you.
Oh, in here.
Yeah, I'll be right here, boss.
Oh, Joe, someone here to see you.
Yes?
Boston Blackie, this is Dr. Lindell.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you? I'd like to ask you a few questions, Lindell.
Well, Dr. Madison here is the senior consultant. If
He seems to want to talk to you, Joe.
Oh? About what?
Where's John Richards?
John Richards?
I don't understand, Blackie. John Richards is dead.
In name only, Dr. Madison.
But I identified the dental work that proved John Richards was dead.
You identify dental work from the mouth of a murdered man made to look like the dental work you'd done for John Richards.
What?
Would it be possible for Lindell here to match the dental work you'd done for Richards?
Why, of course, using my materials, my drills, my records, my technique. Possible, yes, but hardly probable.
I think it is. He helped John Richards kill William Emery, fixed Emery's teeth to look like Richards, took the body to Richards' house, and set fire to the place, so that the body would have to be identified by the dental work.
How could I have brought a dead body into this office without being seen? You're a fool.
I know. Does this office have such a thing as a portable drill?
Oh, we do?
It's broken.
Not that I know of.
You'd better tell what you know, Lindell. Where's John Richards?
I don't know.
Look, maybe you're not as deep in this as I think. If Richards alone killed Emery, you can get off easy if you talk.
I tell you, I don't know. I don't know.
Good heavens, Joey. If you didn't kill anyone, say so.
I didn't kill him, believe me. Richards did. All I did was to go out to Richards' house and fix Emery's dental work.
Oh, Joe.
I had to do it. I had to, but Emery was dead when I got to Richards' house, you see.
Where's Richards now?
Well, he left town. That's all I know, believe me. But he changed his name to Robert Carlton. He thought he'd be safe as long as the police thought he was dead.
A pretty slick stunt. I'd say he'd have been safe. When the police cleared Mary Wesley and me, they'd have suspected Emery and spent the rest of their lives looking for a dead man.
I'll call the police.
Ask for Inspector Faraday, Dr. Madison, and tell him that from now on, never to look a gift corpse in the mouth.
Well, it certainly is a relief to be out of that movie and in the fresh air.
Faraday called and wanted to apologize to you.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. He picked up John Richards in Chicago a couple of hours ago and got his confession.
Thanks to you.
Thanks to Joe Lindell for thinking he could beat his rap because he had nothing to do with killing Emery.
Why did Richards kill Emery in the first place, though?
Emery caught Richards juggling their company books, I think. He was going to turn him in. Richards had threatened him. That's why Emery was leaving town.
Well, I'm glad it's all over. Now I can relax again.
Where would you like to relax this beautiful evening?
My apartment.
Well, let's take a walk instead.
Blackie, give me your gun.
Huh? Oh, Mary, not again.
Give it to me.
Okay. Here you are. Now, what's the idea of taking it and pointing it at me?
A darn good idea. I just want to make sure we go to my apartment. That's all.
neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to
Let George Do It.
Brought to you by the makers of climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. Have a crime that needs solving? Have a dog that needs walking? Have a wife that needs spanking? Let George do it. That's the ad that George Valentine put in the paper when he opened his office several weeks ago. Since then, he's had many strange adventures. Now it's late afternoon. George has just stepped out of the elevator and is limping toward his office.
Mr. Valentine, at last. Where have you been?
You took an awful long time for lunch, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, Sonny, give me your arm. Claire, get me a chair.
Why, you're limping.
Suffering cats, what's happened to you?
Oh, it's my shoe. Help me get it off, will you, Sonny?
What's the matter with your shoe?
It's got a nail sticking up in it. Ow! Oh. Oh, that's better.
Well, why in the world didn't you stop at a repair shop and get it fixed?
Well, they'd expect me to take my shoe off, wouldn't they?
Naturally.
Well, I didn't want to do that.
You didn't want to take your shoe off. Why not?
Got a hole in my sock.
Oh, golly.
Here, Sonny, take it downstairs to that shoes repaired while you wait place.
Okay.
And tell him to be sure and get the nail out.
Yes, sir. I will.
Oh, my foot's killing me.
Well, I'm glad you finally got here. Mr. Spencer's been popping in every few minutes looking for you.
Mr. Spencer?
You know, that lawyer in the office next door.
Oh, sure. What does he want?
I don't know, but he kept looking at the clock and asking when I expected you.
George, well, it's about time.
Oh, come in, Spence.
What do you eat for lunch that takes so long?
Well, it took me 5 minutes to eat, but an hour to limp back to the office.
What happened? Were you in an accident?
Well,
No, never mind. I don't want to hear the details. Unless you were killed and need a lawyer.
Sorry to disappoint you, Spence.
Look, George, I have a job for you. There's nothing much to it. It's a cinch, and there's $100 in it for you.
Yeah? What do I have to do?
Well, I have a client. If you don't mind, he prefers to remain anonymous.
Oh, that's all right with me.
Now, my client has $5,000, and he wants to invest it in Mazuma Limited. It's $50 a share. That means he can buy 100 shares.
Uh-huh. Well, where do I come in?
You have to buy the stock in your name, and you have to buy it right away. The investment houses don't take orders after 3, and it's 2 now.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute, Spence. Hold on.
Now, I drew up this paper. Oh, you don't have to worry, George. It's legal. Says the stock is for my client, but that you're buying it for him. And just sign here.
Yeah, but, Spence, I don't get it. Why doesn't your client buy it in his own name?
Now, never mind. My client has his own reasons.
Why don't you buy it? After all, you're his lawyer.
I'm just doing what my client told me to do.
Well, okay, Spence. It sounds all right.
It is. You can take my word for it. Now, here's my personal check, George, for $5,000 made out to you. But snap into it. My client thinks Mazuma may go up.
Oh, just leave it to me.
Oh, fine, George, fine. See you later.
Yeah, what time is it, Claire?
It's just 5 after 2.
Oh, well, I better be on my way.
Mr. Valentine, where are you going?
To the Security Exchange Building.
But you can't go now.
Well, there's an investment firm there called Jellicoe and Bean.
Mr. Valentine,
Al
wait.
Melcher's a good friend of mine, and he works there. Be back soon.
Will you please wait?
What's the matter with you, Claire?
Can't go with only one shoe.
Oh, forgot about that. Well, where's Sonny? Why doesn't he get back?
Now, don't get impatient.
Yeah, but it's 5 after 2.
Oh, here he is now.
Sonny, quick, give me my shoe.
I haven't got it, Mr. Valentine.
What do you mean you haven't got it? Where is it?
It won't be ready for another hour.
An hour?
Now, Mr. Valentine.
But all he had to do was have a nail pulled out.
But they're very busy, Mr. Valentine.
But their sign says shoes repaired while you wait.
Well, you didn't see all the sign. It says shoes repaired while you wait. And wait and wait and wait.
Well, then I'll have to go with a nail in my shoe. Now, go get it.
Mr. Valentine, you can't do that.
But, Claire, you heard Spencer. Jellicoe and Bean won't take an order after 3.
Then why don't you phone him?
Hey, that's a wonderful idea. Get him on the phone.
All right.
And I'll talk to Al Melcher. An hour to get a nail out of my shoe.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Melcher, please.
Why didn't you use their pliers and pull it out yourself?
I didn't think of that.
George Valentine calling. Just a minute, please. Here he is, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Al.
Hello, George.
Say, what's Mazuma Limited selling for?
50.
Oh, fine. I want 100 shares.
Why, have you got a tip? Is it going up?
Ah, never mind. Now, listen, Al. I want to buy that stock right away, but I can't get over to your place for a little while yet.
Well, why can't you?
Because I got a nail in my shoe.
You've got what?
Well, can you put the shares aside for me?
Well, now, George, you know I can't do that. It wouldn't be legal. I've got to have the money on the line.
Oh, but Al, I told you Oh, wait a minute. Can you put the shares aside if I send the money over with my office boy?
Well, certainly, of course. But send him over before 3.
He's on his way now. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, George. Bye.
So long. Sonny.
Mr. Valentine, do you think it's wise?
Oh, it's safe enough. It's a check, not cash. Sonny, do you know where the Security Exchange building is located?
Oh, yeah, I've been there lots of times.
Good, good. Now go over there right away. Go to Jellicoe and Bean.
Jellicoe and Bean?
Uh-huh, that's right. See Al Melcher. He'll take care of you. Now, here's the check.
Jellicoe and Bean. That's kind of a hard name to remember.
Now, Sonny, it's simple. Jellicoe and Bean. Think of Jelly Bean.
Jellicoe and Bean, Jelly Bean. Hey, that is simple.
Of course. Now get going.
Okay, Mr. Valentine. Jellicoe and Bean, Jelly Bean.
Oh, and pick up my shoe on your way back.
Yeah, I will. Jellicoe and Bean, Jelly Bean, Jelly Bean. Candy. Candy. Now, what kind of candy was that?
Can I help you, Sonny?
Jeepers, I hope so, sir.
Well, what firm you looking for?
I wish I knew. I forgot their name.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe if I looked at every name on this directory, it'd come to me.
That'll take a little time, son. There are 200 firms in this building.
Yeah, but how many of them sell stocks?
All 200 of them.
Oh, suffering cats.
But I ought to be able to help you out. I've been working this building for 12, 13 years. You can't remember anything about the firm, Toll?
Well, the name sounded like some kind of candy.
Candy?
That's right.
Candy?
Yeah.
Let's see now, candy. Well, then that can't be Perry and Hunt.
No, sir.
Candy. Well, now, wait a minute. I'll bet I got it for you here. Gummer and Draper. Hmm?
Gummer and Draper?
Sure, Gumdrop.
Gumdrop. Jeepers, that's it.
What time is it now, Claire?
5 minutes to 3.
Oh, I wish Sonny'd get back with my shoe. My toes are getting cold.
A nail in your shoe. Honestly, Mr. Valentine, sometimes I think you need someone to look after you.
Why, Claire? This is so sudden.
Stop it. Good afternoon. Let George do it.
This is Al Melcher. Let me speak to George, will you?
Oh, just a minute. It's Mr. Melcher.
Oh, I wonder what he wants. Hello, Al.
Say, George, where's your boy?
My boy.
Yes, with the money.
Now, wait a minute, Al. Do you mean to say that Sonny hasn't been there yet?
Haven't seen a sign of him. We only got 3 minutes left, you know.
3 minutes? Al, now wait. Don't hang up. Claire, Sonny didn't show up there.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, maybe something happened to him.
Well, if it didn't, it will.
Maybe someone took the check away from him.
Now, don't start imagining things.
But he could have got hit over the head.
Oh, sure, he could have got hit over the head, and he did. But that was when he was born.
Mr. Valentine, I don't like your attitude.
And I don't like your brother. Where is that kid?
You've only got 2 minutes left, George.
Oh, wait a minute, Al, please. Now, don't hang up.
Mr. Valentine, here's your shoe.
Sonny!
Sonny, where have you been?
Sonny, quick, give Al the money.
Huh?
He's right on the... Oh, never mind, I forgot. Hello, Al. I'll have to stop by in the morning.
Okay, George, but, what happened to your boy?
Oh, well, you see, I had a nail loose in my shoe.
He had a nail loose?
No, not him, me.
Well, then why did that stop him?
Because he's got a nail loose in his head.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I'll see you in the morning.
Well, take care of it, George. It can become serious, you know.
What are you talking about? What can become serious?
Your hangnail.
Oh, goodbye. Now, Sonny, why didn't you take that check to Jellicoe and Bean?
Jelly Bean. That was it.
Sonny, what's the matter with you?
Didn't you get there, dear?
I forgot the name of the firm.
Oh, great. All right, give me the check.
But I haven't got it, Mr. Valentine.
You haven't got it? Well, you...
Now, Mr. Valentine, you stay away from Sonny.
Well, what does he mean he hasn't got it? Where is it?
I thought it was funny they didn't know you there, but they said they'd keep the check until you dropped in and ordered whatever you wanted to order. I couldn't remember what it was you wanted to order.
Now, wait a minute. Who thought it was funny? Who said they'd keep the check? Who's got it?
This firm in the Security Exchange building.
But which firm?
Huh?
Where did you leave the check? What's the name of the firm?
Oh.
Oh, Sonny, please, look. I'll get down on my knees. Now, don't tell me you don't remember.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine.
All right, it's okay, see? Come on, we might as well go right over to the Security Exchange building.
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to come along, Mr. Valentine?
Yes, Claire, I don't trust myself. You'd better come along to walk between us. Well, just don't stand there, Sonny. Start looking over the names on the directory.
Yes, sir.
Can't you give us a clue?
Well, it's too bad that elevator starter went off duty. I bet he'd remember.
Oh, sure, of course. Everybody'd remember, except you.
I know it sounds like candy. That's why I was so positive I had the right one.
Well, what about Marshmallows?
No, I don't think so. I'm not very fond of marshmallows.
Well, then how about Brader and Brittle? You know, peanut brittle?
Nope. I don't care much for it either.
How about caramel?
No, too hard on the teeth.
Oh, Sonny, we're not trying to pick out some candy for you. We're looking for the firm that has the $5,000 check.
Here's peppermint and peppermints.
No, I'm pretty sure that's not it.
Come on, Claire, we're just wasting time. Every name in this directory can be made to sound like candy.
Then what are we going to do?
Well, we'll go to every office if we have to. We'll start at the bottom and work our way up.
Why don't we start at the top and work our way down?
Because I'd rather work my way up than down. Now, come on. Now, Sonny, how about this office? Gummer and Draper.
Oh, no, that doesn't sound like candy.
Oh. Well, here's Perry and Hunt. I can't make any candy out of it, but let's try it anyway.
Yes, sir. Can I do anything for you?
Oh, look, this'll sound a little silly, but did this boy leave a $5,000 check here?
He certainly did not, and it doesn't sound silly.
Oh, well, he left it somewhere. All he knows is that the firm sounded like some kind of candy.
Candy? Now, wait a minute. Why don't you try Gummer and Draper next door?
Gummer and Draper?
Yes, everybody in the building calls them Gumdrop.
Hey, that's it. Gumdrop.
Oh, I'm tired.
Oh, yeah, so am I. But anyway, we got the check back. I'll be down a little late tomorrow, Claire. I'll go to Jellicoe and Bean first.
Excuse me, Mr. Valentine.
Well, what do you want?
Now that we're back here at the office again, I was just wondering if it wasn't time to stop work. It's 5 o'clock, you know.
Oh. Well, all right, Sonny. I guess you did enough damage for one day.
Someone came in the other office.
Sonny, see who it is, will you?
Okay. Oh, hello, Spencer.
Hello, Sonny.
Spencer. Claire, don't let on that I didn't buy those shares. He might lose confidence in me.
I won't open my mouth.
George, did you buy the stock?
Oh, yeah, sure, of course.
At how much?
Yeah, 50.
$50 a share. Oh, that's wonderful. Then you got them right away.
Well, that's what you wanted me to do, wasn't it?
Oh, I knew I could depend on you, George. It's wonderful, isn't it?
What's wonderful?
I mean about Mazuma Limited.
What about Mazuma Limited?
Oh, nothing much, just that it went up 3 points, that's all.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Spence. Say that again, and slowly.
Yes, I just phoned. It closed at 53. Our client made $300 already.
$300?
Nice afternoon's work, wouldn't you say? Why, what's the matter with you, George? You don't look very happy about it.
Oh, I'm delighted, Spence, delighted.
I thought you would be. $300.
Yeah, $300.
Well, while George is trying to figure out how to raise $300, here's something for you to think about. It's always nice to know the man you're doing business with. So in case some of you still haven't gotten acquainted with a Chevron dealer, here's the kind of fellow he is. The man who stands behind the Chevron gas station sign is a chap with the good sense and hustle that it takes to run a business of his own. He's a likable sort, smiling and friendly, because, frankly, he knows it's good business to get along with folks. His customers find him accommodating for the same reason. They find him mighty handy with their cars, too. He proves that by carrying Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM motor oil, because he knows they're tops for performance. He proves he's a good businessman by honoring Chevron credit cards. He knows they're an extra convenience for motorists. Yes, on all counts, the neighborhood Chevron dealer is a good man to know. Why not drop in this weekend at the Chevron gas station in your neighborhood? George had to buy 50 shares of Mazuma Limited for a client, but due to Sonny's forgetfulness, by the time George was able to buy the stock, it had gone up 3 points. Now it's the next morning. Claire and George are in the bank, waiting in line.
After trying so hard to save money, after slaving to earn it, now I've got to draw it out.
I feel awful about this, Mr. Valentine.
$300.
I feel responsible for the whole thing.
Oh, well, that's all right, Claire. What's $300 to me? Have I got that much in here?
Oh, yes, you have more than that.
Wish this line would hurry up. I want to draw out the money and get it over with.
Mr. Valentine, Sonny and I will pay you back someday.
Yeah, someday. $53 a share. Oh, Claire, I just had a terrible thought.
What is it?
You don't suppose it's gone up again?
Oh, no, it couldn't have. Oh, not so soon. After all, it's still morning.
Yeah, but they tell me that when there's been heavy trading the day before, it sometimes opens at a higher figure.
Oh, don't even think of such a thing. Mr. Valentine, that man ahead of you has a morning paper.
Oh, I don't want to see it. Let's just forget about the whole thing. Let's just... Oh, well. Pardon me, sir.
Yeah?
Mind if I borrow your paper for a minute?
Oh, sure. Help yourself.
Oh, thanks. Now, let's see. Where is it? Mazuma Limited.
Mazuma Limited? Is that a hot tip, buddy?
Oh, no. Skip it, please. Mazuma. Oh, Claire.
What is it?
It opened at 55.
55?
That means $500. Claire, have I got $500?
Oh, gosh, you're next, Mr. Valentine.
Good morning, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, good morning.
Well, drawing some money out this morning?
Look, Mr. Stevens, how much have I got in my savings?
Yeah, let's see. You've got $503, sir.
Okay, Mr. Stevens. I want to close my account. Taxi!
But why call a cab when your car is just down the street?
We haven't time to get my car. I want to get down there while I still have enough money to buy those shares. Hey, taxi!
Oh, here's a cab pulling up. He's letting someone out here.
Good. Grab it.
Keep the change, driver.
Wait a minute, driver.
Well, George, good morning.
Oh, hello, Spence.
I just came down to do my banking.
Well, we'll take your cab if you don't mind. Get in.
Wonderful news, isn't it, George?
You mean about Mazuma Limited?
Oh, then you heard. Say, we should have taken my client's tip and bought some ourselves.
Yeah, I guess so. Pretty good opening at 55.
55? You're behind times, George.
Why? What do you mean? Spence, please, tell me.
Well, since you bought it at 50, Mazuma has gone up 15 points, that's all.
15 points?
And it may go up even more. He's made $1,500 already.
Claire, 1,500.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Well, I'd better take care of my banking. See you at the office.
Claire, get out of that cab. Let it go.
Are we going to take your car, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah. Take it down and hock it.
Oh, I wish Mr. Valentine would get back. He's been gone so long, I'm getting terribly worried.
Where'd he go, sis?
Try and get a loan on his car.
Oh. Claire, do you think maybe I'm a little bit to blame?
Well, maybe a little bit, dear.
Yeah, I guess so.
Mazuma went up to 65.
65? Maybe I better leave before Mr. Valentine gets back.
You stay right here, Sonny. Stay in the other office, Sonny.
Yeah, that's a real good idea.
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Valentine, you look awful.
I raised $1,000.
Well, that's fine, isn't it?
$700 on my car, and then I sold a few things.
What few things? What did you sell?
Oh, what difference does it make?
Why? What do you mean? Didn't you buy the shares?
It went up again before I got there.
Oh, no.
I tried to get Al to take what money I had and sell them to me. I promised him I'd raise the rest some way, but, well, it's against the law.
Oh.
I don't want to do anything against the law.
Oh, no, of course not.
Know any banks I can break into?
Mr. Valentine, it can't be that bad. Now, come on, sit down. You must be tired.
Yeah. I went for a walk.
Well, that's a good idea.
Down by the river.
Mr. Valentine!
It's still there.
Please, will you listen to me? I have a suggestion. It's the only way out. Of course, I realize it may be a little difficult, but it's the best way to handle this.
You mean the river?
Oh, of course not. Mr. Valentine, go next door to Mr. Spencer's office and tell him the whole story. Believe me, it's the best thing to do.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right, Claire. But how am I going to break it to him? Where will I start?
With the nail in your shoe.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Claire, I'll do it. I'll say, you see, Spence, I had a nail in my shoe. You see, Spence, I had a nail in my shoe.
A nail? Is that what you came to tell me, George?
Oh, no, I'm leading up to it slowly.
I see. Well, look, George, meanwhile, I've got something to tell you. I want to let you in on something confidential.
Yeah, well, what I have to say is a little confidential, too.
As long as we're doing business together, George, why should I keep anything from you? After all, I wouldn't want you to hold back on me.
Do you really mean that, Spence?
Why, of course.
Good, then listen, I had a nail in my shoe.
Now, wait a minute. You listen to me first. George, I'm going to tell you the name of our client.
Our client?
Yes, you know, the man who owns those Mazuma shares you bought.
Oh, him. I forgot all about him.
Don't tell a soul, George, but his name is Moose McClary.
Glad to know you, I'm sure.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, Spence. I got a lot on my mind. Well, anyway, I had a name... Moose McClary.
Well, it's about time.
Do you mean the gangster?
Wait a minute. Don't call him that. Moose wouldn't like it. He's reformed a long time ago.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, at least he's reformed so far as the public is concerned. Say, you ought to see his suite of rooms at the State Hotel, George. Every place you look, there's a bodyguard.
A bodyguard?
And what tough babies. Of course, Moose himself is no gumdrop.
Don't mention that word.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, Spence.
Yeah, he's a hard man to do business with. You never want to cross him, George. He acts first, and then he asks questions.
What do you mean, acts first?
Well, let's just suppose that you did something that, well, it displeased him. Do you know what would happen to you? You'd disappear.
Disappear? For good?
Forever.
Forever? That's a long time.
Anyway, I thought you'd get a kick out of knowing who he is. Now then, George, let's have it. What did you want to tell me?
Well, it wasn't anything very important, Spence. All I came to tell you is that I had a nail in my shoe.
But, Mr. Valentine, you went there to tell him the truth. Why didn't you go through with it?
After he told me our client is Moose McClary? Claire, don't you like me?
Of course I like you. Just for the record, I like you very much. But what's that got to do with it?
Claire, because of me, the Moose lost $1,500, maybe more by now. You think he's the type that'll say, oh, that's all right, just forget it?
Just tell this Moose person that you'll make it up to him. Tell him it may take a little time, but that eventually you'll pay him back.
Oh, I can just see myself saying that. Clary's about 6'5". He has hands as big as that desk, and a bodyguard for every finger.
Well, then don't face him. Put it in a letter.
A letter?
Yes, why not?
Hey, a letter.
And you could enclose the money in the letter, and then you can...
Leave town.
Now, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. It's the only way out, I guess. I'll tell him that I'll work for him for the rest of my life, which may not be for very long. Take a letter, Claire.
Hey, you can't do that.
Sonny, what's the matter?
Say, what's going on out there?
Mr. Valentine, quick. Some men came in and they're moving out all our furniture.
Oh. Well, it's all right, Sonny. Don't try to stop.
But, Mr. Valentine, why not?
Remember I told you I sold a few things?
Our office furniture?
Well, what's the difference? I won't be able to stay in business anyway. Come on, Claire, take a letter.
Jeepers.
Okay, boys. This stuff goes to...
Take it right on the typewriter.
All right, Mr. Valentine.
Sorry, lady. We gotta have that desk.
Mr. Moose McClary, State Hotel.
Sorry, lady.
My typewriter.
Take it in longhand. Here's my pen.
Oh, all right.
Oh, sorry, lady. We gotta have that chair.
Mr. Valentine.
Sit on the floor.
Oh, golly. All right, go ahead, Mr. Valentine.
Dear Mr. Moose, this may come as a shock to you. Anyone in here?
Good morning, Mr. Valentine.
Anyone waiting for me?
Were you expecting someone, Mr. Valentine?
Well, just the Moose and a few of his bodyguards.
Nobody's here but us.
Oh, okay, then I'm safe for a few minutes.
Then you mailed the letter.
Yeah, last night. I addressed it and mailed it myself. He should have it by now.
Why don't you sit down, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, thanks. Where?
Join us on the floor.
Yeah. Looks pretty empty in here, doesn't it?
Oh, you get used to it.
Well, kids, well, it was nice to know you.
Now, Mr. Valentine, don't start that.
Oh, we might as well face it. Kind of tough to say goodbye.
I'm not saying goodbye. No matter what happens, I'm sticking.
Oh, Claire. Thanks, Claire.
I'm sticking too, Mr. Valentine.
Thanks, Sonny. What am I saying? Why should I thank you?
Now, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. No hard feelings, Sonny.
Oh, of course not. I forgive you.
Oh, thanks. You forgive me?
Oh,
skip it.
George, come on. We've got to get out of town right away.
Oh, Spence, then you talk to the Moose. You know about it.
Don't stop to talk. Come on, let's beat it.
Well, now, wait a minute, Spence. He can't blame you. I wrote him that you had nothing to do with it.
But he claims I showed poor judgment.
You mean in coming to me?
He just carried out his orders, that's all. He wanted to buy 50 shares. How was I to know it would drop?
Spence, wait a minute. You mean drop down?
Yes, of course. It's down to 40 now. That means it's only worth 4,000. But the Moose says he's got to have his 5,000 back.
Oh, Spence, that's wonderful. Claire, did you hear that?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I can't believe it.
Jeepers, we ought to go out and celebrate.
What's the matter with you people? Didn't you hear me? The stock's only worth $4,000, and the moose wants his $5,000 back.
It's all right, Spence. He's got it. I mailed it to him in a letter.
Listen, somebody's crazy around here, and I was all right this morning.
Oh, you don't understand. You see, I had a nail in my
Oh, for
shoe.
heaven's sakes, George, don't start that.
Well, anyway, before I could get around to buying the shares, it started to go up.
George, you mean...
I took a loan on my car. I sold my furniture, but I still didn't have enough.
Then you didn't buy the shares? Oh, that's terrific, George. What a stroke of luck.
Sure, he ought to have his money by now. I sent it along with a letter.
Letter? What letter?
Explaining what happened. I even promised to work for him for the rest of my life.
Can you imagine that?
George, you didn't. Oh, George, you don't.
Now, Spence, I resent that.
If you had to get it off your chest, why didn't you come to me? But to put a thing like that in black and white and send it to the moose... Why, don't you realize he'll hold it over your head?
What do you mean?
Listen, George, he's just the kind of guy who'll take you at your word. He'll make you work for him the rest of your life.
Suffering cats.
Oh, great. But, Spence, I returned his money.
Sure you did, and he'll take it. But he'll claim the letter proves that you double-crossed him. I tell you, he'll use it for all it's worth.
He can't do that.
Maybe you'd better get out of town after all. Of course, someday he'll catch up with you, but you may get away for a couple of hours.
Good morning, folks. Here's your mail.
Oh, good morning.
Are you folks moving?
Well, one of us is.
Better give me your forwarding address, Mr. Valentine, so things can catch up with you.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't want anything to catch up with me.
Oh, by the way, this letter came back stamped no such firm.
Oh, well. The letter. Claire, Spence, it's the letter.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, are you sure?
Is it the one you sent to the moose?
Yeah, sure, of course. Hey, look. Here's the $5,000 and the $1,500 I raised.
Jeepers, now you can get our furniture back.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I don't get it. Why wasn't this letter delivered?
Well, I told you it was stamped no such firm at that address.
What? Let me look at the envelope. Oh, Mr. Valentine, you certainly must have been upset. Look how you addressed it.
Well, how do you like that? It's addressed Gumdrops Incorporated.
George will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, out here in the West, we have a tradition of neighborliness. I guess we couldn't have grown so fast if Westerners weren't the kind of folks who are always glad to help one another. And if you'd like to see that neighborliness in action, just drop in at any Chevron gas station. All those cream, green, and burgundy stations are home-owned, run by local chaps who are making good on their own. That's one reason why your neighborhood Chevron dealer does his best to keep your car in good shape. The best way he can build a thriving business is to build goodwill with neighbors like you. So he's always accommodating, honors your Chevron credit card, gives your car top-quality products like Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Yes, you're going to like the neighborly way your Chevron dealer does business. Drop in tomorrow and get acquainted. Well, next week, George Valentine has a problem that's out of this world, and you'll probably hear something like this.
I wanted to see you this morning, Mr. Valentine, but I was detained. You see, I just came from my funeral.
Oh, I see. From your funeral?
That's right. Quite an experience.
Now, wait a minute. What is this? Say, who are you anyway?
I am the late Rufus Hamilton.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It. Brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George, with Francis Robinson as Claire and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vincent. Others in the cast were Willard Waterman as Spencer, David Ellis as Al, Rena Craig as the woman, Jess Kirkpatrick as the elevator starter, and Herb Butterfield as the mailman. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to
Let George Do It.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
excited for adventure serial culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
/C/GAR. We will continue in just a moment after the national anthem.